embedded stump mic in there. And Jaiswal wasn't even in the frame. He was just standing there saying, if you hit, I go. And he didn't hit. It's that kind of morning for India. Two slips in the gully. There's a man out on the boundary at deep backward point. Cover and mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Back with Stark from round the wicket. And this time Rahul wants a run and Jaiswal doesn't. Yashasvi Jaiswal from the north of India, from Mumbai, learned to speak a bit of Marathi. KL Rahul from Karnataka, played some of his cricket up in Punjab in the IPL, speaks Kannada maybe. They need to find a common language.
Well, at known for 197.
It's okay.
It's not too bad.
They've actually run very well.
Yeah, they're very, very good runners. That's one of the big areas I've seen improvement over the last 10, 15 years of Indian cricket. The running between wickets, their fielding, and their game awareness, match awareness.
Yeah. A lot of that fitness is the example that Kohli has set. Jaiswal, or rather Rahul on this occasion, gets one that's turning into his pads, plays it away down behind square, thinks of a second. Jaiswal thinks of a second too. The idea is quickly aborted, and the score goes up to 198 for no loss. The lead is 244, and KL Rahul goes up to 75. He's got a lot of his hundreds overseas, by the way. His record batting overseas is a lot better than his record batting in India.
He's been very impressive. I'm keeping him there. I'm leaving these two because I think they can open together for the next 5 or 6 years. I know the captain comes back in.
So the captain goes where? 3?
Well, he can go 3, I think, yeah.
Well, Gill drops down to 6?
Yeah, well, if he's fit.
Yeah.
I just think Kohli could drop them all down if you wanted to.
Yeah.
I just think these two have been brilliant.
Maybe from left arm over. Stark bowls. It's cut away strongly, but it's straight to the fielder at deep backward point. And he will get a single that takes the score to 199.
If they were to score one more run, it would be the 6th time that a visiting team has made 200.
And the last was?
Partnership. The last was Gooch and Atherton at Adelaide in 91. First
91? Early 91. Because India toured late 91.
1991.
Yeah, when I first sat in an ABC box. Yeah.
All those years ago.
All those years ago, yes. And I think you might have been playing a game for the Prime Minister's 11.
Oh, did that year, yeah.
That year, Alan Border was captain. Stark goes round the wicket, he bowls, and Rahul is driving. It's a shot that's brought him a few runs today. And this time, if a slight misfield, he'll take a single, they take one on the overthrow. Australia wake up, 200 comes up. You never see this from Australia. Just a few freebies around. It might only be a single and then an overthrow, but you don't see that. And India will gladly take those runs. 201 now for no loss. As I said, it's the first time, or rather as Rick said, it's the first time in 33 years that a visiting team has come and put on 200 for the first wicket.
Hats off, play beautifully, and you just see a little frustration come in, don't you, from the Australian players that missed a run out that over. India really started their motor. They're actually trying to play almost fast one-day cricket as such in the middle overs.
And you'll find I've seen a lot of this kid, Yashasvi Jaiswal. Tell you about him in a moment. Stark goes round the wicket, wide of the stumps. Now is there an edge? It's taken behind. KL Rahul is walking. There's the wicket they wanted. Finally, Stark has got a wicket. Finally, this partnership has been broken. And KL Rahul's vigil ends after a very fine innings of 77. Well played, KL Rahul. And he's in partnership with Yashasvi Jaiswal. Almost certainly put India from a position from which they'll be very, very happy and comfortable.
Yeah, well played. Hats off, as we said. We just gave him big raps about being the next opening partnership for 5 or 6 years, but he played really well. He set India up on the road to a very big second innings score and lead, and he's just led forward. A good ball from Mitchell Stark. Just carried. So again, maybe they're a little bit deep at slip there again with Alex Carey. Easy catch though, and that's the first wicket that goes, and all of a sudden, if they can get Jaiswal, they get to the new ball, they can pick up a couple of wickets, and you never know, do you? But 250 in front's a lot.
All the more reason that I thought they would send in Virat Kohli up at number 3 today, because it's hot, the ball is soft. If you want to get back into form, it's a great time. If you do lose another wicket, Padikal's open all his life. He's there for the second new ball. I thought they'd send Kohli in at 3.
I like that suggestion. You've done this before, haven't you? That's a very good one, that. I actually didn't even think of that, because Patakela has opened before, hasn't he?
He's opened a lot for Karnataka.
So you could easily put Barrett in and give him some confidence leading 70 overs before new ball. Yeah, great idea.
There's a giant in green who's looking down over you. Big Tom Moody will come into the commentary box, but they stayed with their batting number. I mean, it's fair to Padikkal, but I just thought it might be all right for India to send in Kohli today, because this is over number 63, 64. The batting numbers have too much meaning when you're 63, 64 overs into the game, whether you're batting 3 or 4 or 5.
Oh, look, I heard the conversation you're having with Darren, and I don't agree with it personally. I think that you have a set order.
Yep.
You can't deny Padikkal his opportunity batting 3. That's what he's been asked to do from the start of this Test match.
Is the non-strikers end. Hazelwood in bowls to Jaiswal, who lets it go through outside the off stump.
And as soon as you start to make certain situations in the games about an individual, whether it be a bowler or a batter in the game, I think you can become unstuck as a team.
Tactically, though, what India need more than anything else is to find a way of getting Kohli into form.
Well, Kohli needs to find that way.
Yes.
You know, so I think offering him up a position to come in a dozen overs or so before the second new ball, I think, you know, it does, I suppose, help. But what happens if, you know, he, gets a good one early and nicks off, and then sort of, everyone will be saying, well, why is he batting out of position? You know, surely he should have just stayed in his position that he's familiar with, comfortable with.
Hazelwood again from over the wicket to Jaiswal, pushes him on the back foot, and he taps it out on the offside. And India said 2 or 1 for 1. Just lost the wicket of KL Rahul for 77. Got Carey bowled Hazelwood.
Yeah, I'm just giving you a counter argument to it. I get the. It's definitely worth a conversation in the dressing room and a conversation up here, without a doubt.
I love the fact that you said it so politely, so that's okay. You didn't come and say, that's crap, he can't bat it to me. I've had that said to me in the past.
No, I've known you long enough, Asha.
Too kind. What's with the Aussies?
Two Hyderabad boys.
There you go. Oh, Zabardast Tomya. Here comes Hazelwood. No. And Jaiswal goes back, pushes it out on the offside. At lunch, we're going to be talking about the IPL. There's a lot of people wondering why the IPL auction is in the middle of a Test match. Well, it almost seemed the right time at the end of day one when you thought it's going to be a 3-day game.
Absolutely. And they pushed it a bit later, I believe, the start
half an hour. Yeah, half an hour later, because someone suddenly realized that cricket's no longer a 6-hour game. The cricket's now a 6.5-hour game, but I'm getting into over rates again now.
Yeah.
Let it be. Very, very soon, if you say you have to bowl 90 in the day, we'll be playing till the lights come on. There's Hazelwood again. 2 slips in a gully. And Jaiswal's into the pull shot, doesn't time it at all. It goes in front of square, just sort of bobs out for a single, but towards mid-wicket, really. And he'll get move on to 102? 103. It's 202 for 1. Where do you see this game headed now? 202, 248. At what point will India start to say, right, let's get a little bit move on, let's try and motor towards 400, but time's not a factor, is it? Just keep batting, keep the fast bowlers in as long as possible?
Time is not a factor. Forecast is absolutely set clear for the next few days.
Told the closest clouds from Perth at the moment are in Melbourne.
Yes, yeah. Maybe you might get a couple in Adelaide, but
it's beautiful, isn't it? Clouds, no place in our game. They make the ball do all kinds of stupid things too. Well outside the off stump, and they've got Padikkal. Lets it go through.
India have got a unique opportunity here, not only to win the first Test, but to really put a body blow into this Australian team, psychologically and physically. Physically by keeping the bowlers out there, grafting and grafting for every single wicket of Indians' second innings effort. And therefore the tax that's put on those fast bowlers, and even Nathan Lyon, will be significant as this series unfolds. And you may not see the dividends of that until the 4th Test or the 5th Test.
Hazelwood bowls, and Padikkal searching for a single, pushes on the offside. It only rolls out as far as gully. He can't get a run. So Jaiswal 103. Padikkal no score. It's 202 for 1, and the lead is 248.
Yeah, and the other aspect is obviously the confidence that the Indian batters will get by batting when the conditions are at their very best. The Australians are tired. So whether it be Virat Kohli, whether it be, Dhruv Durrell or whoever it may be in their batting lineup gets valuable time in the middle to be able to set up their series.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
They're all laughing at me behind. I'm not wearing a watch. I didn't have a phone, so I was asking what time it is. And I found the time right at the bottom right of the tablet in front of me. And I said, yeah, I finally found out what. And there's a big clock in front of me. Oh, mid-Stark with the wicket behind him now. 2 slips in a gully for Jaiswal. He bowls, and Jaiswal is flashing hard at it. And he'll send it down past the slips, down to third man for another boundary. And that is something you will see with Jaiswal, because his natural inclination is to attack. And if Australia aren't careful, he could suddenly make the lead, which is now 252, appear a lot larger. So he goes up to 107, but he'll play his shots.
Yeah, the one thing, well, there's many things I love about this young player, Jaiswal, is that he has shown that he's, one, can play in many, many different conditions now. 2, he has shown that he can operate in all gears. So he's quite happy to sit in the game, which we've seen throughout this innings, but then he's got the ability to do exactly what we'll probably see unfold in the next period of time, is he's got a 5th gear where he can really take the game away from you.
Stark rolls from over the wicket into his pads, just drifting down the leg side. He looks for that pickup shot, and if he'd played that square, there were runs to be had, but he misses it, and it's taken by Carey, moving to his right. And that's his natural style. When he's playing in India, by now, there's a lot of spin bowlers bowling.
Yeah.
And I think if you ask people, what's your last wish? I think if you ask Jaiswal, he'd say, give me a left-arm spinner tossing it up. But he doesn't mind off-spin either.
Any spin. Oh, he's such a good player of spin, isn't he? Used his feet beautifully. He's got the sweep shot. And as we've witnessed yesterday, if Nathan Lyon's got a deep fielder at deep mid-off for deep mid-on, that's not an obstacle for him.
Do you remember
he's hitting it over.
Do you remember the time when you worried about where the fielders were?
Oh, absolutely. Petrified.
And now they just back themselves. And there's a
I
lot
was worried when mid-off was in the ring.
Come on. Just a slip in a gully and a fly slip now. Stark bowls, and he bowls full, and he's looking to push it out on the offside. He beats the man at point, and he'll come back for a couple of runs. And so the scoreboard's moving. Jaiswal will go up to 109. The lead is 254. That fly slip, you like that?
Yeah, look, I think it's a bit of a... We're close to the casino, put it that way, here at the stadium. So to me, it's a bit of a roulette sort of, let's get pot lucky with a landing on the right number. I don't mind it as a position if you're going to play that sort of tactic and go short, hard, over the top of off stump. But to me, that fly slip's quite short. It's about 15 metres off the boundary.
Agreed. Stark and Jaiswal pushes out on the offside. He'll trot across for a single, so the runs are starting to come. Casino, interesting parallel.
What's a gamble?
You go to the casino a lot?
No, not at all.
I did a couple of nights ago, because by the time I came back from where I was, the only restaurant open was likely to have been inside the casino.
Yeah.
Who shuts restaurants at 8 o'clock? In India, we start dinners at 11.
Yeah, they only start preparing food at 8 o'clock.
And you shut at 8 o'clock. They said it's 8 o'clock, all the restaurants will be shut. I said, why? Don't they want to have dinner? And so we went into the casino, and as I'm going in there, these very stern-looking people in suits. He says, that way. So I turn around and I go that way. Stark comes in from over the wicket, he bowls and goes through Padikkal. It's taken by Carey. And then the other guy, equally stern-looking. There's 2 categories of people. People in casinos and immigration officials are not allowed to smile. And he's standing up there and he says, you're not allowed to wear a cap. I said, okay. I said, what about my gun?
I bet you didn't say that.
No.
Otherwise, we'd be bailing you out. The ABC would be bailing you out.
I'd come to you and say, I know Tom Moody, he can give me a conduct certificate. Right, 3 slips for the new batter. This is Devdutt Padikkal. India sitting pretty at 209 for 1. The lead 255 in control of this game. As Stark runs, and it's a longish spell. Bowls, and Padikkal is off the mark. Once again opens the face. It's running away down to third man. One of the shortest boundaries there, but one of the slowest outfields you will see in Australia. And so they come, it's pulled back just in. And they will come back for 3. Yashasvi Jaiswal had to hurry a little bit towards the end. The throw came in right above the bails for Alex Carey. So he's off the mark. And India go on to 212 for 1. Jaiswal is 110. Devdutt Padikkal is 3. I finally figured out where the clock is. So words from Tom Moody, and then it'll be Clint Wilde.
Grandstand Cricket.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC.
Moody, hello. India won for 212, as Harsh has said. Lead of 258. I cannot believe how slow the outfield is. But that's one of the things that you expect from a Perth-based test. It became almost one of the cliches. Fast bouncy decks and a lightning fast outfield. Well, we've had one. We don't have the other.
No, but it is an immaculate outfield, you'd have to say. It's like a billiard table out there, but it is sort of quite heavy. You know, whether that's because of the reseeding and the top dressing after the AFL season. Certainly no evidence of sand or anything in the surface. It looks absolutely pristine.
No, it looks magnificent. It is lovely to walk on. It is, as you say, well, it's carpet-like. But it's not as quick as we're used to. And I wonder if that has been a deliberate decision.
Nah.
Or they've just maybe not given it enough of a mow. Here we go. Start of a new over. Cummins is in from the Langer end and up onto his toes as Padikkal playing it out towards point where Lyon does the fielding. Because it was part of the traditional, and I know before anyone texts in, this is a physics impossibility. The ball can't pick up speed as it runs along the ground, but it certainly used to look like it did.
Yeah. Well, I don't mind it. I quite like the fact that, it's sort of, because we see so much white ball cricket, whether it be 50 over or T20 cricket, where you're seeing boundaries crashed, and sixes hit.
3 slips and a gully. Cummins into Padikkal, is up onto the toes and fending it down out towards gully. McSweeney dives across to his left, no run.
And it's quite nice to be able to see that, runs can be scored in a different fashion. There's nothing wrong with having to run a 3. You don't see too many 3s in T20 cricket, do you?
No.
So, why not? It sort of adds, I think, to the game.
This is a ground where we've seen a number of all-run 4s too.
Yeah.
In fact, the first international runs on this ground were an all-run 4, played out to the eastern side of the ground off an English bat.
I think if Australia's still fielding by the last session, you might see a few more.
Cummins around the wicket, defending again. He's worked that and pushing it between gully and points. I'll take a single. Here's Padikkal, will move to be 4, as McSweeney had to chase out after it. So he's 4, 1 for 213.
I was going to ask Harsha Bogler the question about Padikkal. If he suddenly gets runs today with this opportunity, because it's every chance given the conditions. KL Rahul's got runs, given that he's been thrown at the top of the order. You've got Padikkal let's say he gets 100 here today. You got Rohit Sharma coming back in for the second test match. They've then got a bit of a problem with regards to, how they're going to reshuffle their top 6.
It's a question for him or Sonny. We might throw it to him later on.
Absolutely.
Cummins comes over the wicket this time, and a swing and a miss from Jaiswal. Went offside, looking to play that away through the covers. Didn't get quite to that. It's through to the keeper, dot ball. By the way, couple of text messages. We've been a bit lax on reading them out. Apologies. 0467920222. Here's a question for Rick. What's the highest opening stand against Australia when, this is a good question, Rick, Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins and Lyon were the attack? He's given it a nod. That is a good
I reckon
question.
he knows this. He's just confirming it.
Jaiswal on strike, Cummins bowls, and Jaiswal leaves the ball that goes around about ankle height when it's taken by Carey behind the stumps.
It's a good question, though.
It is a ripping question. This isn't. What we saw most recently was the highest ever opening stand by India against Australia. It was ended on 201 when KL Rahul was out for 77, caught by Carey from the bowling of Stark. Sundries, by the way, 23 so far in this innings. 6 no balls, 5 wides and 12 leg byes. Just the 2 slips in the gully now. Cummins in, and that's well wide of off stump. And Giles very happy to get the bat out of the way. It's working away in the background. Don't forget, you can catch up on Grandstand at Stumps every night post-play. It's in the podcast store, wherever you get your podcast from. Subscribe to the best of ABC Sport. You'll find it in your feed, wherever you get your podcast. The most comprehensive wrap of the day's play, including interviews with the Aussie players and our expert analysis downstairs. Tom Moody, Glenn McGrath and Darren Lehman for this test match. We had Nathan McSweeney last night. Mitch Stark on the opening day. That's right throughout the summer. Cummins bowls. Jaiswal leaves.
Nathan McSweeney, when we had him on interview after the first day, wasn't it? Second day.
Second day.
Yeah, I thought he spoke really, really well. He's really impressive, wasn't he?
He was. And for someone, look, I understand why the Australians would have put him up, because you're not going to get stuck into someone who can't make the captaincy decisions or the bowling decisions. I thought he was still just a delight to speak to.
Yeah, he carried himself really well. So I think there was someone that was saying that, if he does get this early part of his career right, he could well be potential future Australian captain. I know we're looking a long way ahead, but you need to, with the decisions like that, you need to look a long way ahead and identify various options that you may need to consider in 3 years' time.
Well, already captains his state.
Yep.
He's captained the Brisbane Heat to a BBL title.
Yep.
And the way that he conducted himself was incredibly impressive.
Well, you could see that leadership in him, couldn't you?
3 slips a gully and a backward point. Stark is away to start the new over, and he bowls, and that is getting past the edge of Devdutt Padikkale's bat. He had a little flirt outside the off stump with that, attracted the bat quickly enough, but it's been drawn into the shot. This is a great question from Seb, by the way. Just jumping onto something else for a moment. Listening at work in Joondalup here in Perth. What do the umpires do with the old ball overnight? Do they keep it in a safe? Do they take it home? What do they do with the old ball?
I would imagine that they would keep it in their dressing room. They have a separate dressing room, and it would be under lock and key.
Stark away, flicked beautifully. And that is going down to the fielder at long leg. It was nicely played by Padikkale, though. There was a fielder in the right spot, so just the single. But nonetheless, good shot. Hazelwood down there in front of the fans, the southern part of the ground, doing the fielding. I think Rick's got an answer. Jeff got an answer for us, Rick?
I do, yes. This was the 5th double-century partnership. The highest is Abdullah Shafiq and Imam Al-Haq, 252. And 21-22, Milan and Bairstow have 237. Imam again with Azhar Ali, 208. And Pantan Jadeja, 204.
So just hold on that for a moment. And Stark is away. Jaiswal is on strike and he leaves. So the highest opening stand against the Australians when Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins and Lyon with the attack. The number one was?
Well, those were any wicket.
Yep.
But the first one I mentioned was an opening partnership. Abdullah Shafiq and Imam Al-Haq.
And 252. Okay.
Yeah, undefeated, what's more.
Gee.
Rawalpindi.
It can be flat there, though. Very flat. It's interesting watching both these two left-handers batting. Just my initial observation is that you can see why Jaiswal has had the success he's had so early in his career.
Here is Stark to Jaiswal. He goes onto the toes and pushes away onto the offside. They've got just the one slip in. It's an interesting field. So there's a one slip and then there's almost a fly slip. Very fine third. And then there's a gully. And then there's a deep backward point.
The 237 partnership, by the way, was actually at the Wacker.
All right.
Between Milan and Bairstow, 2017-18.
There was enormous cheer just a moment ago. If you're wondering why, Virat Kohli just appeared on the big screen.
Oh, right, okay. It's like during the IPL, whenever the cameras scan onto Donny sitting in the dressing room. It's just a magical moment for everyone.
Stark over the wicket, digging that out. It was almost ball squirting backwards in a dangerous position. He gets away with it. Giants-Hall, it goes out down leg side. Carey comes across to do the fielding, but Stark, with a bit of a wry smile, as he heads back to the top of his mark from that delivery.
So just the point I was going to make about Jaswal and Particle, the obvious difference to me technically between the two, you can see why Jaswal has had early success as a young 22-year-old. He gets really good positions covering his off stump on the front foot, and more importantly on the back foot, which is critical here in Australia, where Particle he's wafted outside the off stump a couple of times purely because of poor position.
Stark bowls to Giants-Hall, who leaves. There were 2 slips and 2 goalies and a backward point for that delivery, and that's the end of the over. India won for 216. Their lead is 262. Giants-Hall 111. Padikal is 5. The batter out this morning. KL Rahul was out for 77 after India resumed. None for 172. Partnership put on 201 when Rahul was out. The lead was at that stage 247. It's moved to be 262.
Yeah, so it's with regards to those 2 different little technique comparisons, from what I've seen so far, Particle may have his challenges here in Australia, purely because of just the position he gets himself into when he's trying to defend the ball, whether it be on the back foot or that front foot. He just doesn't get himself in line covering that off stump enough, where young Jaswal is in such a good position.
Start of another over. Cummins is in and slashing at this. It might be caught. It flew over the top of Gully, and Travis' head was deep. And unfortunately for him, despite him stretching for it, wasn't able to get a hand on it, and it sails on the bounce, then over the boundary rope for 4 runs. They had put that fielder back there almost for that. We saw it in the previous over. So Jaiswal survives. He's 115 now. Full-butted slash, and the head just stretching, just unable to reach it. Cummins again into Jaiswal, who bashes this out in the direction of mid-off. It's straight to the fielder. There's no run. What do you make of the fielding choice there?
Well, we were talking about it previously, and I sort of made the point. I was surprised that the fly slip was 15 metres off the boundary, particularly here in Perth, where you do get bounce and pace. The ball is going to carry. And I'm not saying, Travis Head needs to be right on the boundary, which he's now finding himself. He's been pushed back onto the boundary. But to me, he needed to be about 5 metres off the boundary, so he's got a bet each way.
Cummins bowls, played into the ground, again onto the offside by Jaiswal. It's Labuschagne that does the fielding.
So I don't mind the tactic, it clearly it nearly paid off, but just the positioning of the player was questionable, which was highlighted an over ago or so.
Got the official response. Another question, what happens to the old balls after play? That was from Megan. They're locked away, so they're kept under lock and key, and they're under the control of the match referee. Yeah. So the match referee takes them.
Which is Ranjit Managully.
On his bowls, leaving is Jaiswal through to the keeper. As we said g'day to him walking out this morning.
Yep. Yeah, lovely guy. He's been probably one of the longest serving match referees, I think, from Sri Lanka.
Here's a question about the outfield. Does the grass get mowed every day of the test match? And does this become a consideration for the captains? So if the grass is not mowed throughout a test match, presumably it gets longer and slower on day 5, so the ball will travel to the boundary slower, and perhaps less boundaries will be earned. Any thoughts? That's from Tony. Cummins is in from the Langer stand in. Digs in a bouncer. No problems for Jaiswal. Gets the bat out of the way. Sometimes you wouldn't think he might have a go at that from some of the shots we've seen so far. Through to the keeper in Carey.
I think the outfield is mowed every morning. Well before we get here, the ground staff are here and putting in these perfect lines and stripes.
Well, there's no way you would be able to keep the way that the stripes are cut if you didn't mow it every morning.
expert in this area.
Bit of a fan when it comes to
I thought
growing
so.
turf.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Again, it's Cummins who bowls, and it's well wide of off stump. It's through to Carey. I haven't been able to mow grass at my house for 3 days now, and I'm already looking at it this morning and thought, that needs a trim.
You're allowed to get up a little bit earlier, you know.
No, I upset the neighbours, and I understand that. They've got small children as
fair
well.
enough,
I've got
fair
small children. You don't want to be waking them up. I also don't want to wake mine up.
So you've obviously got the noisy mower then. You haven't got the battery operated number.
No, it is battery operated, but it's still loud enough just because it's not raucous.
Okay.
It's a big solid unit. The longest serving cricket match referee in international cricket is Rajan Madigali, former Sri Lankan cricketer. He's been a match referee for the International Cricket Council since 1993, Tom. He's officiated in hundreds of matches across formats. He's one of the most experienced and respected figures in the role. He certainly is that. As Nathan Lyon is going to be brought into the attack, that's the reason for the cheer around the ground. That information from rampaging Rick Finlay to my left.
ChatGPT, actually.
Oh, you still pass it to me, Rick. Take the credit. The credit was there for you. So Nathan Lyon, 27 wickets at this venue. He's warming up below us at the WACA members or the northern end of Perth Stadium. Ground is bathed in sunshine. Hot day today, expecting top of 34. It was 30 degrees downstairs just before the start of play. Lyon is away to Padikal on strike. There's a short leg in and Padikal forward and defending onto the offside. Still a slip. There's a backward point, a deeper forward point. Fielder at extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a deep backward square. Lyon trots away from us again. Padikal back and watchful, defending again to the offside.
This is a critical spell for the Australian team and Nathan Lyon, really, because all the fast bowling group will be looking at him and hoping that he's going to get into a really good groove and pick up a couple of wickets, because he's got to take some of this workload.
Lyon bowls, big step forward from Padikal and defence.
So, on the other hand, this could be an opportunity for India to really put Lyon under pressure and take him on, and then force Pat Cummins to bring his quicks back, or his all-rounder Mitch Marsh back, or even, I'm not going to, should I say it, Marnus back into the attack?
Lyon bowls, clipped away off the front toe by Padikal onto the onside. There's no run. Khawaja fielding at mid-wicket.
So tactically, this is probably the moment to take on Nathan Lyon and try to put him under pressure and put certainly the Australian captain under pressure with his bowling choices.
Lyon around the wicket, defending again. Padikal to the offside. So if you were Pat Cummins and you're forced to go to Marnus Labuschagne, would you ask him to maybe put the medium pace bounces away and bowl spin? Because he can be a very good spin bowler, we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's handy. I'm sure he'll bowl what the captain's asking him to bowl.
Line around the wicket, a bit more flight, played away to the offside again to extra cover. No run from the bat of Padikal. That's the end of the line over. India are 1 for 220. Their lead is 266. Jaiswal is 115. Padikal is 5. G'day team on the SMS 0467920222. Listening to the ABC Listen app. Sync the TV coverage for the radio coverage. That's clever of you, Jack. Send us a text, by the way, wherever you happen to be. We'd love to hear from you. 0467920222. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport with drinks on the field.
The Australian Open tennis returns.
Join ABC Sport
in the field by the minute, and not least the pressure that the scoreboard is heaping on them with the lead now 266. India won for 220 with the fall of KL Rahul's wicket caught behind off Stark for 77. But goodness me, I mean, that was quite the opening stand, breaking the record that was held by you, Sonny, wasn't it, back in 1986 at the SCG. But yeah.
All for a good cause. All for a good cause.
It's a very good cause at the moment for India. And let's see what the number of overs are. 69 overs, so 11 more until second new ball will be available. How ideally, from the Australian point of view, they would like to dislodge, well, it would be Jaiswal that'd like to dislodge and have two new batters out there, which would mean Virat Kohli walking out to bat with the poor run of form behind him in less than straightforward circumstances up against a new ball straight away. But we'll see how things pan out over this next little spell. But Sonia, from your perspective, seeing Jaiswal celebrate like that and reaching the 100, I was in the commentary box with you just next to you, on your feet applauding.
Yes, I think it's a special moment for anybody to get 100, particularly if you get it outside your own country. But looking at how this young man has, his childhood, the way he's taken the chance, come to Mumbai and stayed in the circumstances, growing up in the circumstances that he did, that is the reason why you get a lot more emotional.
Pat Cummins resuming after drinks. Is Jaiswal up on his toes, forcing it wide of Gully, jogging through for one. Brings deep backward points in from the boundary. Completes the single comfortably, 1 for 221. Some of his shots have been extraordinary, not least the one which brought up the 100. With an uppercut, which you'd ordinarily think is going over third, and instead ended up landing on the sponge at fine leg.
Yes, I think it might have just been the way the bat turned at the last moment at the point of impact. But I don't think he was bothered as long as it was a 6. He was just anxiously waiting. Otherwise, he would have been on 99 if it was a boundary.
Hadakar facing up to Cummins, a fuller delivery, and he brings the bat down very quickly defensively. It's McSweeney who fields in the gully. It gave him a moment or two, didn't he? Didn't it, to almost think, well, if it's my 100, he's got all the time to then celebrate. It wasn't that sort of spur of the moment thing, which in a way, watching it live, I thought, oh, what a shame it's not just the stroke. It brings up the 100 and everything happens all at once, but it had its own uniqueness and a charm about the way the 100 came about.
Absolutely, and 100 with a 6, never mind whether it was on the middle of the bat or whichever way. This is the modern generation which is not afraid to take chances.
Cummins moves in and a bouncer, ducking underneath it. Through to Alex Carey it goes.
It's a very good opportunity now for Padikkal. In the first innings he had to come into bat very, very quickly. Didn't get the chance to settle down. He's off the pair now. He's batting on 5. It's a very good opportunity for him to make a case for staying back. I don't know. I mean, once Gill is fit and Rohit Sharma is here, whether he'll still be part of the squad or whether he'll be sent back.
Around the wicket, Cummins here too, the left-hander, again defensively angling the bat, and out to McSweeney at Gully. Well, it's good that there's such hot competition for places in this Indian lineup at the moment.
Yes, that's always a good thing because, nobody can be complacent. Nobody can take his place for granted. That is how it should be. Sometimes, you get to a situation where you think, oh, no matter what happens, I'm not going to be dropped, I'm going to be there. And of course, if you've played for 8, 10, 12 years, then you're allowed more failures than somebody who's relatively new. So clearly, this is a wonderful opportunity for Padikkal. In the one test that he's played, he's got a half century.
Cummins moves in, Padikkal forcing it away on the up, behind points, chase back towards the boundary here. Navashen is after it, so a sliding stop. The throw comes back in, and they've run busily for 2 runs. That's Josh Inglis on the field, sub-fielder, 1 for 223. Rick Finlay, morning
Just
to
to
you.
show how long or how aggressive he's been, Jaiswal, in his short 15-test career. Number of 6s hit in the first 15 tests of a test career. We have Southey and Gronton from New Zealand, 24. Harry Brook of England, 25. Hetmeyer of West Indies, 27. Kevin Peterson of England, 28. and Jaiswal is now in his 15th test, has 38 sixes.
That's incredible, isn't it?
That tells you, the young man's temperament. He's not afraid to take on the bowlers.
That leg slip in place. It's Josh Inglis as Cummins is in, bouncer, and Carey takes it head height in front of his face. And of those, Kevin Peterson, the closest to him with 28, he's 10 ahead of him. And behind him there, a lot of the real young generation of stars. Harry Brooks, such an exciting talent for England. It'll be a real test for him when he travels out to Australian shores. But
Stephen Punt only has 22.
Yeah, that puts it in context, doesn't it, with the way that he plays?
Yes. Punt is no slouch with the bat. He's not afraid to go down and hit the sixes. But even I think Punt, while Punt plays the scoop shot, I don't think he plays that uppercut which you've seen from Jaiswal.
He really stands tall, doesn't he?
And Jaiswal seems to have the confidence that he will clear the fielder. There were fielders there on the boundary, but he was still hitting it over them.
And if you were playing an uppercut, Sonny, it would be more sort of shoulder height, head height, and his arms are at full extension by the time he reaches
Yes.
the ball. New over, Nathan Lyon with one slip in place around the wicket with the off spin, reaching for it, cuts it away down towards deep points, takes a gentle one. Very, very calm against Nathan Lyon as well, but always with that intent to score. Is there much there for Nathan Lyon to play with from this end, Sonny?
Doesn't look like it. I don't think the ball is gripped at all. My fellow commentators who have gone and seen the pitch talk about a crack or two down there, which might help him.
Lyon into Padikkal, goes back, forces it away towards point once more. It's in front of square. Hazelwood's there, picks up very quickly and fires the ball back into the gloves of Carey. And there is no run. A message here from Andy from Wodonga, which I will bring to you, Sonny, in just a moment. Slip and short leg. Lyon moves in the sunshine. Padikkal reaches forward, smothers the ball, gets his foot right to the pitch. And he's asking Sonny whether you still have that funny helmet and headgear that you wore back in the day.
Oh, you mean the broken flowers? The broken flowers which I wore upside down. Yeah, well, it's no longer with me.
Lyon in, going back, forcing it away up towards cover. No run. You're going to have to describe this headgear for us after this next Nathan Lyon delivery. Walking back to the end of his mark, tossing himself a catch, sunglasses on. Moves in as Padikkal settles over his bat. Lyon up to the stumps, around the wicket, plenty of flight, solid defence, no run. Picked up by Pat Cummins. He's got the white, wide-brimmed sun hat on. A lot of the players have gone for that today with the heat, extra protection rather than the baggy green. Lyon bowling shaven-headed. Hope he uses sun cream on his head. Around the wicket past the umpire, in a little bit quicker. Defended from the crease. And there's no run to end the over. 1 for 224 and the lead 270. The hat, Sonny.
It was called a skull cap, and I first saw Mike really wear it under his cap, and so I took the contact of the doctor that made it, and they take a mold of your head, and just to take the weight off, it was a little bit heavy. I cut it over the top of my head, because come to think of it, you really have got to be stupid to get hit there. You can get hit on your forehead or on the side of your head, but to be hit on the top of the head is something.
Really got to duck into it, haven't you?
Yeah.
New over here for Cummins, over the wicket to that left-hander and getting in behind it, drops it into the onside. Jaiswal, Cummins picks up in his follow-through.
And so I got that designed, and I used it. I used it, I think, towards the last 2 years of my career.
What was it made out of? Like a sort of plaster of Paris type thing?
No, it was made of. I'm not sure of the metal, but it was pretty hard. But once I gave it to the MCC, I played my last big game at Lord's for the MCC bicentennial test.
Jaiswal faces up to Cummins, gets a bouncer, and he shapes as we've often seen him, then to play the ramp, but he lets it go through to Carey.
So I gave it to the MCC for their museum. They asked me, can you give us something for the museum? So I was very happy to give it, because I was only going to be playing in the World Cup after that, the first World Cup in India. And I didn't think I needed it against for the white ball game. And apparently, some years later, when they have the tours of Lords, there was a German neurosurgeon who went on that tour.
Cummins bustling in. Jaiswal, back of the length behind it, punching it back up the pitch. Cummins fielding again in his follow through and no run.
And so he asked. So the proper helmet, it was hung down, by a string, both these helmets, and he asked whether he could have a look at it. And the curator was, I think, a student, a university student, and so he brought it down. And he asked that student, did the guys wearing this ever get hit? And the student said, well, I don't know. But why do you ask? He asked the doctor.
Cummins running in. Jaiswal is standing stock still here, round the wicket and punching him here along the ground, out towards a vacant mid-on region. Chase here for mid-wicket to cut it off. There's Jaiswal's back for a gentle second.
And so the doctor said, look, with the helmet, he said he held the skull cap and he said, because I'm pretty certain if the guy wearing the skull cap had been hit, he would have died on the spot.
Wow.
So the student, of course, asked, why do you say that? He said, because the helmet would have localized the blow, while with the skull cap, any blow would have meant...
Cummins around the wicket again. Jaiswal always got on edge. It's got through the outstretched hand. Second slip. Steve Smith leaping in the air. It's picked up by Marsh in front of the ropes. A very fine, deep third, and Jaiswal scampered through for one. But Jaiswal found himself cramped, and the ball ballooning up, going high. Steve Smith leapt. He's shaped again as if to try and play the ramp, but the ball followed him. And it's gone above the outstretched hand of Steve Smith by a few inches. Cummins making something happen.
Yes, I think he had him in trouble, no question about it, because for somebody batting 100 plus, to be able to play the ball the way he did meant that was a real good delivery. Lucky that Jaiswal got away with it.
This is the last ball of the over now with Padikal on strike. Cummins moves in, bowls full, whipped down the leg side, appealing for a catch by Carey. Cummins has both arms stretched aloud, but nobody in the slip cordon appealed. And Cummins drops his arms and walks back towards the umpire to take his sunglasses and his hat. Good take by Carey, though, leaping down that leg side. 1 for 227, the lead 273 with Jaiswal on 120 and Padikal on 7 now. So the student gave a verdict that the helmet was no good.
So the doctor said that the helmet was good, but the skull cap, the person wearing the skull cap would have died on the spot because the vibration would have gone right round the skull of the blow and would have killed the person on the spot. That's what the doctor said.
So we're saying it's a good job that you had a good eye and didn't duck into one or get struck.
Correct. That's why I'm sitting here.
New over line. Moves in, Jaiswal, expansive stroke out through the covers. He struck that well and well enough for 4. That's skimmed across the outfield, which has looked sluggish at times, but not then.
What a shot. What a terrific shot this from the young man. Not quite a drive, because when you see the drive, the bat comes down in a certain way. This was more like a slash come drive, but he found the gap to perfection. There is a deep cover point, but he's hit it more towards extra cover.
Jaiswal onto 124. Line in a little bit more air this time, and he's beaten. He got down for the sweep, but the ball's then ricocheted out of the gloves of Carey to then be picked up on that offside. There's no run, but certainly beaten as he got down for big slog sweep.
He plays that well. He generally plays that well. This is a rare occasion that he's missed it.
There is a fielder, I think it's Marsh down at deep mid-wicket. There's lines in again, into the ground and into the hands of extra cover. But he's looking to play aggressively here against line. On 124 with Padikal down the other end on 7. KL Rahul dismissed earlier by Stark, caught behind for 77. Line moves in, reaching again, extending those arms to work that ball with the sweep past the square leg umpire. Marsh moving across to his left-hand side, deep mid-wicket fields, and Jaiswal is back for the second. Just in control of that sweep, keeps it down beautifully.
Yeah, well, this is how he plays. He knows exactly where the fielder is. The fielder is more deep mid-wicket, not square leg. So that's why he's looking to hit it around maybe the left of where the square leg umpire is.
Jaiswal settles over his bat again. Line moves in around the wicket, bowls a little flatter. Punch through the vacant mid-wicket region. Marsh forced to run in from his position in the deep now. A single taken. Marsh picks up one for 234. The lead up to 280 now. The day beginning with India none for 172, remember. Jaiswal was on 90. Got the 10 runs he needed to bring up, well, to pass 100 runs for the 4th time in just his 15th test. 2 of those occasions he's gone on to score a double 100. In goes line, quicker again. Pressing forward is Padikkal. Fielded cleanly by Cummins at cover, but it's a dot ball nevertheless. Line ends the over. 280 is the lead, 1 for 234. Good crowd in again so far today. Building. I mean, the numbers of the first 2 days have been outstanding, breaking records, both of them. And there's the festival going on out the back today as well in the grounds around Perth Stadium. So plenty of people will be milling around enjoying that, and they might even be tempted to buy a ticket and come on in as well. But
well, yeah, I'm pretty certain if they find out that Kohli is going to be batting,
a few more might come in.
A few more will definitely come in.
At the moment, this is a partnership that is just beginning to develop between Jaiswal and Padikkal. Well, we saw Labuschagne bowling some medium pace bumpers yesterday. 7 overs until the second new ball is available. So Pat Cummins is looking to think, well, how can I give all my quicks a break and have them fresh for that new ball? And so Labuschagne is bowling again, and looks like he will bowl medium pace again because he's standing back off a longer run. Is this necessary, Sonny?
Yeah, I think what he's trying to do, Cummins, apart from giving his quicker bowlers a bit of a rest, is trying to get those overs finished early so he can get the second new ball. So what Labuschagne does is he bowls bouncers. Now, none of these batters are going to look to play the hook shot with the kind of field setting that is there, because there are 3 fielders in the deep on the leg side.
There is the first bounce of its way outside the off stump, nowhere near Jaiswal, and it is indeed a wide. So 1 more for the Indian total, and the crowd are expressing, I think, their displeasure. But this field then, let's have a look. Square leg, mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, but 2/3 of the way back. Deep backward square, 2/3 of the way back, and a fine leg right on the boundary, so 5 on that leg side. There's a short third, a fine deep third, and there is the first bouncer pulled well in front of square towards mid-on, and a scrambling stop by Cummins, who drops himself down to the ground, and it's just the single. Will Labuschagne be able to induce a wicket? Will he dupe the batter into offering a catch? Well, there's a fielder, because Jaiswal seems in such control of his game that he could place the ball wherever he wishes. Now, short leg's being brought in for the newer batter for Padikkal, so Travis Head with the helmet on. A little bit of a different challenge for him. Carey standing quite a long way back here for Labuschagne and his bouncers.
Yes.
And he'll certainly relish this chance, bustling in, digs it in. Oh, not quite dug in as a bouncer. Through to Carey. So he's going to mix it up a little bit. And Padikkal wandering down the pitch, having a bit of a prod and a poke. Labuschagne, we've just usually seen him bowl his spin. And not bad as a part-time spinner. But now being given or asked to do this role, whether it's something where he's been bowling medium paces in Sheffield Shield. Labuschagne moves in over the head of Padikkal. Carey moves across to the leg side to take it, and it hasn't troubled the batter. What's the ideal length of this sort of bouncer? It's the length of the delivery, it's the direction as well, Sonny, isn't it? That's got to force the batter to play, because if they can just keep ducking underneath it, then it's a lot of wasted effort.
But that's exactly what maybe Pat Cummins wants, because that means no runs are being scored.
That can dry things up as well. Labuschagne in again, and forced to play at this one, getting in behind it, angling the ball into the ground and to Khawaja, who is in a wide gully position.
So no runs are being scored. The second new ball becomes due. So that is the whole idea with this kind of an attack. For the left-hander, there's a deep fine leg, there's a deep square leg, there's another long leg as well. So 3 fielders in case the batter decides to go for the hook shot. And these are big boundaries as well, so you've got to connect well.
Yeah, and the slower outfield. Labuschagne, bouncer again, ducking underneath it. It's Padikal, and Carey flinging himself to his right-hand side to field. And he's going to switch the angle now for the left-hander, and instead come over the wicket to see if that makes a difference. Hanging that ball across him. Field is staying the same. Pat Cummins there under the white wide-brimmed sun hats. Heat of the sun bearing down. A little bit of tinkering here. Labuschagne is gesturing. All he's doing is asking Khawaja to stand a little bit closer to Carey in his gully position. And now he asks Pat Cummins at mid-wicket to swing around a little finer too, a little straighter. Labuschagne in, ducking underneath it. No problem for the batter. Content to let that go. That just yielded the 1 run. 1 for 236. The lead, 282 with Jaiswal on 128. Devdutt Padikal on 7. Tony and Esther are listening to Grandstand with their 7-month-old in the back seat and says, "Get used to this sound, son. It is the sound of summer." We love that you're listening, including Esther as well. We've got a change in commentary here, double change. Sonny and I are making way. Glenn McGrath coming in alongside Clint Wilden.
This is ABC Sports Cover.
Away and bowling to Jaiswal, who leaves. Clint Wilden with you. Glenn McGrath about to join us here at Perth Stadium. There is one tiny little fluffy cloud on the other side of the ground. Barring that, bright blue skies, warm day. Top of 34 expected. Line around the wicket and on the drive. Down towards long off for a single. Jaiswal can just stroll through to one more. He needs to be 129. 1 for 237. Then McGrath, that's one of the all-time fast bowling greats. How do you feel when Marnus Labuschagne is trotting in at 130, digging in some bounces?
Yeah, g'day Clint, g'day listeners. I'm wondering why. Like, what's the purpose? You've got 3 quicks bowling 130, 140 that could do a lot more damage.
Short leg in as line bowls and forward. Padikal defends to the off.
So I'd rather see Marnus come in and bowl his leggies just for something different. He hasn't been that effective. They haven't looked worried. Whether they're using the tactic that I'd be too embarrassed to get out to this guy, so that fear factor.
Around the wicket and driving Padikal again. Just playing it down towards Stark, who fields it long off. The old "I cannot get out" to this.
The fear factor, if I get out to this guy, I'll be so embarrassed and I'll never live it down. But this is, maybe at club level or at park level.
I'm sure our friends at the Grey Cricketer who do our lunch on day 2 would know certainly a famous suburban turf sort of comment, which is, you'll know the phrase, I know that something gets wickets. You know what something stands for is line bowls and cutting. Not able to get it past a diving fielder at backward point. That's a good stop going across Labuschagne.
Well, Warney always said the most underrated delivery in his armoury was the full toss, the rank full toss, or the half tracker.
The eyes would light up.
And they try to hit it over the moon and miss-hit it and get out.
Line continues, gave it a bit more flight. It's punched past the fielder at extra cover out towards Stark, who has to come around from long off to do the fielding. That's the end of the over. 3 runs coming off it. 1 for 239. India, their lead is 285. Jaiswal 130. Padikal is 8. Yes, stuff gets wickets. And it is amazing when Sometimes a bowl will bowl beautifully and then just bowl one absolute pie, and you'll see the eyes light up from the batter who will go trying to hoik it over anywhere, get caught.
Yeah. Or the old one that gets away from your down leg side and strangled.
Yeah.
It just gets something on it or a glove. But wicket to wicket.
They look all the same when you have a look at the scorecard.
Exactly. Especially the old way. Now you can click on it and read a bit more and find out how it did get out, but the old way, no, it's out.
Here he comes. Labuschagne is in. Another bouncer. Flipped away past the square leg umpire into the deep for a single, though. So Jaiswal continues on his merry way. He's 130. Even worse now when you can actually click on the wicket and see the video.
Who's it worse for? Is it worse for the bowler or the batsman? Obviously the batsman, but
good question though. But the bowler can't say, no, I worked that really well, bowled to a plan.
Yeah,
threw up some junk.
Yeah, so I got one stumping in my career, but I'd rather, it looks bad on paper, but if you see it live, you think, oh, that's a very good piece of keeping from Adam Gilchrist.
Labuschagne over the wicket and digs in a bouncer. That'll go untroubled. So tell us about it.
No, I'd rather not.
Oh, come on. You can't just leave it out there, dangling.
Oh, no, it was a one-day match in New Zealand. Craig McMillan was batting out of the crease and sort of running down a bit, was getting right down the wire. Gilly came up to the stumps, and it was actually nearly first ball. Bottled it in-swinging Yorker. Macca sort of came down a bit, went to hit it, missed it straight into Gilly's gloves, and he took the bails off. And I didn't want it, so I'm saying, no.
Labuschagne. It was a full toss, I think. It's bashed away. Out through long off. That's going to go all the way for 4. Labuschagne, that delivery dispatched by Padikkal. He moves on to be 12 from 37, 1 for 244.
Maybe Marnus was listening to you about the rubbish gets wickets. Well, that one there was just a dirty full toss with no mid-off, just asking to be hit for 4.
Quite often rubbish does, but maybe not when you're when you're out there at the moment like this pair are and you're under no pressure. It's just dispatched. Padikkal to 12. How does Labuschagne respond now? He's in again. Digs in a bouncer down leg side. So you actually, no, I don't want that.
No, I said, no, I don't want it. And Gilly thought it was a no ball, so he's looking at square leg. And we needed the wicket, unfortunately, so we had to take it. The only saving grace was I looked up at the side screen, it was up at the scoreboard, it was 136.9, 137 k an hour. So I say I bowled it into Gilly's gloves for him to make it easy, and that's the only reason he got it.
Labuschagne comes around the wicket with another bouncer in towards Carey. This field has got Steve Smith at, well, almost a leg gully. There's a regulation gully in Kawaja. There's no slips in, by the way, so there's a big gap between them. Josh Inglis is downstairs. He's the sub fielder. Mitch Marsh just went off the ground. He has been doing a little bit of work, some stretching out the ankle, which we know has caused him some concern. He's about to come back on, but Inglis is at third. It's a deep backward point, short leg there. Marsh around the wicket, bowls. He sees it clipped away down towards a deep square for another single. 1 for 244. Padikkal is 13. Jaiswal is 131. 1 for 245. A lead of 291. Labuschagne, none for 10 off his 4 overs he's bowled so far.
There are occasionally some embarrassing dismissals. I remember seeing Mark Waugh get out to, might have been Philip Tufnell up at the Gabba. He thought he'd try a reverse sweep. Never tried it before in his life, and tried a reverse sweep, dragged it from about a foot outside off stump, leg stump, straight back on the middle stump. And he walked off, and we asked him what he was doing. He said, I thought I'd just try one. You ever practiced? No, never practiced before. Never used it ever again. But now it's just a common everyday shot these days.
Line to start a new over. Back and across, and playing it straight to mid-wicket is Padikkal for no run. Well, if you don't have that shot in your toolkit, you really can't make your way in
Well, this day and
National
age,
cricket.
it's in the toolkit, but the forward defence isn't.
Line around the wicket again, and Paddock will defend straight back on the bounce of the bowler.
So what do we got? We've got another 3 overs after this and the new ball. I think that, yeah, the horse is bolted here. Australia would have been hoping to get at least 2, maybe 3 minimum before this new ball, and then hopefully make some inroads into the rest of the batting lineup.
His line. Ball goes back and across his stumps, and punches the ball down to McSweeney, who fields at mid-on. There's no run. Lions figures none for 39. We're in his 18th over, has 4 maidens so far. 76.3 overs completed of the Indian innings. Line bowls pushed out towards the backward point. No run. That's Josh Inglis out there doing the fielding.
How's the crowd looking today, Clint?
It's more than I was hoping for. I'd say there's somewhere about 12,000 at the moment. Line around the wicket, and on the drive, it's straight back to the bowler from the batted Paddock.
Only early.
Yeah, they were predicting officially, by the way, 15,612 is what it is. And there are always, if you've been around the ground, a lot of people stand up in the shade where you've got the ability to stand and watch and rest your beverage. Line bowls, back and punching straight to extra cover. There's no run. Cummins does the fielding. It's the end of the line over. 1 for 245. A lead of 291 India in its second innings. They were all out for 150 in their first. The Australians replied. They were all out for 104. India now 1 for 245. Jaiswal, what an innings it's been from this young man. 22 years of age. He's 131. Devdutt Padikal is on 13. So the expectation was for about 25 today. That's what they were hoping for, crowd-wise.
So it's going to be quite warm out there as well.
Very warm, which is again the advantage here over, talk about the WACA ground. There's plenty of places where you can watch the cricket in shade. And if you look around underneath us, which is the shaded part, the northern part, quite a lot. Up in the second tier, where there's still a lot of shade, there's quite a lot of people, but understandably on the other side of the ground, the southern side, the Langer stand end of the ground, only the very brave or foolhardy, or those who like a bit of sun. They'll be baking away at the moment as we head up towards 34 degrees. Travis Head is going to come in from the Langer stand end, and he bowls to Jaiswal, who defends. Back to Head, who just trots across in front of the stumps at the non-striker's end to do the fielding.
Just a short stint for Marnus there.
Now we do get to see some spin from Head. Jaiswal played it straight into the ground. He stepped back and tried to smash it back past the bowler. Got the toe of the bat. It went straight back on the bounce to Head, who does his own fielding. He doesn't mess around. He gets through his overs very quickly. He's in again to Jaiswal, who again plays back to the bowler.
Yeah, so we lost a few overs the first couple of days as well, didn't we?
Mel on the text makes the point that some of us were wondering. His Head bowls, and that's very wide, but stays within the line, so a dot ball. What's the matter with Travis Head? Surely he'd be better than Marnus bowling this rubbish. Well, the Australians decided the same thing, and they brought him on to replace Marnus from the Langer end. Jaiswal defends again, back to Head.
Yeah, I would like to see Marnus just bowl a couple of leggies just to see if there was anything there. But they're just getting through.
Head. Jaiswal slashes, and it goes over the top of extra cover. 2 fielders will converge. Mitch Marsh comes around from a deep backward square to do the fielding. Jaiswal's able to add 2 more runs to his total. It's the end of Head's over. It's blink and you'd miss it too. It's probably about a foot above the fielder at extra cover. Stretching high, no real chance of taking it though. So Jaiswal's 133, Paddikal's 13, India 1 for 247 after 78. Rick Finlay.
Glenn, we've had 158 overs in the first 2 days out of the budgeted 180. So there you go.
There we go. Lost 22, but there was a couple. Lose 2 for changeovers as well.
Didn't apply. Both innings changes have been during breaks.
Well, there you go. So 22 down. Any chat from the match referee to the captains, or nothing we've heard of?
Haven't heard any so far.
What should perhaps concern the Australians is the potential to lose Test Championship points.
Well, it cost them a World Test Championship berth a couple of Test Championships ago. Line to start another over. Instead of Paddock, who punches it out towards mid-wicket. Diving stop coming across to his right from Khawaja.
Yeah, Australia will just try to get through these last couple overs now with line and head, and then bring the quicks back and hopefully do some damage.
Line around the wicket away from us and defending. Paddock back to the bowler.
With that new ball, they're saying that it's very much a new ball wicket. And we'll find out very soon exactly how much that is.
So this line over and then one more to come before the new ball is available. Australians will be taking it immediately. Line bowls back and cutting straight out to deepish point. Still no run. Paddock just strolling out in the direction of short leg. Heads under the lid there. Line bowls. Paddock plays it into the ground on the bounce. Goes to Labuschagne, who's at a backward gully. Still just the one slip in. Steve Smith wants to see a change, so they're going to bring a fielder across onto the onside. It's Pat Cummins who's wandering across. He's under the floppy, so there's short leg and another fielder at mid-wicket. Still a mid-on. On the offside there's a mid-off. Cover point. Deepish gully. Line bowl. So it's work between Cummins and the fielder at mid-on. It'll go towards the rope. A good stop from McSweeney, sliding out to make sure it's just a couple.
Yeah, line coming back over the wicket, just changing the angle a little bit, but just so good at playing spin. And just went back, just picked the gap and just very wristily worked it into it.
Paddoc's now 15. Line again over the wicket to Paddock. He defends. Big step forward and out in the direction of Cummins, who does the fielding. So there is 1 over left until the new ball can be taken. 79 overs completed of India's innings. They're also 1 run shy of 250 for the loss of a wicket. They lead by 295. Jaiswal 133. Paddock is 15.
What do you think Bumrah's thinking down there? Just keep batting all day?
Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cheat, and I'm going to let the captain answer that question. I'm out of here. Jim Maxwell about to join you.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of Test cricket on ABC Radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and the ABC Listener. Your home of cricket.
There you go. Travis Head whirling away, trying to get to this second new ball as Australia have picked up 1 wicket today, with Rahul caught by the keeper, Carey from Stark for 77, but it's 250 for the loss of 1 wicket now with that single down towards deep mid-on. And Paddock is back on strike and Head's bowling, and he's pushing it away around the corner, gets a single to the right of Hazelwood out there. So Australia working their bowling around, but obviously Marsh has got an injury, from the sound of it a fairly serious ankle injury, and he's a bit of a passenger out there. If he can't bowl, that is a problem. As Head bowls, and he's chasing the wide balls as well. He slams it away towards deep point, backward point, and it's Marsh who has to wheel around to collect and throw back. So ongoing in this series, there's no Cameron Green. Marsh's bowling is relied upon. What are they going to do, Glenn, as we move ahead? Do they find someone else who can do that job? What do they do?
Yeah, well, Marnus has been doing it.
Gee.
Not sure he has been doing it, but yeah, that's the questions around for the selectors, and which way they're going to go and how this match pans out.
Around the wicket, here's Head, pushed firmly away down towards long off. It's 1 here, 1 there. Take as many as easily as you please. Will the second new ball make a difference?
Well, it has to for the Australians. That's 300 lead now. the scoreboard. There's been no scoreboard pressure in this second innings for India. They seem to score it well.
Forward comes Patakal and he pushes the ball away. He's 16.
50 partnership off 99 balls.
Right. Easy as you go. So hang around if you're looking for acceleration, because I'm sure it'll come at some point today, unless there's a clatter of wickets, but that doesn't seem likely. Head bowls again. Patakal is 40, tucks it away to the onside into a gap in front of square. Collects another run. He's 17. 1 for 255. Is this the moment? We've had 80 overs. You'd think Australia would take the second new ball straight away. There's all sorts of attendants, valets and bods coming onto the field with drinks, towels, you name it. It's like a boxing match sometimes. Oh, there you are. It's a seaplane.
Yep.
Flying overhead.
Yeah, I just noticed it. I was looking up at the flags above the Justin Langer stand, and they're hardly moving. Not a breath of wind hardly out there at all. And I was just working out who was going to bowl from which end. Josh Hazlewood coming on from the members' end here, and I'd say Mitchell Stark will come from the other end. Justin Langer stand end, which is the opposite to how they started on day one.
So in the traditional way of the game, the umpire has held up the old ball and waved it around as if there might be a genie somewhere or other, and we've got the new ball immediately. India resumed at none for 172. They've added 83 runs, and Jaswal brought up his test century with the most amazing stroke. He was trying to follow and ramp it, but it went the other way off his bat and went very fine of the keeper and landed on the cushion down there for a 6. So he went from 95 to 101 and celebrated in the usual Indian manner as he got to his maiden 100 in Australia. Now Hazlewood is bowling and he's right on the length, and Patakal is behind it. And Jaswal is at the other end. He's 137. So the game going along a little predictably at the moment. Too predictably for Australia, and comfortably predictably for India as they build a pile. Over 300 ahead. Mitch Marsh is down here at mid-on, just tossing the ball to Josh Hazlewood. It's been warming up all day. It's the warmest day of the game so far. 3 slips in the gully, waits. Hazlewood goes in and bowls a ball down the leg side, and Carey can't get hold of it. It's going for buys. 4 buys. Yep, it trickles into the rope. 4 buys. It pitched and it just kept going, and a despairing dive with his right glove from Carey. Couldn't rein it in, and it went down to the boundary. He got a flick on it. He didn't grab it, and that's how the game started in the first innings, didn't it? The first ball of the match was 4 buys. Yes, these strange little incidents in the game. Hazlewood has another go. Patakal is leaving outside the off stump, well directed, a bit of bounce, a little bit of movement after passing the bat. So India 315 ahead. 305. Sorry, Rick, you're very good on the maths. Mine's the T rating. Now, what do you got?
I've got nothing. Just
With the forecast?
I think it's going to be dry, no rain, warm.
Very unusual for Perth.
Yeah. Hazlewood, the most economical bowler for the Australians in his 15th over. No wicket for 22. Nice to have a wicket column.
He bowls full, straight, pushed away down towards mid-off. There was a chance of a quick single out there, but Pat Cummins dashed across and stopped the ball. Yes, he's ahead of the rest on that. Stark 1 for 71 from 17.
Yep.
Cummins none for 56 of 19. Marsh 6 overs for 27, hasn't bowled today. Lyon 19 overs for 41. And Labbers 4 overs for 10 with his rapid medium pace bounces. Yes. Well, with Marsh seemingly troubled with an ankle injury, he had to turn to someone, I suppose, down the leg side now. And that's gone for 4 more byes. He pitched going around the wicket, and it was on the angle, and Carey couldn't get anywhere near it. So 2 lots of 4 byes in this over, and India reached 1 for 263.
Yeah, the first one I thought Carey probably could have got a hand on. That one there, no chance. So that scoreboard just keeps ticking over, doesn't it? And Hazelwood coming around the wicket. Not sure if he went for a Yorker then, tried to sort of shape the ball in, a little bit of swing, just got the line wrong.
He tries again around the wicket, and it's outside the off stump. It's allowed to pass. It ends the over. So you're listening to Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Did you hear that? Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, and the attendance is 15,612 so far today. And Australia got to find a way to take a wicket. Runout was looking at chance on Yasval earlier in the day when Cummins had a ping and missed by a couple of millimetres. Other than that, Jasval hasn't really given a chance. He did knock one over the head of Travis Head, who was 10 metres in from the rope, and it went for 4. But
yeah, that one should have been out. I'm not sure what Travis Head was doing. He's down at third man. He should have been on the boundary. He was in a little bit too far. So just these little mistakes that Australia have made. Luck's not going their way either. Joswell, he's batted well, chanced his arm. He's hit a couple just over the top, but he's prepared to play his shots. And Mitchell Stark starting here with his second new ball, second over the second new ball. I want to see if there's any swing.
So he's down at the Langer end this time as he runs in, and it's driven back down the ground. That's 4. A beautiful shot by Jasval. There's no mid-off. There's a cover. Cummins is there. And that was pitched up, searching for a bit of swing perhaps. And Jasval just stood there and stroked through the line. Hit it pleasantly, firmly. And away it went for 4.
32 extras now, Jim. Significant contribution to the score.
Xavier Traz, 32.
Got to go back to Old Trafford night 2023 to find a higher extras component to Australian outfielding.
Stark has another go in from the Langer end, and he's leaving the ball outside the off stump. He was just edging forward outside his crease. 1 for 267, 313 to the good. Beautiful shot down the ground. And Stark hoping to get something out of this surface. Don't think he's going to get much in the dry, warm atmosphere here.
Another
swing.
Not a lot of movement, Jim. That first one, he gave it a chance to swing, got it up there, and just saw it pass him along the ground for fall through mid-off. Next ball a little bit shorter, but not a great deal of movement in the air.
Stark in. Down the leg side, he's come off something as an appeal for a catch. Probably came off the thigh pad. It wasn't a rapturous shout for a snare. He tried to turn one on the onside. Probably took a bit of thigh pad, and there was no excitement about asking the umpire to review it. And what are we seeing here? Oh, well, we're seeing a straight drive through mid-off down there. Not the previous delivery. Yes, they're just wallowing in the excitement and purity of that drive. 2 slips Cully, Labuschagne at third man, and a cut that misses. He waved at it outside the off stump. Labus is down there waiting for something, and it may be lunch that he gets before a catch at 12 minutes past 12.
Yeah, no, that one's short and wide. I think Joswell's a little annoyed at himself that he missed out on it. He's not a batsman that holds back. If he sees it there, he does throw everything at it. And he's been playing him very well. He seems to have plenty of time as well. But the Australians have to find a way to dislodge him here.
141 not. Stark travels in towards him, and Jasval forward steers it away into the gully. Well stopped there by McSweeney, who's had a good game in the cordon, taken a catch and stopped quite a few that have been travelling quickly.
Assisted in another catch.
That's right, the 1-2. So Labuschagne got the crumbs. Yes. Well, Australia got 9 of the 10 dismissals caught by the keeper or one of the slippers in the first innings, but although the balls hit the edge on a few occasions, none have gone to hand other than the Rahul dismissal this morning to Carey. Stark comes up and Jasval tries to dig it out off the bottom of the bat. It goes away on the offside. A useful delivery up in the block hole, and he kept it out. It ends Stark's over, and 1 for 2, 6-7. Jasval 1 for 1, and Patakal on 17. Rahul out for 77.
And attempted Yorker there at 138.6 kilometres an hour. Just not far off, but again, Jaiswal just had so much time and dug it out.
Yes, the text line is 0467900222. And you know, Greg from Sydney wants a bit of reminisce.
Well, you love that, Jim, though, don't you?
Well, I was just trying to make something that seemed to be an interruption a bit more prominent in the day's entertainment. We're talking about the shipping forecast, of course. Hazelwood around the wicket, left alone outside the off stump. Yes, there was a bit, from me anyway, a bit of a build-up towards this important moment in the day for those in peril on the sea or whatever. And I was listening to Radio 4 on my device the other day, and they crossed to the shipping forecast, but they don't do it on the long wave anymore. I don't think long wave exists as a result of that. Anyway, I'll give you one for old time's sake, Greg, just to keep you in the mood, because not many wickets falling. Hazelwood is in, and he's hitting him on the body a little high up, and it ricochets out there on the offside from Patakal. A useful bouncing delivery from Hazelwood, sawing the batsman in half. So it used to be at a certain point in the broadcast. And now it's time for the shipping forecast. So I hope you like that. You're listening on the Test Match special, because you don't get it anymore, do you? No. So the boat's a bit at sea here with the Australians in the field, as Hazelwood goes in once more, and he goes back and plays the ball into his body out there on the offside.
Yeah, no, it's not doing a great deal, this new ball. It's a little bit harder, maybe carrying through a little bit more. The Australians, they just need to jag a wicket here or something to go in their favour. They're a little bit flat in the crowd, in the field. Not a lot of energy, not a lot of noise. So they just need a lift. There's only, 4 minutes till lunch. I'd love to take one of these batsmen with them for lunch.
Third over with the second new ball. Hazelwood bowls it, and back and in behind. Solid Patakal, tall left-hander. Got up and over the line of the ball. There's 3 slips gully backward point. Big gap to mid-off, mid-on. A man in front of a square and a fine leg. And India just going about the business of building without any extravagance. Just working hard on defending and playing the ball as it comes. No about any shots today. Just wait, watch. Here comes Hazelwood again. Forward, driven by Patakal. Wide of mid-off. A stop by Cummins. Took the heat off it, then picked up the crumbs and tossed it to the keeper. A single. Patakal has moved to 18. 1 for 268. One more ball and one more over before the lunch break.
Yeah, and I was saying before you came on there, Jim, I'm wondering what Jasprit Bumrah is thinking in the crowd, in the dugouts there, in the change rooms, watching. He'd be a very happy man at the moment. Do I keep batting for the rest of the day and into tomorrow? Do I bat this afternoon until about an hour's left to play?
Hazelwood over the wicket. Jasval forward, pushing down towards Bidon.
Or does Australia find a way to somehow dislodge the 9 wickets and have a bat themselves today? They probably don't want to.
314 ahead.
Yeah.
So would they have a number, 500 or something? What would they be thinking?
I'm not sure. I think India will just keep batting.
Yeah. To tomorrow, if they're...
Yeah, well, there's still... Still over 2.5 days left. We're not even halfway through this test match yet.
Now, Rick's got something for us. Come on.
Australia have never been, when fielding the third innings, have the opposition at 1 for 263 before, because the highest score for the fall of the second wicket when Australia's been bowling previously was 240. So new territory. This is in Australia's Test history.
In the whole of the
whole history. Wow, you're coming up with some gold. Absolute gold. Now Stark runs up and he bowls a ball that's hit hard for 4. Ooh, that was on offer. And Patakal got a little bit of width and liked it. Sucker. That's a hot dog, that one, man. They're going to have a big bite. And he banged it out to the backward point boundary for another voluptuous 4.
Yeah, there's no hesitation here from either of these 2 young Indian batsmen. If they see it, they're prepared to go hard at it. No fear. Very high backlift, both of these guys. And if you get any width, they throw the bat at and hopefully put it away.
3 slips in the gully. There's no Labuschagne and fly third man. Here's Stark bowling, and he plays and misses outside the off stump. That was a sharpish ball, a little bit closer than the previous delivery, and he had a spar at it, trying to run it away to the boundary, but he missed, and the score stays at 1 for 272.
Yeah, no luck for the Australians. They've had quite a few plate misses over the last day and a half, but no real nicks. It was just that one early of KL Roll that carried through, but the rest always amazes me. Batsmen, they'll play it, hit the ball in the middle for 4, and then play and miss the next 2 deliveries.
And then hit the next one for 4. See what happens here. Stark runs in and Patakal forward, digs out the Yorker. Yep, was right up on his toes and he jammed his bat down on it and sent it away. So that 240, 1 for 240. Who was the unlucky opposition for the Australian bowlers when that had occurred?
Well, that was India. India lost their second wicket for 240 here at Perth, the Wacker in 1977.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was in the series with Bob Simpson in charge during World Series, yes.
Correct.
Australia won by 2 wickets or something in that game. Tomo at the end. Here's Stark bowling now, and he's driven square of the wicket. Lyon has to chase it. It's running out to the boundary, won't get there on this sluggish outfield. And the result is another 3. 1 for 275. Patakal moves along to 25 with that stroke. Well, that's an interesting history repeat.
Sonny Gavaskar, 127. And the other century maker was Mahinda Amarnath. He got a century as well at number 3. So that's why the score was over 240.
Well, it could be over 300 the way it's going. Labuschagne comes down in front of us to fly third man for Jasval. Stark runs into Boulder and he leaves it alone outside the off stump. Yes, I think he's learning by experience. If you're going to make a pile, as he has with a few double centuries, you need to have good ball selection.
Yeah, well, there are only 2 balls left till lunch, so I think he's thinking, get through to lunch.
Yep.
And then start again afterwards. Maybe he's getting a little bit peckish.
A little bit of Rogan Josh or whatever. Maybe light salad. Maybe an ice cream.
Yeah, you don't want to be too full in the belly when you go back out there.
Stark runs in again, and he's digging out the Yorker, maybe bat on the toe. Big shout from a couple in the slips. I fancy he was leg-sideish. And that is the end of the over, and that should be, yep, lunch as the bails are tipped off. So almost 16,000 in here watching India build remorselessly from none for 172. They've added 103. They're 1 for 275 with Rahul, the man out. Court Carey bowled Stark for 77 in that opening stand of 201, a record for India against Australia in Australia. Jaswal goes in on 141 and Patakal is on 25. Just quickly through the bowling, Stark 1 for 82. Hazelwood 15 overs, 5 maidens, none for 22. Cummins none for 56. Marsh hasn't bowled today, none for, what's that, 27. Lyon none for 41. And Labuschagne none for 10. Head none for 16. So that's the situation. The lead is 321. What do you make of it, Glenn?
Yeah, no, that was another tough session for the Aussies. They didn't make anything happen. The scoreboard just kept ticking over. Lead by 321 now, the Indian team. So, yeah, the game's slipping away from them. They've still got a hard new ball out there. So as soon as the lunch break is finished, they need to make some inroads. Otherwise, this game's getting way too far away from them. So, good session for India. Another tough one for Australia.
Certainly, yes. So India in the pole position, as they say, over the road at Gloucester Park. But as we go into lunch, we're going to have a little interlude here. So western side. The doctors arrived.
Yeah, looks like the doctors arrived. It's come quite early considering it's hot day here. It's, 34 degrees, and normally the doctor does turn up a little bit later on your hot days because you get the easterlies early on coming off the centre of Australia, sort of warming up the state. But the doctors come to help us all.
Well, let's hope it refreshes the Australian bowlers. If lunch hasn't done that, they need to get wickets somehow. And Hazelwood's below us at the northern end, and he's on his way. First ball after lunch, and Jaswal forward. He edges as he caught low down at second slip. There's confidence there about the snare being taken by Smith as he lent at that. Oh, he's got good hands, that man. He really has. That was low. He swooped, got it in both hands. So first ball after lunch. Jaswal is on his way. The umpires, are they having a chat about all this? Are we going upstairs just to check?
Yeah, they are checking. It's actually Padikal that's edged this ball.
Oh, Padikal.
Yeah. Dev Padikal. They're having a look upstairs, but Smith doesn't miss too many. He's got a great set of hands.
To the umpire to direct we have a player
low to his left foot.
Review for a fair catch.
I reckon it's a fair catch.
Placement. If you can have a look at your best angle, please.
He has got a big bag, Steve Smith. What's he up to as a catcher in Test cricket? He's creeping up on Ricky Ponting. He doesn't miss too many. We're seeing a side-on shot.
Okay, it's clearly carried.
Looks like he's got
clean as a whistle.
For the big scream in my decision.
Richard Illingworth, you can hear him there saying it's clearly carried. It's clearly carried. So Padikal is on his way back. There's a book in that. There's definitely a book in it. And first ball after lunch, first ball of the day, first ball after drinks. It happens so often, doesn't it?
Well, to be Hazelwood's the bowler. He very much deserves this. He's bowled exceptionally well. He's beaten the outside edge of the bat on a regular basis in this second innings. He's into his 17th over here. First ball of his spell, and again he's hit the right line, the right length. Instead of it being a play and miss, he's thankfully got an edge, and he's got some safe hands in Smith to gobble it up.
And you can hear the cheer from a couple of Indian supporters, quite a few, because Kohli's come out to the middle and lots of expectation. Well, Kohli wouldn't get a better platform than this to make a few, surely, although it's a second new ball.
Yeah, second new ball, but the other thing is that it even heightens the expectation because he's expected to get runs. Because, yes, this foundation, the top order, is already created is enormous. You've got a tired Australian team out there and a bowling attack that's tired. Yeah, it nearly makes it harder for him, but I think Josh Hazelwood is the right match for Kohli, particularly early on around that off stump and outside.
He got him out in the first innings for 5. Here he comes. Hazelwood bowls and Kohli goes down the leg side and misses, trying to flirt with the ball towards fine leg, but it was wide and taken by the keeper. 2 for 275. Padikal out. Court Smith bowled Hazelwood for 25. A partnership there of 74.
Smith on 185 catches, 11 behind Ricky Ponting for the top of the
185. Pretty good.
That's great. Well, they're so important to have a good slip cordon. You know, you've got to have good catches, and we talked long and hard about the chance that Khawaja missed late yesterday.
Hazelwood bowls. Kohli leaves outside the off stump. There are 4 fellas in the slips.
Just a question I'd like to ask Rick, and I think I know the answer, but I'd like the detail of it. Is Virat Kohli, his test average over the last 5 years? Because this will alarm a lot of people, because you're talking about a superstar of the game, was in the mid-50s as a test player, but has dropped away quite dramatically. And I'd just like to know exactly what that drop-off is.
Rick loves quartiles. In goes Hazelwood, left alone outside the off stump. He's got quartiles on, they're not the ones that put on the house. These are the quartiles of stats, data.
Yeah, he's got it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an easy one.
He's searching through his
the
brain.
Number of hundreds average. I reckon my guess is going to be 200s, and my guess is going to be around about 30 average.
When are we starting this period?
5 years, last 5 years.
Last 5 years.
From today.
Yeah, you can do it from today.
Back to the action. Hazelwood's on his way. Moves in. Coley's forward. He's batting outside of his crease as he plonks it out to Cummins down there at mid-off extra cover. How are you going with your abacus? All right?
You mentioned Coley batting out of his crease. He did that in the first innings. It did surprise a lot of people. Actually, interesting talking to a few former players in the back of the media centre, and you would think that, you know, it's not that necessary, particularly in these conditions, to be batting. You know, he's a good foot out of his crease.
Hazelwood's on his way once more. Coley on Norton. Coley forward, driving thick edgely. Square the wicket on the offside. He was tempted there, and he didn't middle it. He got something on it, and it was a slight miscue. So he remains on naught, and the score 275 with the dismissal from the first ball of the first over after lunch. Rick.
Since the 24th of November 2019, 60 innings, 1,838 runs at 31.69. 2 centuries, 9 50s and 5 ducks.
There you go.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, and why is that? Just getting older? Too many babies? I mean, what is it?
No, I just think maybe the weight of expectation has just, you know, weighed him down to a point where, you know, he's become more so mentally exhausted with the challenge.
Yeah.
Because you know what it's like in India. You've been there, Jim, many a time. You know, just the constant focus on, you know, an individual like a Virat Kohli, you know, can sort of wear you down and become overwhelming. And maybe that's the case.
No privacy. 2 slips in the gully, and the fly third man, Stark bowls it, and it's pushed back down the pitch by Yazval, who's on 141.
Because he still plays, you know, some magical shots, and you still see that sort of Virat Kohli sparkle, but you don't see the dominance of Kohli where he just comes in and bosses the game. You know, you look in history, there's certain players that have done that, and you just know every time they walk to the crease, you're in for a hard time. You know, look back to Viv Richards, you know, those days, you just knew that it was always going to be a struggle. But over the last 5 years, it's nearly like you're waiting for him to get out, and it's a bit like the feeling we're getting now. It's sort of a case of you nearly feel like he's going to nick one off.
Stark runs in, short, cut, hard, down to third man, fine third man. Marsh is fielding below us there, and normally he'd hit that square, but he hit it straight to him with control and took a single. 2 for 276. We talk about fine margins, though, particularly, I suppose, as players get older, and how that can affect your confidence, your game, when you're having a few cheap dismissals, you're nicking off. Run out in the recent series against New Zealand would seem an error of judgment too. So it just affects you, and this is, batting is a terminal experience. It's just one ball, and you're out. And if you lose a bit of touch control, it gets contagious. In goes Stark, and around the pad he tries to turn and misses down the leg side.
Yeah, I think batting is such a mental game, and if you lose that sort of mental edge where you know you feel invincible, and you know it's never your fault, and you can always keep an extremely high level of nearly unrealistic sort of expectation of yourself, and that's what the great players have, and they very rarely sort of drop below a level where they doubt themselves. There's never a question that they can take a catch, or they can hit a cover drive, or score a big 100.
Stark, 3 slips in the gully, bowls Kohli, leaves the ball outside the line of the off stump. But it's rare, particularly these days, for players who have been brilliant, even great, to go out on top of their game. There's normally some evidence of decline.
Yeah, and I think age also, you're quite right, you lose a little of that sharpness, the physicality around, you know, how quick your feet are moving and how quick you're picking up the ball, which is so important. And you look at the great players have all picked up length very quickly. You look at young Jaswell, you know, you can see that he's going to be a superstar because he just picks length very quickly, gets into great positions early.
Now Stark is in. Coley's leaving at the last moment outside the off stump. It's interesting statistically on that one, Rick. If you looked at the top 20 batsmen of all time, would Bradman be the only one who got a duck in his last innings? Sorry, you're on notice again.
There might be a few.
It was a few who got 100 in their last innings,
Yeah,
like Greg Chappell and Cook, I think. Yes.
Yeah, Alistair Cook did. Yeah. Sir Alistair Cook. Yeah.
Not many have got a duck, and no, I won't tell. I'll tell the story again about the Bradman duck. It's the most famous duck in Test history. There's no doubt about that. The Stark goes in and bowls to Coley, wide of the off stump. He lets it pass, and that is the end of the over. So Coley is on naught. Jaswal 142. I've told you that one about dear old Arthur Morris batting with Bradman. Years after he finished, he was on the business tour in England, and he was asked by someone who was close to cricket but didn't know it, "You were here in 1948, Arthur?" "Oh, yes. "Where were you when Bradman got out for a duck?" "I was at the other end." "Oh. And did you make any runs?" "Yes. I made 196 run out." "Oh." No one remembers it, but they remember Bradman's duck.
Exactly.
I got Rick working overtime today. Sorry about that. I'll buy a ginger ale later on, mate. No problem.
The one thing with Coley, talking about, you know, what it is that sort of ignited this decline in his Test career, the one thing he can guarantee, it hasn't been anything to do with hard work. There's no guy that works harder than Virat Kohli on his game. You know, just the volume that he hits balls. You know, he goes to the extent of even, you know, his diet, he weighs his food. You know, he's very specific the way he, you know, what he eats and when he eats and how much he eats. He is, you know, a premium athlete when it comes to, you know, ticking all those boxes.
He looks thin, but he looks sharp. We'll see. Jaswal leaves the first ball that's bouncing through outside the line of the off stump.
But sometimes with older players, you can see why why there is a decline, because there's a physical element to it, or, you know. But with Kohli, he looks bulletproof still. You know, he looks, as you say, he looks thin, he's fit, he's agile. You look at him running around the field, he's like a spring chicken.
Yep.
But it's just at the moment with the bat over the recent past, he has. He's just slightly lost his way a little bit, and maybe this is the tour, and maybe this is the afternoon that, you know, that turns.
Well, we're anxiously watching as Hazelwood bowls and Jaswal leaves outside the off stump. Two slips, gully, a deep point, cover mid-off, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And Jaswal has added just one. So we had a wicket from the first ball after lunch with Patikal pushing, edging, and Smith took his 185th Test catch at second slip. 2 for 276 at the moment. And Hazelwood, 3 on the slips. Comes up, bowls it, and it's left alone outside the off stump.
There are 557 players who played a scoreless last innings in Test, so it's going to take me a while to wade through to...
But only the top players.
Yeah, I need to...
557 out for a duck.
Someone not out, not out.
Yeah. There'll be a few rabbits in there, but talk about batsmen.
No. Give me 24 hours.
557.
Yeah. That includes players currently playing who scored no runs in their last.
Sure. Oh, well. See, we just delve into this mine of information all the time. Cricket lends itself to it. Hazelwood bowls, he's pushing forward, edging in front of the fourth slip where McSweeney's fielding. It didn't carry. Oh, I forgot to mention the bloke down at fly third man, the perennial now for Jaswal, who's signing autographs along the boundary. 2 for 276, just one run added since resumption, and that wicket, all important wicket. So is this the chance for Australia to snap a few out and keep themselves a bit more buoyant? Hazelwood runs in and Jaswal's forward, and he's leaning and pushing and probing to deep backward point for a single, because Lyon's back there. 143 Doing?
My colleague in Hobart tells me that Chanderpaul scored a duck. He's the leading run scorer for those who...
Well, that's a good one, yeah. We're going to build a little list. Can we say stop at, what?
10,000 runs?
10,000 runs, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you've got to have some ceiling.
Perhaps even a bit lower.
Well, Bradman wasn't 10, was he?
Let's make it 5,000.
5,000. 5,000 is the marker. Now, Coley's on strike. And Hazelwood runs in, and he's forward. Yep, he's off the mark. Pushing it out into the covers to the left of Pat Cummins. A cheer goes up from the crowd as the hero for them of this man, Coley. A lot of Indian fans here. Well, a lot of people just appreciating the brilliance of Coley over such a period of time. So he's away. He's got the strike too, but it's the end of the over. 2 for 278.
I just wonder whether Pat Cummins, the captain himself, thinking with Coley coming in so quickly after lunch that it might be an opportunity for him to come back into the attack. You know, Mitchell Stark's bowled beautifully, but there's no swing for the left armour. And I just fancied the line that Pat Cummins could bowl, sort of, you know, that delivery that he angles into the off stump to the right hand that straightens is a perfect one for Coley.
Stark in, forward Coley. All good stroke. Through the vacant mid-off. It's going out towards the boundary. It's being pursued out there by Travis Head as they turn for 3. That's the old Coley. Getting forward right over the ball, pushing out and sending it away between the bowler and extra cover for 3 runs. He's 1 and now he's 4.
And the reason I mentioned that bowling change is purely that from a batting perspective, it doesn't matter whether you're Virat Kohli or, you know, any person that's playing any form of cricket, you're most vulnerable in the first 20 balls you face. So, you know, who are the bowlers that we can make that vulnerability be exposed to its greatest level? And to me, if I was looking at the Australian attack, I'd say Hazelwood and Cummins are the 2.
Stark bowling, tucked away by Jaswal. Quick run, throw to the bowler's end. He would have been run out by Head. And there'll be an overthrow now as it went past the cover. And they're thinking of third, Jaswal is, but not Coley. Ooh, that might have been a tight one, and had Head hit the stumps from side on.
It's out. Definitely out.
Yeah, we're getting the chance to see a replay, and the heave at the stumps was pretty wide.
It's not even in the frame, neither is the ball.
No. Not like Cummins earlier today when he just missed the stumps. And that was out by 2 yards. Ooh. That's what India don't want, to have a run out, but Australia don't care. They'll take them any way they can get it at this stage. So 2 slips gully. Jaswal is on strike, and Hazelwood's down here at fine third man for the uppercut if it comes. It's Stark going in. Jaswal forward driving, good stroke. Past the bowler, down the ground. It's heading up towards the boundary. They go for 2, 3, and it's 4. 4 runs. Listen to those Indian supporters. They're loving this. A flurry of shots and runs all of a sudden. And India moved to 2 for 287 with a lead of Richie Beno and a half, 3-3-3.
It's a beautiful shot, that. Full delivery from Stark, just angling in towards middle of the leg stump. Jaswal just holding his shape perfect, not trying to overhit it, but really punched it hard straight down the ground. 1 short of 150.
Yes, he brought up his 100 with an extraordinary 6. And Stark travels in. Jaswal's forward, pushing firmly away up the offside towards cover. Now, here we go. He's got the list of ducks in their last test innings of those who've made more than 5,000. Chanderpaul, Ian Bell, Ganguly, Azhar Ali, Pakistan, Bradman, Samara Weera from Sri Lanka, Shakib Al Hassan from Bangladesh, Kim Hughes, Mominul Haq, Bangladesh, and Gautam Gambhir, the coach here. Here's Stark driven away on the outside, behind point 150. A punch in the air from Jaswal as he gets down to the other end. And now he acknowledges the applause, raises his bat and walks quietly down the pitch to his senior, the master and the apprentice out there. 2 for 288. Another landmarker and another beautifully played innings from Jaswal, who has not given a chance, not anything that's gone to hand. And he's now 150 not out. Kohli back on strike. Star goes in. Kohli is pulling a ball away. Not all that authoritatively, but he dragged it out to the onside. I'm going to make way for Harsha Bogle. Tom Moody's here to tell you all about this outstanding innings from the young Indian batsman.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket on ABC Radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and the ABC Listen app.
Well, Jaswal's 150, 275 balls, 13 fours and 3 sixes, which he's got an appetite, Harsha Bogle, for hitting sixes, hasn't he?
And he's got an appetite for big scores.
Yes, I was saying that earlier to Jim.
Yeah. So young in his career, he's got 170 in the West Indies, and he's got 2 doubles against England. So only his 15th test match. Here's Hazelwood. Runs it again to bowl to Jaiswal. It's tempting him to drive. It's one of those just floated up there around 5th stump, and he's letting it go through, which actually has been a feature of his innings.
That's why he's still out there, is that his shot selection outside that sort of 4th, 5th off stump has been exceptional, and that can be the one area, particularly here in Perth, where the ball does bounce and has a bit of pace on it. If you're loose and playing away from your body through that line, you're nicking it all day long to the slip cordon.
Would you almost take cover out then?
No.
Not when the scoreboard is reading this. Hazelwood from right arm over to the left-hander, who's once again with the angle, seeing the ball start about 4th, 5th stump and go further away. He lets it go through.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I think it's just, again, it's a patience game with Jaswal. You just got to hope that he does chase one of those ones outside that line. And to be fair, I think Hazelwood's been the pick of the bowlers for Australia today. He's just been so consistent with that length and that line, and he has beaten the bat on a number of occasions. He's beaten the outside edge of Jaswal's bat too, not as much as others, but you know, he's not doing a lot wrong, is Josh Hazelwood.
Just 2 slips in the gully now. Once again, Jaiswal's letting it go through. You mentioned today, I think there have been many such days when he's been Australia's best bowler on view. And I think I brought up this point yesterday, that he's never seen as one of those box office players. He's never on the billboard saying, "Come watch Josh Hazelwood." You might say Stark, you might say Cummins, whatever, but you never say Hazelwood. And he's just there. It's amazing how often he's there.
He's reliable, isn't he? He's consistent, reliable. He's a workhorse.
A little more than that.
Yeah, but he delivers at a very high level. But so do some workhorses.
It's a 7-2 field now. 7 on the off, 2 on the on. Hazelwood bowls outside off. He's almost forced to bowl that line, and he's testing the patience of Yashasvi Jaiswal, who lets it go through. It gets to 288 for 2. They've lost the wicket of Devdutt Padikkal after lunch. But Virat Kohli's come in at 4. There was a huge cheer when Kohli walked out. And you've got to feel for Padikkal.
Oh, absolutely.
Why are they cheering me off? Rahul Dravid used to say that very often.
With Tendulkar.
He said, I might have scored a 70-80. They're cheering me off because they're applauding me getting out because Tendulkar's coming in. Here goes Hazelwood. It's dug in short. He sits underneath it. He's seeing the ball very well.
It's interesting because you would remember this, Harsha, with Jaswal about, might have been 2 years, if not 3 years ago. There was a little moment in Jaswal's career where he looked a little bit vulnerable to the short ball, particularly on the body line. but he worked and worked and worked, you know, so hard on rectifying that, and now it's eliminated. There's no area of concern.
You don't think Australia have not tried hard enough to search for that in this game? Because they've bounced him a little bit more. Here's Hazelwood from over the wickety bowls, and it's closer to the better line, and Jaiswal goes forward, defends on the offside. Hazelwood finishes that over. 19 overs now, Hazelwood? 19 overs, 1 for 25 in a total of 288.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Yes, I think the reason they probably haven't persevered, it's one of those things when you definitely test every batter out, but if they play it with such composure, it's sort of there's no point in me going there again. I've explored that a couple of times. He's ducked under it, he's swayed it nicely, or he's uppercut me a couple of times for 4 or 6, which he's done. There's no point me even bothering. He hasn't even tried to play too many pull shots. He's recognised maybe with the extra bounce and pace of this surface, probably that pull shot or the hook shot is not a shot that's going to give me consistent return.
Right, Mitch Marsh has the ball. What's he done so far? 6 overs, none for 27. He picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings, but Australia have used 7 bowlers, including Travis Head for 3 and Marnus Labuschagne for 4 overs. Bulk of the bowling, Nathan Lyon, 18 overs, none for 41. Pat Cummins, 17, none for 56. Marsh starts a new over, goes middle and leg, and Kohli's playing it out on the onside. Asrik, what's the highest score by an Indian batter at Perth? And before this was Sunil Gavaskar, 127. I remember 100 by Tendulkar in 91. Kohli in 2018, he got 123, I think. Tendulkar's was a smaller one. There have not been many hundreds by Indians in Perth. So this is the biggest 100 by an Indian in Perth, but it's only Rekha Kutz. I said, biggest hundreds by Indians at Perth, and he said, does that include the backer? Said, of course it does. It's only a statsman who can ask you that. Marsh into Kohli, it's short, he rises up tall, dabs it down. Jaiswal says, do you want a single, sir? And he says, no. I won't even be surprised if he says, do you want a single, sir?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's that footage you may be able to share with our listeners, the footage of Jaiswal when in very early parts of his career with Kohli, he touched his feet. And you could probably share with our listeners that sort of historical tradition and respect.
I was on air when Kohli got his 50th 100, I think.
Yeah.
And Tendulkar was in the stands watching it. Well, not the stands, enough. Kohli goes forward and defends in a rather fancy, comfortable corporate box. And as he started to celebrate, he suddenly probably remembered that Tendulkar's there, and he bowed in the direction of where Tendulkar was, and then continued the celebration. There is a respect for seniority and age in Indian society. It's almost like a father figure.
Yeah.
If you respect someone, you bend down and touch their feet, and that's their way of saying respect.
Yeah.
I saw it recently. One of our women grandmasters in chess was at a function where Magnus Carlsen was. And as she went up to receive her award, she touched his feet first and then took the award. Marsh bowls, and it's into Kohli's pads, and he flicks it away. It's an area he likes, out for a single behind square. He goes up to 5. It's a tradition. You must have seen that too.
Yeah,
It'll be tougher if you had to do it, because you'd have to go a long way down.
It's a long way down, yeah. The problem is getting back up again.
But they said that about Bradman. Bradman was a very private man, but every Indian almost thought, if you go to Australia, that's one shrine you have to visit.
Mm.
And a journalist friend of mine said, I'm going to meet Bradman. I said, I think he's a little private. He said, no, I'm going. He rings the doorbell, and he's shocked as ever that the Don opens the door. And the next thing Bradman knows is there's someone holding both his feet by his feet. He said, what are you doing? He said, no, that's a sign of respect. So he was down by Bradman's feet. Took the great man, startled him a little bit. Just walking down to the next one is Yashasvi Jaiswal, and the lovely wrists that are hallmark of so many Indian batters. Plays that away down to long leg for another run. It's 291 for 2. The lead is 337 on that board. They started putting up on the scoreboard. Biggest fourth innings totals, one chased down by Australia. There's a 404, of course. Legendary, that 1948 Bradman's team. When I think they bowled, 120 overs in a day or something.
Mm.
Then Langer and Gilchrist in Hobart. Marsh in, bowls to Kohli, who goes forward, dabs it down. He wants a single. Initially, Jaiswal might have been interested, but he says no in time. Can you imagine if you'd run Kohli out? Would he have run and touched his feet and said sorry?
Oh, he probably would have, yes. But Kohli must be a difficult person to run between the wickets with, because his judgment at times can be questionable.
Mm-hmm.
And because of his stature, you nearly feel you're committed to run.
Yes.
And it's very hard to say no to Virat Kohli, because if he feels there's a single there, maybe I'm misreading something.
Marsh bowls, and it's on Kohli's leg stump. He's happy there. Flicks it down to long leg for another single that takes him up to 6. Would Australian society understand that? You've almost got to be respectful.
Of course they do. We're very respectful.
No,
nation.
say if there isn't a run, but he's a senior player, he's called for it. So
yeah, I think it's more relevant in Indian culture than it would do in Australian culture. I think people understand and try to explain to their senior that, look, it just wasn't there. It was to his right hand, and he's right-handed, and the angle was not quite what you thought it was, sir.
I'll tell you a story about that. I know you're about to leave, but we had an Australian coach for our hockey team once.
Rick Charlesworth?
No, much later. And he asked one of the players, why did you pass? Sort of after the game, and they're sitting and analyzing. He said, why did you pass to the right? He said, sir, but he asked for the ball, and he's the senior player, so I had to pass.
Right.
And he said, that is what I realized I was up.
Yeah.
Not against as much, but this is what was the culture of the side I was coaching. So he's a senior player, he wants the ball. How can I say no to him?
Yeah. So I'm not playing the next game if I don't.
No. Right, here we go then. Here's Pat Cummins. He's picked up the ball and he bangs it in short. Kohli watches it sail over. It's 292 for 2 with Yashasvi Jaiswal on 151 and Virat Kohli on 6. But Virat means large, huge, humongous. That's what his career is. Virat is large, but Yashasvi means successful. And that's what he's been today. So they're living up to their names. Darren Lehman.
They've been unbelievable, Hashim.
What does Darren mean?
Bald.
Tom means big.
Very big, Tom. Very tall.
Pat Cummins from right arm away bowls, and Kohli's front driving. It's a shot he loves playing through the wide open areas on the offside. And is the ball going to get to the boundary? Where is it? No, it's not. They'll come back for 3, which is a bit of a stroll if you run between the wickets like Virat Kohli does. But he's got 3 more. He's gone up to 9. And India go up to 295 for 2. It's one of the great shots of the modern game over the last 10 or 12 years when Kohli drives. He's a little more bottom-handed than some others.
A little bit, but it wasn't as rushed. He looked like he was a bit calmer than the first innings. That shot, just a nice little push, wasn't it, for 3?
He is, because we saw during the series against New Zealand that he was almost trying too hard. He was running out. Then he did an interview where he said, I've been through phases in my life where I faked my intensity. I didn't really have it. I was going through a low, but I had to look like I was. So he said, I went through phases in life when I faked my intensity, but I'm much calmer now. I'm happier now. So Cummins comes running and bowls to Jaiswal, who's still showing admirable patience. Lets it go through outside the off stump. Just puts a front foot out, checks the line, lets it go through. 151. But I guess a lot of players who've got that kind of reputation and are racked by self-doubt. Occasionally, if you're constantly racked, you're not a great player most times. Would they have to go through that? I mean, I don't think Viv Richards would ever have had to. But
he was confident all the time, wasn't he, Viv? But Virat's almost a perfectionist, isn't he? In everything he tries to do. So that's why he's one of the greats, by the way.
Cummins bowls right arm over. It's full and it's driven back down the ground by Jaiswal, and Cummins does well to field on his follow-through.
He certainly changed the way the team went about their cricket for a period of time, didn't he? And then got him to the echelon, number 1 in the world, and playing some unbelievable brands cricket and winning in Australia and making runs all the time. And you get to the stage, I suppose, now where he's just trying to finish off his career, however long that may be. I mean, I'm not saying he's next week. I think he would probably try to do, you would think, the next couple of years. He's fit enough, he could play forever. It's
a big tour for him, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Big tour. Left-handed Jaiswal in front of Cummins. Towards it's dug in short, and he's looking to flick on the onside. It might have gone in the air because Carey was diving away to his right, but as it turns out, it's reached the boundary. And India move on to 299. Was dug in short into his hips, and he just played it fine enough to beat Alex Carey. Just checking how far on the replay it was for Carey. It's gone off the face of the bat. It's in the air for a while, and he might even have got a finger to it.
Yeah, I'd like to see him try and get a bit more to that. I mean, must have been keeping for 90 overs. You know, sort of just off the face of the bat. Yeah, it's half a chance. I'd love to know a keeper's view on that one. That'd be interesting.
Michael Cummins and letting it go through again is Jaiswal. Cummins finishes that over. India just one shy of 300. The lead is 345. 299 for Jaiswal, 155. Kohli, 9.
Yeah, going back to Virat Kohli, he's been such a great player and perfectionist over so long. You get to the stage where you want to play well enough to sort of have the terms you want. And yes, he's had a poor, what would it be, 24 months? He hasn't been great.
Yeah. But when you're a Kohli, you get that leeway, don't you? Some other players, you start questioning their place in the side. But when you're a Kohli, you get that option.
Yes.
Right. What have you got for us?
After 138 innings, Kohli's average was 55.11, the highest it's ever been.
Yes.
Now, after 203 innings, it's 47.8.
Yes, as you get older, you don't earn as much as you do in your prime, do you? Mitch Marsh into Kohli. He's driving it fluently out through the onside. That lovely flick of the wrist as he plays at it. So it sends it square out to the fielder, a deep square for a single. 300 comes up. And there's cheers ringing around. How many Aussies do you think in the crowd and how many Indians? Because they're cheering every landmark.
Well, it's certainly louder. That roar when Virat Kohli came out was saying there's a lot more Indian support. It's not a bad crowd though on a Sunday. Hot day, isn't it? Hot day here.
It is 34 degrees. There's a bit of a breeze around. It would require a person of very strong temperament and attitude to be out in the sun up on the roof of this ground, for example, where it's all very white and the sun reflects off you. One thing Virat Kohli did for India, though, and that was a big difference between Kohli and Dhoni. Dhoni is a great captain of spin bowling. Virat loved pace. Marsh bowls and Jaiswal lets it go. Virat loved fast bowling. And you could see that under Virat Kohli. Bumrah started under Kohli. Umesh Yadav had some good tours under him. Ishant Sharma had a second wind under him. So he liked playing with fast bowling. Siraj is very grateful to opportunities Kohli gave him. And one of his great lines, I remember a test match at Lord's, and India came from behind and set England a target in 55 or 60 overs. And Kohli said, let's give them 60 overs of hell in their face all the time. Marsh bowls and Jaiswal's driving, doesn't find the gap on the offside. Stark, I think it was a run down. And it's one of the great lines in Indian cricket. Let's give them 60 overs of hell. Not too many other Indian captains would have said that.
No, that's
and they were in the face all the time from first ball.
It always seemed to me Virat Kohli, and yes, the pace, the spin option for him, it was a natural thing, so that they just let the spinners go about their work. Where the quicks, he knew he needed the quicks to win away from home.
Yes.
You know, they
Absolutely.
almost targeted, let's get our quicks up to speed so we can start to win. We're going to win at home, let's start to win away from home. That was his driving force as captain.
Marsh to Jaiswal. Just love the way he defends. So, just right underneath his head. Played beautifully. 301 for 2. What have you given me, Rick? Come on. I'm going to have to read this. Do I have partnerships between Jaiswal and Kohli? 110. And then 6, 58, 0, 6, 31, 2. This one's how much now? How much is this one?
26.
Okay, it's getting there. It's getting there. Oh, Jaiswal charges down the next one from Marsh. Swings his bat hard and meets thin air. The ball goes off to Alex Carey. And why has he done that? Because mid-off and mid-on are well in. And gee, the modern player.
Well, it's come from nowhere, isn't it? I was just about to say to you, how disciplined is the young man? 155, big 100, loves making 200s. He's almost wanted to get through the new ball so it's easier for his fellow batters to come when they come in. You know, make it through that Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins era. And then he's tried to hit one out of the park.
Then goes back to one that's dug in short from Marsh. I was having a chat with Brian Lara during the IPL. And Lara said, this kid is going to be very special. He might break my records. I said, I hope you haven't told him that, because the great Brian Lara telling him that. But he said that's how high he rated Jaiswal. He's just starting out. Well, 100 in Australia when you're in the first stages of your career is something very, very special.
Well, Tendulkar did it. Lara did it.
Yeah.
277 in Sydney.
Tendulkar's 100 in Perth was one of the very greatest. But just a wide slip now, still the third on the boundary. And Jaiswal starts to think about a drive and lets it go through. It's the end of the over. 301 for 2. India lead by 347. I'm supposed to be handing over to Clint Whelan, except I can't see him anywhere. He's drifted off somewhere. Clint, tell me where you are.
Well, if you look directly opposite where you are in the ABC broadcast position, you'll find us, Harsha, on the opposite side of the ground on the very top deck. We're up on the roof, myself and Glenn McGrath. This is some sort of view, Glenn, and you are the most casual man in the world. I don't even think your heart rate has increased at all. I'm at a point where I don't want to lean over because I'm terrified about looking down from this height. How high up are we?
Oh, we're only 42 metres, so we're only just above the ground. But it's not a bad view up here. There is a bit of a breeze. You'd think it'd be hotter up here, but it's quite pleasant. Different perspective of the ground, and sort of trying to work out what length the bowlers are bowling because you're nearly above the wicket is very interesting.
It is a spectacular view. The broadcast box is normally about on level 4, so we're on about the equivalent of, let's say, level 7 or level 8, as Pat Cummins is about to come in from the members' end. He bowls, and it's hit straight past him magnificently by Kohli, and on drive for 4. And that was perfect, whatever view you have of it. What a shot from Virat Kohli.
Yeah, no, he's come out. He's got something to prove today, hasn't he? He's been under the pump a little bit. Not the best, probably 24 months. Didn't look positive in that first innings, a few issues, but come out here. It's a very good batting wicket at the moment. And from up here, it just looks even easier for the batsmen. They don't seem to have any trouble at all, and that one there, as casual as you like.
We're looking at some of the cracks. There's none we can really see from this high up as Cummins over the wicket to bowl, and Kohli forward gets a little inside edge that squirts down towards fine leg where Stark will do the fielding. He'll take a single. Kohli will move on. He'll go to be 15, 2 for 306, a lead of 352. They do tours while sporting events are on. You can make your way up to the roof, work your way around the ground. There are seats at the eastern side of the ground where people can sit in for a number of overs. You can come and watch a quarter of footy, a half of rugby. It would be the most incredible view to see a game of football from, I would imagine. You are such a long way up, but incredibly, just because you are so vertically above them, you're not a long way back, the ability to spot the players and what they're doing is still quite remarkable. From where we are, we're directly behind the wicket, so we see Carey crouching down, the 2 slips in the gully as Cummins is in again to Jaiswal, and he gets him past the outside edge. It flies through to the keeper in Carey. We just cast our eye around the ground. There's no problems at all in spotting where everyone is and what everyone is doing. It is truly just a picturesque scene. You can watch the Swan River across to my left to the city side of the ground. It's a beautiful view of the city. There is one thing I wouldn't do up here, Glenn, and that is what they call the Vertigo Tour, where they actually can hang you out over and have your feet dangling. You can be turned upside down. It's the sort of thing that I reckon you'd be into as Cummins bowls, and forward Jaiswal gets a little edge that squirts out past the square leg umpire. They'll take one. They want a second too. That's good running by India. Hazelwood comes across to do the fielding. So Jaiswal moves on. He'd be 157 now. India 2 for 308. It is a magnificent view. I'd recommend it for anyone if you get a chance to come up and have a look.
Yeah, they do a few around different grounds around Australia, but to come up here, have a look around is brilliant. But they don't just allow you to come up and wander around. We do have harnesses on. We are connected to the top of the stand, so it's not like we're going to fall, or if we do, we'll just be dangling. So it's very safe as well.
Cummins again is in, and rising ball and getting the bat out of the way. Jaiswal through to the keeper. Should we dob in the former Australian wicketkeeper who was up here and wouldn't make his way around to where we were? Came up earlier today, we understand. Should we throw him under the bus?
Well, there's a few cricketers. Brad Haddon, who we're talking about, didn't like it, doesn't like heights at all.
He wouldn't stand where we are right now. He would not come this far around.
Well, he did well to get up here. Jason Gillespie, my fellow fast bowler, would not even think about coming up here. He hated staying in high rooms in hotels, let alone anything else. So the odd person is a little bit concerned about being a little elevated.
I'm prepared to say I'm not sure I'd be doing vertigo and hanging upside down above this stadium.
You don't want to do it?
No matter how well I was locked in, that is simply not for me. But I'm really enjoying where we are. We're going to have a bit more of a wander around. I'll call this last ball as Cummins is in once more to Giaswell, who's on the drive through extra cover for 4. I tell you what, they are going to make a Bollywood movie about this young man. Get your dancing shoes on now. There'll be people starting to write scripts straight away because that is an absolutely cracking shot. No way of stopping that for 4 runs. What a beautiful, beautiful shot it was. We'll throw it back to the studio. Ali Mitchell's there in the broadcast box. We'll give her a wave from the other side of the ground. G'day to you, Ali. Pick it up from here with India 2 for 312. Get up here if you get a chance.
You've had the perfect bird's eye view. Very appropriate that you took the pigeon up there alongside you. He's used to flying around at these kind of heights, isn't he?
He loves it up there, Pidge. Seriously, anything. Tell us the other day about swimming with sharks. You swim to them, you know, you push their head away. He's mad, Badger. Mad Badger.
He's a qualified helicopter pilot as well, so he's
yeah, would you
in
go
the clouds. I'll think about it. Glenn's saying yes. Clint, did you take your binoculars up there? Because I'm very impressed with your calling from that far away.
No, I'm quite serious when I say, Ali. The view is so good, despite the fact you're so high. It's Marsh bowls, and that's left wide of off stump through to the
Just carry on.
You can see them
for now,
perfectly.
just sit back and relax and enjoy this.
Oh, sorry.
no, you're doing a good job.
I didn't want. You're always afraid if you're gibbering away, as I was, that suddenly a wicket will fall. So I just thought I would call that one. But no, the view is incredible because you're not a long way back. You are vertically above the players. The ability to spot them and what they're doing is top notch. Not quite as good as where you are with the binoculars, but still very impressive.
Yeah, we need to give a wave to those in members who are looking up and can see you. We've had a couple of texts in asking for a wave. Here is Marsh in, and Kohli's getting in well behind this one defensively out to the offside.
And Pidge, looking at the Australian field places from up there, what's it look like? A wicket? Can you get us a wicket anywhere?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Up here, it looks like they're just bowling half volleys, but because you can't really test and see what length they're bowling. Yeah, they're due for a wicket, aren't they? So, yeah, I'm not sure where one's coming. Hopefully a little nick. They've got a couple of guys back, so a bit of short stuff every now and then. Just standard stuff, top of off stump with the occasional bouncer.
Here's Mitch Marsh in again then, Fuller to Kohli, defence, and he's solid up towards mid-off. We'll leave you guys to have a long leisurely walk around the rest of the stadium. It's just a magnificent walk around there. Both of you must have been up to the top of the Adelaide Oval, haven't you, onto that platform?
No, I'm scared.
No, you've never done that?
Yeah, it scared the hell out of me. Holt couldn't do that.
I'll tell you who else would not go up onto the roof at Adelaide Oval, and that is the great Ricky Ponting. He also not a fan of heights.
Oh, I probably could do it, but I just haven't. Yeah, do you really want to do it?
It's a unique experience. Kohli facing up to Marsh, a shorter ball, and he plays an aggressive pull, but bottom edges it into the ground and down towards Hazelwood at fine leg, jogs through for 1. Hazelwood sends the ball back into the middle, into the gloves of Kerry. 2 for 313, the lead 359.
Put it this way, I could do it, I could get myself to do it, but I wouldn't enjoy it.
In that case.
There wouldn't be any enjoyment for me, because I'd be just...
Then why do it?
Yeah.
A bit like when I get invited to play golf.
I like golf.
No, I don't mind. I just play so infrequently that I don't get the sort of enjoyment out of it always that I think I could.
I heard you won paddle last night, is that right?
I did play some paddle tennis. Now that I really love. Marsh has pulled out of his run here. Not sure what distracted him. He's got a mid-wicket and mid-on. 4 in catching positions on the offside, 2 in front of the wicket and a gully, and then a short fine leg quite wide, not quite a backward point, and then a more deep backward point. On these 3 almost standing in a line, Head, Smith, Khawaja to Carey behind the stumps. Marsh in again, some wit slashed away, straight into the pouch of Steve Smith. And Jaiswal's marathon, impressive, starry innings comes to an end. He just stood and paused at the crease. He couldn't quite believe what he'd done. He's out for a magnificent 161, his maiden Test century on Australian soil. He made it a big one, but he's fallen into the trap.
He was unbelievable. Hats off, young man. A joy to watch. Your second innings in Australia. to make 161 and put your side in an unbelievable position at 3 for 1, 3-1-3. And he takes all the applause as he deserves it. He fell for the sucker punch, didn't he?
And this is magnificent, but because he is accepting the applause. He's removed his helmet and his bat, and he has 360 degrees to acknowledge the standing ovation he's getting at Perth Stadium. And he now gets a hug as he crosses the boundary line from Rishabh Pant, who is due in next for India. Magnificent innings.
It was a great innings. I mean, he fell for the... That's how Australia had to get him out. Let's bowl short and wide with, as you described it, a gully, one behind him at deep, sort of backward point, which he ended up taking to catch Steve Smith, and then a deep backward point, all in line. Let's throw it out wide and see if we can get a wicket. And that says a bit about the innings, because if you're trying to get a bloke out like that, you are struggling for options. So, great innings. So get rid of Jaiswal finally, and they bring the blocker in.
Well, hold on to your hats, because with a lead of 359, Rishabh Pant might just go the way Rishabh Pant likes to go.
I think he might, they'll let Kohli bat just control the innings, and I reckon they might just say to everyone else, let's just ramp it up a little bit. It's a hot day, we're going to be okay. We've almost got enough runs now, haven't we? I mean, they're 360 in front. It's going to be an amazing chase. So, another 2 hours of batting, you think it's going to be upwards of closer to 500. If Rishabh Pant gets going, they might give him the option to actually, maybe, if they wanted to, have a bowl later on.
Yeah, interesting. Let's see what happens. It almost felt as if Marsh was perhaps the unlikely wicket take. He felt that always the Cummins-Kohli battle, the Hazelwood-Kohli battle would be the one with him. But as it was, Marsh has dislodged Jaiswal. 161 off 297 balls. We'll get the full facts from Rick Finlay in just a moment. Rishabh Pant facing up. It's another left-hander, and Marsh is in once again. And while he's advancing his shape as if he wanted to whack him over the top, and it was just thrown out a little wider outside the off stump. Didn't go for it now. Checking for a no ball. Marsh has had a few this innings. Are you totting up, Rick? How many has Marsh had?
It's 8 now.
8 no balls from Marsh
For
alone.
the match.
For the match. I wonder how many for Marsh. He's certainly been called a couple of times.
Yeah, they do that quite well, though, don't they? Don't hold up. It didn't take long to get it back there. It means the umpires can get it right at the batter end. They can actually make sure they're making the right decision. Don't have to worry about the front foot as much anymore these days with the third umpire doing that.
Khawaja, Smith, McSweeney behind the bats. This one's down the leg side and taken by Carey. So what are we going to get from Rishabh Pant? He prods his bat behind the crease and wanders down now to have a chat with Virat Kohli. So 360 the lead. Kohli is 16 not out from 27 balls that he's faced. 3 for 314 and the lead 360. Rick, what are the full figures for Jaiswal's Test century, his first on Australian soil, and he made it count as well by going past 150 again every time in his Test 100 so far.
Yes, indeed. Yes, of course, Smith bowled Marsh for 161 off 297 balls, 15 fours, 3 sixes, and he batted for 442 minutes.
It's concentration levels, isn't it? And one of those sixes brought up the century in a unconventional manner as he went for a ramp shot high above his head, and the ball flew to the fine leg boundary. Cummins in here to Kohli, clipping him away into the leg side, hasn't quite got hold of it. Goes through for 1. Was it a leg by? Yes, I was waiting an age to signal that. 3 for 316.
It was an amazing innings for a young man. Learning from your mistakes from the first innings, learning quickly, not going so hard at it. We've spoken about using the pace as your friend. And the way he went about it, I mean, that was an exception. We talk about Boomer's bowling. Well, that was equally as important for India. First test match of the summer after the 3 defeats in New Zealand, then to do that, turn it around and get a score, the side are leading by 361. And this guy, if he bats for an hour or so, I actually think he might just go. You know what? I think he's thinking, let's take this game apart right now.
Rishabh Pant yet to get off the mark. 2 slips in the gully. Cummins in. This is steered. Not quite getting it past backward point. Of the 4 Test hundreds that Jaiswal has got, the 161 is the lowest of the 4, because of course 2 were double hundreds, and the other was his debut 100 171 when he made his first Test appearance against the West Indies in July 2023. So
It's a great way to be, isn't it?
amazing.
Yeah, because one of the things you ask as a coach or a captain or a leader of your side, you want big hundreds because they define totals and allow you to win games, and then the bowlers go about their work, obviously.
Cummins running in. Kohli on 16. It's a fuller delivery, met with a defensive bat up towards line at mid-off, and there's no run. So for Kohli, they've still got the 3 slips and the gully. And the other thing about Jaiswal's 400s that he so far have converted to 150 and beyond is that he's only the second batter to manage that in his first 4 Test centuries, converting to 150 and above. Behind Graham Smith, who did not have a bad Test career, did he? All in all. He finished up with 27 Test hundreds and 9,265 Test runs. As Cummins moves in again to Kohli, waits, bat poised. Deflection just wide of gully and a tumbling stop saves the single. Good work from McSweeney. Graham Smith made a double hundred for his first Test century against Bangladesh in 2002. Followed that, his next 100 was 151 against Pakistan at Cape Town. His first 2 were at home in 2003. He then went on tour to England. I don't know whether you remember this, but quite famously, Nasser Hussain was captain, and he was asked in the pre-Test series press conference about the South African captain and Graham, and he famously said, "Graham who?" And after 2 double hundreds, as Cummins is in again, and he beats the bat of Kohli, pushing forward, but it dies, bounces in front of Carey, and then stops it in front of his shins.
I do remember Graham Smith playing so well in that summer.
Yeah. He reeled off 277 against England at Edgbaston, followed it up with 259 against England at Lords. And by the end of that series, Nasser Hussain certainly knew who he was. Well, that one is kept low, but...
Well, they won't worry about that. A bit of a smile from Virat Kohli, and that's trouble for Australia when you see that.
Yeah.
If that's on the stumps, that's real trouble.
And they've got a bat in 4th innings. Cummins in again, back of the length. Kohli has gone to swing it away. Now, I don't think he's got anything on it, but Carey hasn't stopped it either, and it's down to the boundary for 4 byes. Well, the total and the lead continues to extend. 366 now the lead stands at the end of that Cummins over. 3 for 320. Yeah, just to finish off the stories that Darren, Nasser Hussain certainly knew who Graham Smith was by the end of that series, and he was resigning in tears by the end of it.
714 runs at 79 that series, Graham Smith.
Staggering, isn't it? Staggering. Drinks are being brought onto the field here at Perth Stadium. 3 for 320, the lead 366. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Across the ABC, November is Oz Music Month. No matter your taste, the ABC Listen app has stations to stream, like ABC Classic, ABC Jazz, the journey is what matters, and ABC Country. All this and more on the ABC Listen app. ABC, Australian music's biggest fan.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket on ABC Radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio
and the ABC Listen app.
Welcome back to Perth Stadium. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. 3 for 320 is the India score. So essentially that is a lead of 366. Let's go around the ground. Zane Bojack in the final round of the Australian PGA Championship. Zane.
Corby, it's Viva Bris Vegas for 22-year-old Elvis Smiley. He secured the Joe Kirkwood Cup with a 2-shot victory over 3-time champion Cameron Smith. He wins $340,000 plus automatic exemption on the European Tour. He made it interesting, driving into the trees on the 18th, but got up and down to win by 2 over the 3-time champ. Let's go to the SCG where Andrew Moore is watching New South Wales versus Tas.
Zane, Tasmania in a great position, having been set in. The Blues have just taken the second new ball with Tasmania, 2 for 219, with Tim Ward not out 89 and captain Jordan Silk on 66. Jake Weatherald out for a first ball duck, and Niv Radhakesh Krishnan made 55 wickets for Green and Bird. To the Gabba we go, Quinton Hull.
just completed the first session of a pink ball game between top of the table Victoria and the bottom of the ladder Bulls. Victoria winning the toss, electing to bat 4 for 99. Marcus Harris made just 2. Campbell Kellaway a duck, Tom Rogers 18 and Pete Hanscom out for 19. At the break, Matt Short is 32 not out, Sam Harper unbeaten on 25. After the first session, Victoria 4 for 99 at the Gabba to Adelaide and Aaron Bryant.
Dinner here at the Adelaide Oval, WA 8 for 347 in their first innings. Jai Richardson on 17 in his first Shield game in over a year. Corey Rochicoli on 7 as well. And Jaden Goodwin, the headline act. He piled on a career best 139, had done a magnificent job of keeping his shots low. Didn't have any elevation across his innings until he finally decided to launch at a bouncer from Brendan Doggett. Pulled it straight to square leg and was caught by Spencer Johnson. So Doggett has 4 for Spencer Johnson with 3 as well. Earlier, Joel Curtis out for 22. Debutant Keaton Critchell made 12 and Joel Paris for 29. WA 8 for 347. Let's head back to Perth Stadium with Corbin Middlemass.
Thanks, Aaron. As we tick towards the tea break here on the third day of the first test of the Border Gavaskar series between Australia and India. And there's one team well on top, the tourists leading by 366, 3 wickets down. Rishabh Pant on 1, Virat Kohli on 16, and a pair of catches for Steve Smith in this session. First of all, Dev Padikal was out off the bowling of Hazelwood for 25. And then Yashasvi Jaiswal, the emerging superstar in world cricket, out caught Smith, bowled Marsh for 161. Sunil Gavaskar is alongside me on ABC Sport. G'day, Sunny.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I think Yashasvi Jaiswal did not want to leave the crease.
Sunny's beating down. Rishabh Pant's on strike. Line to him now. Played a miss. Stumping attempt. Kerry whips the bails off and square leg says that's out. Rishabh Pant goes. He's stumped. And the wicket keepers hate that. A stumping to his opposite number. Kerry whips the bails off. Line his first wicket in the test. And India are 4 down. 4 for 320.
But do you think that you can make a fool of somebody as experienced as Nathan Lyon? He's already seen that Rishabh Pant has come to bat because the first ball that he played, he went down the pitch to Mitch Marsh. And so he's already seen that Rishabh Pant has come with the intent of trying to advance down the pitch, trying to take him on. And he bowled it wide of his reach. So he's walking very briskly back because I know that the bat is going to be thrown in at some corner in the change room by Rishabh Pant in anger, for sure. Because look at this dismissal. Look how wide it is. Yeah. So because he had made his intentions known to the bowler. And Nathan Lyon is not even, celebrating. Because he knew that this was an easy wicket. Absolutely easy wicket. And to be honest, senseless wicket. India, they're 360 ahead. But they really want to make the match safe by having 450, another 80, 90 runs on the board.
A premeditated dance down the track and then almost did the splits, didn't he, in the middle of the pitch, and was left sprawled out on the playing surface with Carey whipping the bails off. And no need for the third umpire there. Umpire at square leg able to raise his finger, and Rishabh Pant out for 1. Line, his first wicket stumped Carey. The new bat is Dhruv Jurel, who comes in here at number 6. Line to him now, and Jurel takes the ball off his pads to head at short leg, and there's no run. Clear blue skies, barely a cloud in it. 32 degrees on our way to 34, so beating down the sun. Most of the ground bathed in sunshine. Aussies with a few wins here in the second session. Line to Jurel, again turns it away to head at short leg.
Which is the reason why, because of this heat which is there, you really have to sap the energy out of the Australians so that when they come into bat, they don't have that extra energy that will help them to maybe get that big 100, big, 150, which can take their team to a win in the second innings.
Long on square leg back, Jurel works it off his hip, backward of the square leg umpire for 1, and Hazelwood Fields lead up to 367. Dhruv Jurel off the mark. We saw him with a couple of fine 50s in the A game. It was played at the Melbourne Cricket Ground on what was a difficult deck. Dhruv Jurel got his call up on the back of that as Lyon bowls to the King Kohli, who's forward and turns it away to mid-wicket. There's no run. What do you like about him, Dhruv Jurel, for, I guess, an Aussie audience that's probably learning a bit about him for the first time?
A temperament. He's very, very cool, very, very composed. Doesn't seem to get ruffled at all. He came into bat in a tough situation against England earlier in the year.
Line, quicker ball, Coley driving, can't get it down to long on, and Labuschagne fields at mid-wicket. End of the over. 4 down India now, 321 on the board. The lead is 367.
And it was, him and Shubman Gill. India were needing almost 100 runs to win. That was the last recognized batting pair. Jurel was playing probably his first or the second test. And yet, the calm way that he went about his business, he got a half century and took India home. That showed that he's got the temperament for test cricket. He's prepared to wait, prepared to respect the opposition, not take the opposition for granted, as we saw just now with Rishabh Pant.
You're not happy about that dismissal, are you?
Not at all.
Yeah.
I have no problems if he had gone for the big shot and been caught at long off or long on. No problems whatsoever. He's just coming to bat. The first ball that he came and he faced, I know you're watching from the change room and you think you don't rate Mitchell Marsh as a ball. I can understand that as well.
Cummins new over starting to Jurel, who defends on the offside.
But that doesn't give him the license to go down the pitch straight away. Take your time. I'm pretty certain that in the change room they would have said, look, we need at least 450 runs to set Australia. We're at the moment about 366 or 367. So you still need about 80, 90 runs just to be able to put pressure on Australia, just to be able to give your bowlers to have attacking fields when they're defending.
Jurel, the right-hander, awaits. Cummins to him now, and Jurel beaten. Bounces off his thigh pad, drops on the offside safely.
And it can still happen because, with Kohli still at the crease, India can still get 450 plus or maybe even 500. But give yourself time in Test cricket. Test cricket is not where you can never take cricket for granted, and Test cricket particularly for granted. And while like I said, if he had been caught at long off or long on going for the big shot, no problem, because there is always more chance that he will hit some of those deliveries over those fielders for sixes.
Cummins to Jurel again, and he's hit on the pads. Big shot, the leg before, finger goes up, and Cummins strikes. India 5 down, and they lose their 4th wicket in the session as the Aussies scratching and clawing their way back into this test. They're a long way back, and now the DRS is going to be used here as Jurel says, I'll have a second look at that. The soft call is out on field.
I think it might be the umpire's call.
Original on-field
maybe
decision
kissing the leg stump.
I have checked feet placement and it's a fair delivery. You can have a look at front on, please.
275 was the score, by the way, when the second wicket went down. So this is out. That'll be the 4th.
Edge. Can we have a look at Snicko, please?
The 4th wicket in that time. The voice you can hear is Richard Illingworth, the 3rd umpire.
Okay, there's no bat involved. We can go to ball tracking when ready, please.
So he hasn't hit it. Just needs to be umpire's call. And the on-field decision was out.
Side off, impact in line.
It is umpire's call. It is out. And India lose their 4th wicket in this middle session on day 3. And Australia showing some spirit here, despite the fact they're well down in the test. India 5 down with a lead of 367, and Dhruv Jurel is out for 1, trapped in front by Pat Cummins.
This is what can happen. Suddenly, 1 wicket goes and you lose 2 or 3 in quick succession. And that's the reason why I was a little bit disappointed with Rishabh Pant's shot. He's the guy who can take the game away. He would have been able to take the game away totally from the Australians if he had just shown a little patience. So the newcomer Jurel out LBW for 1. It's 5 down, 321.
And that brings Washington Sundar to the crease. So he comes in at 7. As I mentioned, it was 1 for 275 was the score in one particular stage as we were in this. In fact, that was the score at lunch. 1 for 275, and so you look at the session so far, that's 4 wickets falling and 88 runs compiled in that time. So the Aussies winning the session, despite the fact they were outplayed yesterday and the large periods of the test match so far. Sundar picked in this team for his all-round abilities. Ahead of, obviously, two of the name brand spinners in Indian cricket for the last decade in Jadoo and Ashwin. And now Pat Corden greets Washington Sundar, the lefty, with 3 in the grippers. First, second and third slip. There's a gully as well. The keeper Carey crouches down. Cummins comes around the wicket. He bowls to Sundar, who defends straight back down the pitch. And he fields on his follow-through. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Corbett Middlemass and Sunil Gavaskar.
3 for 8 off 17 balls.
3 for 8 off 17 balls. And that is the voice of Rick Finlay.
Yes, I think Australia will be feeling a lot better because it was really getting hot, as you were saying. The temperature was creeping up towards 34. And at that stage, if you don't have any wickets showing for your efforts, you tend to get a lot more demoralized. But now they've got these 4 wickets.
Cummins around the wicket again to Sundar, who lets it pass. As it angles back in towards his off stump, and Cummins followed through. His hands on his head. Couldn't have missed by much.
Yes, the ball cutting back into the left-hander. Oh, yes, pretty close to that off stump. Sundar is a good batter. He's in the team because the team management thinks that they need his batting more. There's a lot of uncertainty about the pitch here at Perth, so they tried to pack their team with all-rounders. That's why Washington, Sundar 7, Nitish Reddy 8.
Cummins to Sundar, he plays off the front foot here, just angles it past gully. Wanted a single, pick up and throw at the stumps from line, he misses. Sent back by Virat Kohli, he's still at the non-strikers end, watching all those wickets fall. And that's the end of the Cummins over, a successful one and a wicket maiden. On Grandstand Cricket, India's lead is 367. They're now 5 down, having lost 4 wickets in the session.
Yes, I think at lunchtime they would be very, very happy. They just lost 1 wicket. They had scored 102 runs in that session, the morning session, which can be a testing session. The second new ball was taken just before lunch. And I thought those 2 overs that were bowled were probably the most insipid new ball overs that I've seen from an Australian attack. Because they really, I mean, what Hazelwood bowled wides down the leg side, two boundaries were given. That's 8 runs. But then after lunch, they've come back pretty strongly. Padikkal was out at the first ball after lunch.
Line to Virat, who's forward and works it away through the gap at mid-wicket, and he'll get a single for that as Labuschagne has to do a bit of work to his right. So Virat to 17, and India's lead up to 368.
While he's at the crease, India will be hoping that they'll get another 80, 90 runs, if not more. And Washington Sundar is a kind of batter who can stick around with him. Then, of course, there's Nitish Kumar Reddy, who batted so well, so impressively in his first innings in Test cricket, top scoring with 41.
Lyons coming around to the left-hander, and Washington Sundar's forward and just defends out to backward point, and Hazelwood, there's no run. Of course, the IPL auction's coming up tonight. We had you on my Grandstand on ABC Sport a couple of weeks ago, Sonny, and you mentioned you weren't happy with the placement of that. It probably belonged, or would have been a better fit, I think you said, between the first and second test and the gap that exists there. There's Lyon on his way in again, bowls to Sundar, who defends on the offside.
Yes, I think it would have been better, but clearly I think what the BCCI has done is to look at the convenience of the owners. And the owners are all business people, and clearly having an auction on a Sunday, also for television, because it's going to be broadcast on a Sunday, would be that much better.
Lyon, quicker ball, Sundar defending. How much of a distraction would it be? So, I mean, not to make an excuse for Rishabh Pant, and you're critical of his dismissal. There's talk he could attract anywhere between $4.5 and $5.5 million Australian dollars at the auction tonight. He's one of 10 players, so 5 in each team, that will go under the hammer tonight.
I think he'll be picked for a lot of money.
Lyon bowls to Washington Sundar, back foot punch down to long off for 1.
Because he's the kind of player who can change the complexion of the game. He doesn't have a great record in T20 cricket, to be fair. But because, and you don't really need a great record, even if you can, in a season where you play 14 matches, a minimum of 14 matches, if you can change the game 3 times.
Lyon to Virat, who's forward, and again just works it down to long on and collects a calm single there. End of the over, 5 for 324. The Indian lead up to 370.
Yes, I think Kohli will be very content to work the ones and the twos. He's not going to do something silly. He recognizes that the efforts of the opening batters, and then Dev Panikal got him to the crease at 275. Second wicket fell at 275. That's a terrific situation to come into bat. He's got to capitalize on it with all the experience, with all the skill set that he has. He has to cash in on it, capitalize on it, and he's going to do that because he didn't score runs in the first innings, so he's very aware that this is a wonderful opportunity given to him by the openers.
Do you think the auction would be on the minds of the players?
No, I don't think so. No, I think they'll be looking at it once the day's play is done. That's when the auction will start as well. So yes, I think at the end of it, they'll probably be thinking about it, maybe even watching it on their handhelds. But basically, at the moment, no. I think today they're all very professional cricketers, so they know exactly what to do when. So I don't think that'll be a distraction at all.
KL Rahul, Dev Panikal, Rishabh Pant, Washington Sundar, Mohammad Siraj are the 5 Indian players that will go under the hammer tonight, and then Smith, Marsh, Carey, Stark and Hazelwood are 5 for the Australians, with a number of other players already on rosters in the IPL. We've got a bowling change here. It's Stark who's coming around the wicket, and he's on the pegs, ball 1, and Virat Kohli squirts it away to mid-wicket. There's no run there, so 5 down India. Lead is 370. Corbin Middlemass alongside Sunil Gavaskar on ABC Sport. And Rick Finlay's here. Hello, Rick.
Hello, Corbin. That 275 that Sonny mentioned is the highest score that Australia... I'll start that again. It's the highest score for the fall of the second wicket when Australia's been fielding in the third innings.
Wow.
Ever. And it takes over from a score of 240, which was done by no other than Sonny and Mahinda Amarnath here in 1977, I think.
Kohli's back in the crease and plays out on the onside.
Yes, I remember Mahinda Amarnath scoring 90 in the first innings as well.
Yes.
And then he got 100 in the second. And it was in the second innings that we had the partnership, not here, but the stadium. The stadium just around the corner, so to speak. The Wacker. We actually feel good about this new stadium, because from Mumbai, guys, we had the Brabant Stadium, and just a stone's throw away is the Wankhede Stadium. It's pretty much the same over here. We had the Wacker, and now, a stone's throw away, you have the stadium. This is a magnificent stadium, though.
2 slips and a gully still with Kohli on strike. Stark to him now, and ducks one back into Kohli. Hits him high on the thigh pad and limp inside edge onto the body. Rolls away on the offside. You actually told me on radio on ABC Sport a couple of weeks ago, I said, is there one city in particular you're most excited to visit? And your response was?
Perth.
Perth. You went on to say out of all the Australian cities, the one you would consider actually even living in?
Out of all the world cities.
Cities?
Not just Australian cities. Out of all the world cities, the only city that I felt that I could settle in was Perth. Only city.
What is it about Perth?
It's just the atmosphere around, the River Swan.
Stark around the wicket. He bowls to Kohli. Tried to let it go. Hit the bat. 1 bounce to Smith at second slip.
See, this is the delivery that gets him into trouble. Look at the way he's then trying to leave it at the last moment. That's what happened in the first innings as well. He was looking to leave it at the last moment. This, where he gets stuck onto the front foot, then suddenly finds that the ball is not pitched up. He has to try and do something different. Luckily for him, this ball did not bounce. I think it's the River Swan. The first time I came here was with the rest of the world many moons ago, and even then I think it was just the whole list.
Kohli awaits Stark, and again he works it on the onside. Thought about a single, sends Washington back, and in the end the Australians can't take it cleanly. Head tearing in from mid-wicket, and a dot ball that goes in the book. Lead 370 for India, 5 down.
Just something about the city,
Did you ever get close to moving here?
No. Because immediately after that, there were lots of matches that were being played in India.
Yep.
So never really got close to coming here. The only issue was, the flies. My God, the flies. This time there are not that many, huh?
Kohli awaits Stark. Slow ball, opens the face of the bat, runs it through the gully on the bounce, and McSweeney can't take it clean. They're going to take a single now. Smith throws it at the keeper's end. They get through for 1. Single off the last ball of the over, lead 371. Coley moves to 19 on the back of that.
Yeah, I think you could say that, good players, great players, always count the deliveries and get a single off the last ball so that they can get the strike for the next over as well. And that is what Kohli has done. He's batting well. He really has. Yes, as a batter, during your innings, you will probably have the odd bit of concern. But he's looking very serene. He's looking he's not looking rushed. And that is a very, very good sign.
Yashasvi Jaiswal, what an amazing performance. Duck in the first innings, comes out, makes 161. Felt like the question was, can he take his form in Asia and the Caribbean in familiar conditions and do it in one of the SENA countries?
Yes, absolutely. And because, he played in South Africa last year around this time, and those pitches were pretty dodgy pitches.
Kohli awaits line, new over starts, well flighted. Kohli drives down to long on for one.
And so therefore, he struggled over there. So therefore, there was a question mark, would he be able to replicate his form in India on faster, bouncier pitches? And he's done that. He's shown that he can do it. Yes, he got out for a duck in the first innings, but the way he learned from that, the way he was getting behind the line, the way he was playing straighter at the start was an indication that here is a young man wanting to learn from his mistakes.
Line comes around the wicket, well flighted, and Sundar just clips him down to short fine leg and picked up by Stark. There's no run there. When would you have said you're in your batting prime, like when you were playing the best cricket of your career?
I think it's around the time when you're between 18 and say 23, 24. That is the time you get big scores, really big scores.
Line, quicker ball on off stump and pushed away by Sundar on the offside.
And I mean big scores because you have the energy, you have the enthusiasm, you have the desire to prove yourself. You want to make a name for yourself. So because it's a combination of all. And that's why a lot of the big scores that players get, that's in their first 4 or 5 years of their career. The big 250s, 260s, that kind of score, or centuries, consecutive centuries.
Sundar awaits line and defends just wide of head and short leg.
Then after that, you tend to get just that little bit, maybe I wouldn't say take it easy, just a little bit complacent. I'm talking from the point of view of a batter.
Yep.
And as a batter, all you need to do is make one mistake in your back, watching the runs being scored by somebody else.
Line, another one right on the stumps, and Sundar defends.
So maybe from 23 to about 30, it's that experience that takes you. And then I think around 30, 31, you get maybe second win. Suddenly you realize time's running out on you and you've got to try and make the best of it.
Line, last ball of the over, he beats the bat into the gloves of Carey, who whips the nails off. And a superb ball to end the over. Sundar is 1 off a dozen. Kohli's on 20. And after 100 overs of the Indian innings, they are 5 for 326. The lead is 372, so that's the important number, 372. It's been good fun, Sonny. I'll let you run. More from Sonny Gavaskar to come throughout the Test match. Double change coming up here. Jim Maxwell and Darren Lehman in next.
Grandstand Cricket. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listener.
Coming up, so you better get this party started. Coming up, so you better get this party started. Get this party started on a Saturday night. Everybody's waiting for me.
Stark's bowling, and he's driven square behind point for a single. Slight fumble there from Lyon, and Kohli gets another run. He's 21, 5 for 327. All the game changes. Is Australia still in this contest with those wickets? Hello, Darren.
Hello, Jim. Afternoon, listeners. Are they still in the contest? Well, if they get 400, what are they, 373 behind? You can get 400. You have to play pretty well.
We saw South Africa get 400 at the whacker.
Maybe the limit's about 450, I reckon, because it's a slow outfield as well. So it's probably an extra 10-20%, isn't it? So that's pushing up to 520, 530 slow outfield. That's a lot. But
they're more in the game than they were at lunch. Here comes Stark, and it's lifting and it's banging away outside the off stump. It just shows you remove batsmen, a bit of pressure comes back, new batsman, things occurred, like Pant has a mare and charges down the pitch to a wide almost and gets stumped. That was hilarious.
He did have a bit of a mare, didn't he? Sonny wasn't happy, was he?
That was so premeditated, and it was so wide. Yes, it wasn't a great moment for India, but Australia happy to get 3 wickets out of nowhere after Yazval was dismissed on the cut, and then that stroke and Jarrell out LBW. Just Stark moves in, back and across. Sundar pushes for a single and hearing off to the non-striker's end. So he can play, and they need just a little bit of consolidation, you'd think, to get the total that is out of reach.
Just another, they get the total, if they get 400, I mean, that's, what, 4... It's going to be what?
Add 46, just keep adding 46.
Yeah, 450 in front. I mean, that's pretty tough on the wicket. That's just starting to do a little bit, isn't it? And they'll be fresh, their bowlers. I think they should be still looking to bowl tonight now, Jim, with the wickets lost.
Well, they might be dismissed, of course, as Stark pitches up and he's driven by Kohli down to mid-on on the evidence of the cricket in the last 40 minutes. Every chance that, unless Kohli can keep things going, that they might be bowled all out an hour after tea. But perhaps they'll change their approach and be a little more circumspect about picking off the bowling, which has been very steady, accurate, controlled. And Kohli hasn't hit everything in the middle. Some sweet shots, yes, but a few miscues. 2 slips and the gully wait for him as Stark bowls Kohli, goes back and flushes. Uppercut. Down behind point, the third man for 4. Ah, yes, you like that.
Might even be 6, that, Jim.
Oh, they're checking, are they? Yes, they're going upstairs to Richard Illingworth to see whether or not it carried the rope down there at third man. Chris Gaffney's on the walkie-talkie, the phone, and what's he doing? He's signalling something there. There wasn't a no ball, it wasn't 6. What's 6? We're watching the ball land. Did it land on the sausage down there? Or did it land just short?
Oh, hit him in the head.
Hit the spectator.
Security guard. Down there.
Well, the security guard was obviously doing the right thing and watching the crowd and not the play, and that's what happens. Never turn your back on the game. That's what they say. But he was doing his job, in fairness. So what's the result of all that apart from first aid being offered to the security guard down there? Someone's gone down to attend to him. Was it 4 or 6? 6? It was 6. There's the number on the board. 5 for 334. Don Bradman, Mark Taylor. A 6 to Kohli. Uppercut. Hit the sausage down there at third man. Stark is ready to go again. He runs in and bowls on Kohli down the leg side, switches and misses, trying to help it on its way. Yes, perhaps Diro was a little unlucky in the LBW. It was a marginal umpire's call that sent him on his way. It was hitting, but not like some of them. So, wickets for Australia in this session. There was 1 for 275 at lunch. It's now 5 for 334. So, they've lost 4 for 59 in this session.
Well, it's a tick for Australia. They'll be happy with that, getting some wickets. They've really just got to knock these 2 over before tea. And if they can do that, it's all Australia's session, albeit India trying to score a little bit quicker. But if they could manage to knock these 2 wickets over, you'd actually, their tail might play a few shots. And then you're right, could be a quick demise after tea.
Here's line, and Sundar pushes forward, sending it away into the covers. Mid-off is back, mid-on's up. Mid-wicket, backward square, short leg, slip, backward point, and a short cover. The busy Labuschagne And the Red Bulls, Labuschagne in there at cover. Line around the wicket. Sundar forward, pushes around the corner. Kohli goes racing on a throw to the bowler's end, is wide from Stark. Sundar would have made it in any case. Kohli always makes it if he's calling. Well, 99%. He's quick. 5 for 335. And Kohli, he's played some good shots here, including that one a moment ago that went for 6. And the attendant down there is off his chair, collecting his thoughts. The physio's been out to have a look. He seems to be, well, is he praying? What's he doing? He's on a knee. You see, down there? Very strange posture. Is that his normal posture for crowd watching? Lyon is bowling. Kohli is pushing away on the onside. Very strange. He's on one knee, propped, kneeling, looking.
Have they replaced the other young man that just got hit?
Well, that may be true.
Maybe they've just done that to see how he's going.
They've gone for the sub security. Line goes in. Kohli is turning around the corner to backward square. There's no run. But Australia have done a pretty good job in this session, given the way India were moving in their innings with this massive score looming. They've held them up with some disciplined bowling. Line in, forward. Kohli plays to short leg, and Travis Head picks up Lyons in his 23rd over. Hazelwood has good numbers, 19 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 25, which is exceptional out of 5 for 335. Line comes up. Kohli whacks it with the bottom hand, spanking on straight drive down towards the Indian supporters. The valets are out on the field again. God, they can work hard, those valets. 5 for 336 at the end of the over. Washington Sundar's 3 and Virat Kohli's 28. And Darren Lehmann is going to have a cup of tea. The boys on the roof, have they come back? Oh, right. Clint Wheeldon and Glenn McGrath have been doing what you have to call a bit of a misguided tour on the roof, but they didn't fall off, which is pleasing. Nice to see Glenn back. You don't get vertigo?
G'day, Jim. G'day, listeners. No, I'm good. We missed the part where we hang off the roof. We had to get back to work, where they just dangle you off, and, so...
In a safety harness or something?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so
Clint that's not very brave.
Clint was at ease up there to an extent, but no, bit of fun. Good place to have a look around.
Here's Travis Head. He's bowling with forward tee, and there's a single there to Kohli. So you were able to watch the cricket, see a bit of excitement from where you were?
It doesn't feel any further away than we are here.
Is that right?
It's just up, you're looking nearly straight down on top of them. It's hard to pick up the length of the ball up there because you're so far up, but as you know, when Mitchell Marsh was walking back to the end of his mark, you're nearly looking straight down top of his head. So it's a great view.
But not an ideal spot for commentary box.
Yeah, it's hard to call the length of delivery they're bowling. Got a few wickets while we're up there.
Yeah, we had a cluster. So, 3 for very few. Now he's bowling. And Washington Sundar slams this pitched up ball from Head for 4 through the covers. He just leant forward and thrashed it like Yazval had done earlier in the day. And the score rolls along to 5 for 337. Yeah, is that one? No, that's 3-4-1, isn't it, Rick? Anyway, we'll get to it in a moment. Sundar's 7. Scores 3-4-1, yes. He's got 2 men in short cover, 1 deep and square, mid-off's back a little bit.
No, they're checking to see if it was 6, so he hit it straight over
really?
the top.
Oh, another sausage, was it? Right on the roller. Now, Chris Gaffney's getting the tick-a-tack-a too from Richard Illingworth. We went through this at 6. There you go. Add 2 more. 343. My goodness. I didn't realise he'd hit it so well as Head bowls, and he's guiding it. Yeah, no, go back and all of that, and they don't take a run. So Washington Sundar is 9. There's been a few 6s hit today. The one that Jaswell struck off a top edge, a leading edge on the uppercut over the fine leg boundary was extraordinary. Head bowls now wide of the off stump. It's allowed to pass.
Five in this innings, Jim.
5 in the innings. Right. Jaswell 3. Yeah. 161 for him. Sundar goes forward and plays out there on the offside. So at the moment, the lead is up to 389 head bowls, and he almost did a pant there. He got a fairly wide delivery and watched it in the end go through to the keeper to end the over. So today we've seen Rahul caught Kerry bowled Stark 77, and Patakal caught Smith first ball after lunch of Hazelwood for 25. Jaswell caught Smith behind point off Marsh 161. Pant stumped Carey, bowled Lyon for 1. That was mad. Jarrell LBW to Cummins for 1. So we're approaching tea, 20 minutes away on this third day. And Lyon has got the cookie in his hand, and he has Kohli on the back foot playing it back down the pitch.
Well, there's been a little bit in the last hour or so for the Australian fans to cheer about. We've got some wickets after a long time. Still 5 wickets in the shed. Brett Kohli, important innings for him for this series. He looks comfortable out there.
And pushing away back down the pitch. So, is the game out of reach for Australia at this point?
It's a long way away. Yeah, the highest chase in the history of the game, what is it, 404? So records are there to break.
Lyon bowls a sweep from Kohli. It's a good stroke that goes for 4. Inside backward square. Who dived in vain there, Khawaja, to stop it. And went very quickly to his right and down to the backward square boundary. 5 for 347. Kohli's 33. Yep, Kohli's making a few. Just slightly better than he's averaged over the last 5 years this innings, and he has hit some good blows. He's watching Lyon around the wicket, and he's forward, playing the ball out there on the onside. Yes, well, it was just down the road where South Africa scored over 400 to beat Australia in a Test match not all that long ago, and who knows if this pitch holds together and Australia get through the new ball. It might be a good chase. Lyon in, bowling. He comes bat, pad, perhaps, certainly something. He was pad, and around the corner it popped up into no man's land, and Khawaja collected it. Yes, well, it keeps us interested, that's for sure. Whereas if India had remorselessly gone on to 1 for 347, we'd be thinking Australia's been played out of the game. They probably have, but yeah, we'll keep you interested. Line bowling, and it's turned away by Kohli around the corner to a backward square. Attendance has gone up to almost 23,000, 22,996. That's the end of the over. It's 5 for 347.
Yeah, talking about big chases, I can't see India declaring here at all. There's still 5 wickets in the shed, so they'll be scoring or trying to amass as many runs as they can. So that 404 might be a distant second.
All these records are there to be broken, Glenn.
As they are, but
yeah.
I think Australia will be chasing a lot more than 404. Unless something remarkable happens in the next hour. Or half hour anyway.
Yes, well, they did lose 3 very quickly. Head bowls, Sundar watches and pushes into the gap with a deep cover in place and takes a single. And he moves to 10. 5 for 348.
The highest target that was successfully chased is 418, Glenn.
418?
Yeah, West Indies.
I don't want to remember that one, do I?
Against us.
It sounds familiar.
414 South Africa made against us in Perth.
Yeah. Now back and across, pushed away by...
So it can be done.
Yeah.
And the 404 that you mentioned is the third highest.
Third highest, is it? Third highest.
A slip, short, mid wicket, and heads bowling, and Kohli's playing down to long on. just takes the single. 5 for 349. Coley's moved to 34. So Australia in the 105th over of the innings, trying to prize a wicket or two, particularly Coley, just hoping that he makes a mistake. Forward comes Washington Sundar, plays quietly away on the offside. So India dominant, more than likely going to win the game, but Australia have pulled them back a bit. Again, Sundar is forward, plays it out there towards cover. The one thing a Travis Head over does is improve the over rate if that's required.
Yeah, that it does. He's given a little bit of air, just tossing it up there to see if he can bring it in.
Now he's bringing him forward for a quick single, and there's a throw from Cummins. The stump's broken down there, but they get home, and that completes the over. 5 for 350 has come up, and the man in the sky is alongside me, Glenn McGrath, and his accomplice, Clint Wilden, is about to come in at the end of that over.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket on ABC Radio,
ABC Sports Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listener.
Well, this is a more comfortable spot. Glenn McGrath.
You reckon?
Comfortable. We'll say exciting.
A little more boring.
Little more boring.
Still not a bad view from the ground here.
No, it's very
Probably
good.
better view though.
I think we can claim the 3 wickets because we didn't call any, but when we were lurking around upstairs, that's when the Australians made the breakthrough with 3 big scalps. So we'll take that for whatever that is worth. India are 5 for 350. 105 overs of this innings completed. They lead by 396. Nathan Lyon is in to start another over. Whipped away by Washington Sundar, backward and square, but straight to the fielder. There's no run.
So Rick, I don't know if you've worked out what's the biggest difference between a first innings score and a second innings score, because 150 all out, now they're 5 for 350, 200 runs difference already.
Line to Sundar, who bowls, knocks it straight back past the bowler, went across to his right, couldn't stop at line, and Sundar strolled through for a single.
So not often would you get knocked over cheaply in the first innings and then put on a mozza in the second. Well, both teams get knocked over for not much.
It's never happened here before. The first innings was originally so lopsided in terms of runs at this ground.
577, Glenn.
577 is the difference between a low score and a...
Line bowls and back and across as Coley playing it towards deep, backward square. There's no run.
There was a timeless test in 1929-30 in the West Indies when England visited. They made 849 in the first innings and 272 in the second.
Oh, okay, but what about the other way? The first innings such a low score and the second innings such a high score.
551.
Okay, so Australians will not want that to happen.
Line to Virat, flicks it through mid-wicket. The fielder in the deep. The breeze does really pick up, and Rick's notes fly everywhere across the front desk here. So just a single for Virat Kohli to be 35. Was it quite an astonishing gust of breeze that came out of nowhere. There were little cue cards that Rick writes all his scores down, and bits and pieces of paper that he passes notes on.
He must have boxes and boxes of those little notes at home just to go through, filed in.
He's now having a look on the floor for a couple. Line unfurls and defending Sundar under the offside. It rolls to Khawaja, who's backward at point. There's no run. Out of nowhere, this massive gust. It is very breezy, as we discovered upstairs.
It's not as breezy as I thought.
No.
I think the wind's picked up a little bit looking at the flags on top of the stand now.
There's one just behind your chair, Rick. The pink one. There it is. Well done. Short leg and a slip. There's line bowls and a big stride forward from Washington Sundar. Defends. That's the end of the line over. 5 for 352 now, India. Their lead is 398. Sundar's 12. Kohli's 35. This partnership worth 31.
That 551, Glenn, was by Pakistan in the West Indies in 1957. They made 106 in the first innings and 8 for 657 in the second as Hanif Mohammed took root.
Yeah.
337 in nearly 1,000 minutes.
Oh, okay, that's a long time. Now, Australians will not want that to be beat in this game. They'll be out there for a long time if that's the case.
Changing the bowler. Josh Hazlewood about to be throwing the ball from the members' end. The WACA members sit directly above us and below our broadcast position, northern side of Perth Stadium. Great day to come along and watch. 34 degrees or thereabouts outside. It's Hazlewood about to start with his 20th over. He has figures of 1 for 25. He's away from us to Virat Kohli and he bowls and Kohli watchful and leaves. There's 2 slips of gully, a backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fielder, fine leg.
This will be a good little test here. I thought Josh Hazlewood bowled well to him in the short stay he was at the crease in the first innings. Got one to jump and got him caught at first slip. Can he do something similar here?
You want to send us a text? I'll give you the number in just a moment. Hazlewood away from us. He bowls over the wicket. Oh, he takes it away off the pads effortlessly through mid-wicket. It should go for 4, except the outfield is so slow it has stopped. Like it hit treacle as it entered the shadows. That normally would be all the way for 4, and Kohli can't believe it. He's just been able to put the 3 extra on the board. Even he was suggesting surely that should have gone all the way.
Well, they have to run them now, don't they? Pile them out a bit. But I was saying before, can Josh Hazlewood repeat what he had to do? He won't be repeating it bowling there. Little half volley on leg stump.
So Kohli moves to 38.
Look at him, just walking, Kohli, looking at the replay. Oh, that's not going.
That's right. He was convinced when it left the bat. That's gone to the bat. Oh, hang on. No, it's not.
Yeah, back on the bike. Let's go.
He's still walking around a little bit perturbed, adjusting the gloves at the non-striker's end.
Yeah. Oh, you hit a ball like that, you shouldn't have to run, should you? Imagine if he just stayed there and watched it.
Hazlewood is away to Sundo's forward and defending. Out towards point, there's no run. Could you imagine? Remember the old...
Hold the shot.
Hold the shot. Oh, hang on.
And then getting run out, going for 1.
Oh. Yeah. Kim Hughes was very good at holding the shot. The magnificent cover drive, and he'd be there.
But at the WACA...
It would have gone.
You get through the through the infield, it races to the boundary. Here, it's like it's going uphill.
It's a force field. Here's Hazlewood, bustles away from us and goes around the wicket in towards Washington, who leaves wide of off stump. Five for 355. If you were India and they get through this session and they get deep into the next session, what would you be doing, Glenn McGrath? Would you be declaring late today and having a crack at the Australians with maybe 10 overs to go?
Or without a doubt.
Or, I'll say this is my or, because I've heard of some other suggestions. Keep your or. Bowling and well done, getting it to fly past the bats onto a plate inside the line from Hazlewood. And this is the or, because there's 2 other fast bowlers with a very nasty streak who suggested to me outside a little bit earlier on, you know what? I'd bat for an hour tomorrow just to make the Australians come out once more, just to warm up again, just to go through the process.
See, that's just nasty. See, I'm not a nasty person, so I'm focused on winning. So, yeah, an hour tonight. The other one would just keep batting.
Hazlewood bowling to somebody who defends under the offside. There's no run. I was in your camp, but when I heard that, I thought, oh yeah, there's some merit in just really grinding the opposition bowlers. Not even thinking about this game, because there's so much time here, but thinking about maybe just make them work a little bit harder and a bit harder again with the test around the
It's still 2 weeks away. Yeah. It's not like it's back-to-back tests and you carry through a bit of stiffness, soreness and tiredness into it. But, yeah, just keep batting and say, oh, we can bowl them out in a day. So we'll tomorrow afternoon, we'll give them an hour.
Tomorrow afternoon.
And chase 800. So, yeah. Australia need to pick up a couple of wickets. It'd be nice to pick up a couple of wickets, knock them over earlier, so at least you get a decent last session. So you don't get out there for a nasty little, half hour, 40 minutes where you just get yourself in and then it's, there's nothing to gain. You could lose a couple of wickets for not many, and then you're really under the pump.
The lead is past 400, 5 for 355. Nathan Lyon's been throwing the ball again from the southern end, the Langer stand end. He's in. Coley stretching forward, plays it along the ground out towards long on. They'll stroll through for a single. It's the debutant McSweeney out there. Lyon with the reflective sunglasses on, the white frames. He's back to the top of his mark. Steve Smith crouches down at first slip. Heads at short leg, line around the wicket. Sundar, and that did rise up towards him, took the edge and squirted out towards backward point where Khawaja's got the baggy green on backwards. Oh no, he's not. He's got somebody else's. It'd be Lyons potentially on top of his own baggy green. It's a much newer one. So Lyon again. In around, Washington forward, it took an inside edge, bounced into the turf and spat up towards Head, who does the fielding at short leg. Just a few centimetres forward of the batting crease.
Yeah, so I wonder if Lyon's just getting a little bit more purchase, a little bit more bounce.
He's in again, Lyon. Just on the forward defending. Carey comes out from behind the stumps to do the fielding.
Yeah, so Nathan Lyon looks a little bit more confident here, a little more energy. He picked up Rishabh Pant coming down the track, just was left stranded. Got himself out, pretty much.
And a rush of blood. Still nice keeping from Carey to have the bowls off. He charging down. Lyon bowls forward. Sundar tried defensively, took a little inside edge, squirted backward of square. Hazelwood will do the fielding at a short fine leg. I'll take another single. So Sundar's moved to 13. Coley's 39. Coley's 2 4s and a 6 from his 65 balls so far. 2 runs have come off the line over. That's above the last of his 26. He has figures of 1 for 56. Put in a short, straight mid-on. Coley forward to Lyon. Knocking it along the ground to Stark. Is it out? Comes around from what would have been mid-off to an extra cover to do the fielding. I'll take a single. That's the end of the over. So Coley will be back on strike here. Start of another over. 5 for 355. The lead now 404. Clint Wilden alongside Glenn McGrath on the text line 0467 920 222. I got there eventually. Apologies, everyone. 0467 920 222. Over the past 10 years, says our correspondent, do let us know your name, Australia has only won 2 of 9 test series against India and England, the other 2 big test nations. Can the commentators please acknowledge this is an ordinary Australian side? Wow. That's just throw a hand grenade into things. They're not playing well today. I think to say that it's an ordinary Australian side is just probably taking a...
That's not to say they've lost 7 test series. There's been a couple of drawn series as well.
That's right. Hazelwood runs past some litter, playing across the ground, and he bowls and he gets it past Coley. The ball kept low through to Carey as well. Coley wasn't particularly thrilled with that. What's he saying here? And he might be pointing out the little bit of rubbish that was floating along the ground. That's not the reason why that ball kept low, though.
They're very good at pointing out little things like that. Sachin was the best. But in saying that from that SMS, India's beaten Australia twice at home in the last 2 series, which, to be honest, is unheard of. It's nearly as unheard of as Australia beating India in India.
It's Hazelwood bowling, the Coley who defends. But that's that point where India were a very good side. In one of those series, it was without David Warner and Steve Smith. They're a very good side. They've come here, they've beaten Australia. Does that necessarily, just because you've been beaten by a very good side, make you an ordinary side?
Well, the first time they lost, all the big boys went home after Adelaide when India got rolled for 36, and it was like a second team, but the second team had no fear, had nothing to lose, and went out and backed themselves and played incredible.
Hazelwood bowls, Coley leaves.
But with this bowling attack, you would back your team to bowl any team out. And the one thing they've sort of lacked a little bit is finishing teams off. You know, as good as they are and the records they have, a lot of times they just don't finish teams off. The tail wags or something happens and they're chasing, you know, another 30, 40, 50 runs more than they actually need to. That's the area where they need to have a little bit more hunger and just to finish teams off and really dominate.
What I think is fair is to say that there are concerns, deep concerns. Hazelwood bowls to Coley, who defends onto the onside, no run, about the brittleness of this Australian batting lineup. Steve Smith needs runs, Marnus Labuschagne needs runs. We all think that Nathan McSweeney can become a very good player, but he's been put in there at the top of the order without having any real experience as an opener, hasn't opened for his state. So they're legitimate questions, but I'm not sure even just saying that makes the whole team ordinary. No, it's always fair.
But it's always a batsman.
It's always
a batsman.
Hazelwood bowling to Coley, pushing onto the offside, straight to Labuschagne, who's at cover point. There's no run. Spoken like a true bowler, Glenn McGrath.
Now, what do we got? We got 2 balls left this over. Are we getting another one? Or, you know, Virat Kohli, he's a seasoned veteran.
We'll get one more ball. We'll be getting another over in.
Will we? Or will Virat just drag it out here? They're in such a dominant position, I don't think it really matters, does it?
Not for him. Jack was at the top of the members. Spotted us early. He sent us a couple of photos, which was nice of him. It's Hazelwood away again over the wickets and defending onto the offside is Coley. That's a dot. What have we got? 55 seconds to see if we're going to get another over.
Oh, 55, plenty.
We'll get one more in. The umpires, they're heading...
Racing in.
They're not racing, but they're heading to their respective positions on the ground. You were very kind before. I'm open about admitting, we didn't do this on air, that I was lacking in courage to lean out when given the opportunity to do so.
No, you did lean out.
Yeah, I was still holding on. Though, to the rope.
One hand holding on.
Oh, I couldn't do it. You leant back. There's a rope they attach you with. You can lean back and literally have the whole top half of your body, almost actually from your knees up, hanging over the edge. And Glenn McGrath threw both arms out, no problems whatsoever. Very impressive. Line to start another over. Fielder's in close. There's a short straight mid-off and then also a fielder.
But what was the concern to me? You wouldn't lean back. You didn't trust the ropes. They said it had a breaking sort of pattern of, what was it? 4.5, 5 ton? What were you worried about there?
Some people would unkindly say on that mark, line bowls, and Sundar punches it out. The reason of extra cover there to the fielder, there's no run. No, it was just every part of my being said, no, don't let go.
It's not that high up there. It's only 42 metres.
It feels like a lot more than that.
Okay, you're probably closer to the ground. Sometimes when you're 1,000, or you're looking at a plane window, it doesn't seem real.
I was just thinking about the Indian fans underneath us. Like, the last thing they want is me falling from the heavens, which is, of course, it would never happen. Your brain plays these tricks with you as line decides to go over the wicket and forward again. Is Sundar defending dot ball onto the onside. So they've decided to. The fielder was in close on the off. Travis Head has now moved around a bit short leg for Washington Sundar. Smith is remaining there at first slip. Shortish mid wicket. Deep forward square, line bowls, Sundar punches it out. He's through extra cover, they'll just take a single mid-off, will do the fielding. Nicely gathered by McSweeney, just leaning down to his right. One more to the total. So Sundar's now 14, Kohli will be 40. 5 for 359, 2 to come in this over, and then we will be at tea.
Yeah, partnership at 38, so Australia got some quick wickets, but India are building again.
Line bowling. Kohli takes it off the toes and hitting it straight to mid-wicket. There's no run. Labuschagne does a little bit of work on the cricket ball. Throws it back to Nathan Lyon. On top of his mark. Spinner is in. Coley flicking it again to Labuschagne at mid-wicket. Went straight to the fielder. No run, and that is going to be tea. A little break for all and sundry. Australians can wipe the sweat off their brow and head for a refreshment. India, I'll take the helmets off and stroll back to their rooms knowing that they are in complete control. They lead by 405 at tea on day 3. 5 for 359. Washington 14, Kohli is 40. This partnership is worth 38 runs. We'll run through the card in just a moment.
1 for 28. Mitch Stark 1 for 102. Pat Cummins 1 for 75. Marsh 1 for 35. Nathan Lyon 1 for 58. How many is enough? 405. I think 405 is enough too. But because of the dramatic events of day one, there's such a lot of time left in this game that just keep batting, you'd imagine.
Yes, I think have the match out of Australia's way completely.
Cummins bowls and goes past the outside edge of Washington Sundar. He might only have made 14, but he's a crucial 38 runs, and he's staying by Virat Kohli, who's starting to look pretty good.
Yes, I think that Australia out of the game, that should be India's tactics. And you can see from this particular delivery how the ball has pitched around the off stump and has climbed up. And again, when this is Pat Cummins bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Washington Sundar. When he bowls over the wicket, the odd ball is kept low as well. So clearly, I think the pitch is not going to get better.
And it's been a very...
most time you spend, the better for India's bowlers.
Very hot there. Cummins round the wicket. He bowls to Washington Sundar, who gets solidly behind the line, pushes out on the offside. It's not playing truant yet, but occasionally it's discovering its darker side. But only occasionally so far. But that's enough to get the batsman worried if that next occasion is aimed at them.
Yes, exactly. I think the moment the ball misbehaves, it actually stays in your mind. Often it's a good bouncer where you've taken hasty, evasive action that stays in your mind. If you've ducked under it comfortably, it doesn't stay in your mind.
Cummins from round the wicket. It's been a long day, well outside the off stump, and Washington Sundar lets it go through. Hot day. I think the highest it got to was 34.9, Rick, would you know? I mean, look at what you've got to do if you're a stats man. You've got to tell us what the temperature is as well. But 34.9, almost 35 degrees, hot, dry. It can take a lot out of you, but also it can take a lot of moisture out of the pitch and render it drier. We saw one ball just before tea that Hazelwood might have bowled to Kohli, and it took a little bit of the turf. It moved the plate a little bit, so that's a bit worrisome if you're a batter. Not if you're India at the moment, as Cummins goes round the wicket, digs it in short, but Washington Sundar has all the time in the world to stay underneath and let it go over.
Well, exactly. That's the reason I'm thinking that with 2 more days to go, India should be looking to bat as much as they can and maybe give themselves about 160 overs to try and bowl Australia out. When I say 160 overs, it gives you maybe 160 to 165 overs. It gives you the use of the third new ball in case Australia bat out of their skins, and with a Steve Smith in their ranks, Manus Labuschagne in their ranks, guys who get big hundreds. You cannot take anything for granted.
Cummins bowls again, and it's outside the off stump. Washington Sundar showing good composure, lets it go through outside the off stump. Cummins finishes that over. It's 359 for 5. Washington is 14, and Virat Kohli is on 40, and he's looking assured the moment. And when Virat Kohli is looking assured, gee, watching cricket's good fun. So it'll be a good battle, this. Nathan Lyon to Virat Kohli.
Yes, he's batting pretty calmly. There's no rush, nothing in the first innings. You got the impression that he was just trying to get on top of the bowlers by trying to get at the ball. But now his bat speed, his movements at the crease are becalmed, and which is always a good thing, good sign. It means the batter is at peace with himself. He's not concerned about what the pitch is doing or what the bowler is going to do.
I'm just looking at the Prime Minister's 11th squad that's been announced to play India at the Monaco Oval. Rohit Sharma comes down for that game. It's interesting, they've given Scott Boland the game. Sam Constance is in there too. They want to see a little bit more of him. So you'd imagine that Nathan McSweeney, once he's picked, will have a couple of test matches given, but Scott Boland has been picked in that side. Now Nathan Lyon, a slip and a short leg up against Virat Kohli. Goes from over the wicket, and Kohli goes back, covers the turn and plays it out quietly in front of him. Rest of the field is a deepish backward square. Interestingly, a man on the boundary at a very wide long on. Kohli is unlikely to charge down the wicket and hit him in the air, so that's an interesting position. Then mid-off cover, backward point, and a deepish point. He doesn't play the reverse either. Goes forward, defends, very orthodox. There's that side to Kohli's game as well. Very orthodox, gets into good positions. But this is an important innings for Virat Kohli. There's been a lot of chatter. I know the great people can keep all the chatter away, but there's been a lot of talk around Kohli, his recent figures. It's very important he gets a good score here for his own self-belief, for the morale of the side. Lion bowls and Kohli drives out to that deep point position, and he'll get a single. There's some players on there that when they're doing well, they just lift the dressing room. If they're not doing well, you look and say, oops, he's not doing well, and just the entire dressing room comes down. I think Kohli is one of those.
Absolutely, and because he's got such a fine record in Australia, everybody in that change room will look up to him to keep on getting the runs, keep on keeping the side above dangerous waters. That is exactly why Kohli needs to get runs today, and maybe even 100 by the end of today's play, because that will mean it augurs well for the rest of the series for India.
Have you noticed how every time Sunny Gavaskar speaks, there's always 100 in his mind because he scored so many of those. I mean, normal people would say, I'll look to get a 70, 80 and then maybe move on. Right, there's a man coming in from deep backward square into sort of closer position in case there's a sweep shot that's not kept down. Still slipping short leg, short cover. Lion bowls to the left-handed Washington Sundar. He taps that in front of cover. He wants a single. He just takes a couple of exploratory yards down the wicket. Kohli hadn't left his crease, so he trots back in time. 360 for 5. The lead is 406, which is just dipped over, I think, the highest fourth innings score by Australia to win a test match. They've been 404 for 3, 1948 in Leeds. Lion bowls and Washington Sundar. He's looking pretty composed to goes forward defense. He's got a spot ahead of Ravichandran Ashwin, so everything he does here will be under scrutiny too. What did you make of that, actually?
Well, to be honest, I was surprised that neither Jadeja or Ashwin were in the team.
Lion goes round the wicket. And Washington Sundar forward and defending again. Come to the end of that over. Lions now got 1 for 59, and India 360 for 6, 406 ahead.
Yes, I thought that the Indians were perhaps just a little concerned about the surface, and that's why they decided to pack their team with bowling all-rounders or batting all-rounders, you could say, because Washington Sundar didn't get too much to bowl. Nitish Kumar Reddy didn't get too much to bowl. And if you're going to be batting at number 7 and 8, you are then just batting all-rounders. But you really want at 7 or 8 bowling all-rounders, bowlers who can bat rather than batters who can bowl. And it worked because Nitish Kumar Reddy played a very fine innings of 41, top scoring for India. But somebody like a Jadeja, to bring in a little bit of variety, the left-handed variety would be useful.
Cummins to Kohli. That is some contest outside the off stump, and Kohli lets it go through. People have started bidding for the ABC auction thing. Saying, who would you bid for? You, Glenn McGrath, Darren Lehman, Tom Moody. Who would you bid for?
I wouldn't.
You're allowed to bid for yourself. It's okay.
Well, I think I'd bid for Darren Lehman because he can bat and he can bowl as well. Glenn McGrath and Tom Moody are too tall for me. I mean, if I'm going to share a change room with him, I wouldn't want him to sit next to me. I mean, Darren Lehman about 3-4 inches taller than me. That's fine. I don't want to look up to people.
For all the reasons, Cummins bowls and Kohli is in his crease, getting behind the line of the ball, plays it out to short cover.
I mean, listen, you have to be looking eye to eye. With Tom Moody and Glenn McGrath, I'd get a crick in the neck talking to them because these are all 14, 15 IPL matches. They are big matches. You're always tense over there in the change room. You know, you when you're talking to people, you must be able to look eye to eye.
But you didn't look eye to eye to Michael Holding and Joel Garner and the others. It did seem to matter very much.
You had to avoid eye contact with them when they were bowling.
Cummins goes from over the wicket, goes a bouncer. Kohli into the pull shot, and it's gone over Alex Carey. It's 4 byes. I'll tell you what, the byes are making a pretty substantial contribution to this total, and that's something that can just drag you down as the extras start to mount. It's 364 now for 5.
4 lots of 4 byes, Harsha, so 16 byes.
There you go, 4 lots of 4 byes.
We also now have 44 extras, which is getting up there.
Right, I'd love to take a look at the scorecard and see where 44 sits amongst all the batters. You really don't want extras to be making an impact. 161 Jaiswal, 77 Rahul. Cummins bowls, and once again it beats Carey. This time to his left. It's a ball that jags back sharply into Kohli. Might have taken a bit of an inside edge on it and flies to the left of Alex Carey for another 4. So 2 boundaries coming in, 2 boundaries that the bowler wouldn't have expected, but 2 boundaries that add to the score. It almost cut Kohli into half. Jack back in very sharply, just took a bit of inside edge, maybe a bit of glove, and deviated enough to beat a diving carry to his left.
Well, I think it's only because Kohli keeps getting onto the front foot that he gets into this little trouble when the ball does a little bit out of the ordinary. If he had been on the back foot, he would have been able to play it quite comfortably.
Cummins bowls again and Kohli lets it go through, and because of that inside edge, Virat Kohli now goes past extras. Jaiswal 161, Rahul 77, extras 44 so far. Kohli's gone up to 45, but jokes apart, 16 byes, 13 leg byes, and 9 no balls. When you get 9 no balls in a test match,
you have to go back to 2008-9 to find more extras in an Australian fielding effort. 62 byes at Cape Town in 2008-9.
62 extras.
62 extras, yes.
So you're looking 23 years ago. Cape Town, here's Cummins then. 3 slips, Gully. Bowls and Kohli gets behind the line. A lovely little flick out on the onside to mid-wicket. And he can't get a run, but there's 8 from the over already. 3-6, 8 for 8. India lead by 4-1-4. Washington Sundar 14, Virat Kohli 45. It's a good partnership this now, Sunny. 47. Good partnership because it came at a time when India had suddenly lost 3 or 4 wickets.
Exactly. So that's the reason why it is so important that this partnership happened. Because what it tells you, it's given India just a little bit of breathing space. When you lose wickets in quick succession, there can be a bit of panic setting in. You needed to get over that panic situation, which is what has happened with this partnership now.
Yeah, just to bring you up to date, India lost wickets at 201. That was the big partnership between KL Rahul and Yashasvi Jaiswal. Then Devdutt Padikkal 275 for 2. That was a partnership of 74. Then 3 fairly quickly. Nathan Lyon starts a new over from round the wicket to Washington Sundar, who's searching for a single, plays it straight to point. He can't get it. Yashasvi Jaiswal at 313. Rishabh Pant at 320. Dhruv Jurel at 321. 1 wicket coming out of adventure, the other out of a little misadventure, the ball keeping a little low. Slip, short leg, shortish cover. As Lyon spins one right across the face of Washington Sundar's bat. He was pushing on the offside, but not only does it beat him, I think it beats the keeper as well, and adds 1 more to the extras who now draw level with Kohli. 45 extras, that'll hurt Australia. It's too many. Any day that's too many, irrespective of what the scoreboard says, it's too many.
Yes, also what this ball did was it just script and turned a little bit, which will interest Washington Sundar.
And that's not the first time now. Lyon bowls and Kohli out the backward punches through the onside. The search for single might have taken a bit of short leg on it as it goes across to short mid-wicket. There's 1 ball, I think, just before tea as well, that gripped and turned and went past Washington Sundar's outside edge. So while it's getting the bowlers to have something, from Australia's point of view, there's already 415 to defend, or to chase rather. Lyon bowls and Kohli goes back, looking to just offer a little limp bat. It goes into the gloves of Alex Carey. Beautiful day today. There's a bit of a breeze that's picked up now. Lovely blue skies, not a cloud in the sky. Nice green outfield, maybe a little slower than the batters would have liked it to. Lyon bowls and Kohli goes forward, gets it off the leading edge, down to short third. He'll come darting back for a second. That will take him up to 47. And India will go up to 371 for 5, leading by 417.
Well, that was a good delivery. Just straightening up a little bit, drawing Kohli forward. There is a slip in position. He'd been bowling round the wicket to Kohli, and Kohli was picking singles off him just for fun. Now, bowling over the wicket, he's creating a different challenge.
And this time he goes past Kohli's outside edge. But once again, the ball beats the keeper, beats everybody, and it will cross the boundary too. 4 byes. That's the 5th set of 4 byes. Oh, the Alex Carey's come into this game with a lot of batting form behind him, but he's struggling. A couple of times it wasn't his fault, but once again, byes and extras are starting to look very, very good on this score sheet from an Indian perspective.
The point is whether the ball turned nicely, drawing him. Oh yes, big turn, big turn. It would have been a classical off-spinner's dismissal if the ball had gone on to hit the stumps. But this is the Perth pitch, so there is a bit of bounce as well And that's what has happened. And that's why Kohli thought that he's going to hear the death rattle behind him, but the ball bounced over and it's gone over the top of the stumps for 4 byes.
I think I'm going to cut the keeper a little bit of slack on that one as I saw the replay. It turned very, very sharply. I don't think there's been a ball in this match so far that's turned half as much as that one did. So more alarming signals. This heat is now starting to crack up this pitch. Pat Cummins runs in and bowls to Washington Sundar short and he lets it go through. Shoulders arms outside the off stump.
Yes, I think Washington Sundar, who's the off spinner, will be watching it. And he'll be saying to himself, well, this is the line, this is the length that I should be bowling.
And the reason he's in this side is because Australia have a lot of left-handers. They wanted the off-spinner over the left armour. But I'm just looking at the replay once again. It's left its imprint on the pitch, that ball as it hits. And you're right, it's just the bounce that saved him. It's turned 45 degrees and Kohli's expression says, oops, what is that? So just a few tricks as Cummins bowls round the wicket, angling into the left-hander who goes forward, defends Washington Sundar. Of course, made his debut in this country, that great test match at Brisbane, the Border Gavaskar Trophy, where he made 67 and 26, I think, or 22 or 23 in the second innings and picked up 5 wickets in the game. So it was a very exciting debut for him, as it was for so many others. T. Natarajan played that game. He was here as a net bowler. Shardul Thakur played that game. Amazingly, India went in with 11 wickets into that game. Rohit Sharma had taken 2, but he wasn't bowling anymore. Right, leg slip is in 2, as indeed is a man down at long leg who's been moved 2 or 3 yards finer. There just haven't been enough bouncers. There's a man in front of square and a wide-ish mid-off cover, backward point. Cummins steams it, bowls to Washington who goes forward. He's very compact in defence. This year, playing for Tamil Nadu in the Ranji Trophy, he actually went up to number 3 and got 150 or 160 batting at 3. Played India under 19 as a 16-year-old. But then when Rahul Dravid was coaching, he had this rule about how you cannot play 2 under 19s for India. So he was 18, eligible to play for India, but young enough to play for India under 19, but could not play a second under 19 World Cup. Played alongside Rishabh Pant back in 2016. There goes Cummins. And Washington Sundar goes forward and defends. It's angled in from round the wicket at him. He's looking fairly comfortable. I think that's the reason. I think the reason India wanted Washington Sundar ahead of the 2 spinners was they wanted an off-spinner first, but they're also a little worried about maybe an Ashwin-Nitish Reddy combo at 7 and 8 and wanted a little bit more batting.
Exactly. That's the reason why they had both these players in the team, to be able to give them some batting depth. They had lost Rohit Sharma, they had lost Shubman Gill to injury, 2 experienced batters out.
Cummins bowls, it's dug in short, but it doesn't have a lot on it, that ball. It bounces in front of Alex Carey. So Rohit Sharma available for the next test match. We will play that game at the Monaco Oval in Canberra. Shubman Gill hopefully would have recovered, fractured finger, but they were saying 2 weeks initially, so we'll wait and see. And the stock after, I saw a little bit of footage of Mohammad Shami playing the Ranji Trophy match for Bengal. He picked up 7 in that game. He'll play some white ball cricket. The stock that he might come in ahead of the Adelaide Test, or certainly for Brisbane. India have a lot of fast bowling stocks in reserve. Cummins from round the wicket, bowls to Washington Sundar. It's dug in short and it's taken just to the left of leg slip on the angle, flying high over Washington's head. 375 for 5, then India lead by 421. Washington Sundar 14, Virat Kohli 47, partnership 54. Sunil Gavaskar still here, and will be joined by Jim Maxwell.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of Test cricket on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listener. Your home of cricket.
So Nathan Lyon continues. Can he tweak him again as he did in the last over? He's bowling and back goes Kohli, runs it away behind point, but he can't add to his score. Is the pitch just occasionally changing character, Sonny?
It is. I think the way the pitch has baked under the hot sun over the last couple of days particularly, I think there will be some cracks which will have opened up a little bit. The ball landing on similar spots.
Line in, dragging him forward. He pushes away on the offside.
That'll have created a few divots as well, which is the reason why batting fourth is not going to be easy at all. And I think India is doing the right thing. They're showing patience. They're already about 400 ahead. So clearly they're looking to maybe have Australia chasing close to 500 if possible.
4:21 in front. Line goes in forward. Kohli just waits and taps the ball away down behind Pointer. A disciplined day of bowling from Australia, and they did have a burst of 3 wickets cheaply until this partnership has made things a little more secure with 54 added. 5 for 375. A slip, a short leg, a short mid-on, and a Kohli push. How was that? No, it was a bit of bat-to-pad, baby. It was all in a tangle because Lyon is landing them, and every now and then one does something. Bounce, turn.
Stuck outside the line of the off stump. But this is a tremendous battle now.
Great to watch as Lyon goes in and Kohli's back, plays with a clip to the onside down to that short mid-on. There's a long on in place and a deep cover in the shadows of the stand out there on that western side of the ground. So they've added exactly 203 today as Lyon has him back forward and back down towards third man. He's twiddled that away. Played a little back cut, chopped it past slip, and a couple more. So Kohli collects 2 at the end of the over. He's 49, and it's 5 for 377. The lead is 423.
Yes, I think this battle is getting better because Lyon is now getting a bit of turn. He's got this lovely loop where he draws the batter forward, trying to get them to drive through the covers, trying to get the ball to sneak between bat and pad. And Kohli also aware of the fact, having survived one such delivery, is now playing with his bat and pad close together. So it's really turning out to be a super battle, fascinating battle. Both the greatest names in the game. And so clearly a battle between two greats is always wonderful to see.
So Australia struggling to get a breakthrough until just before lunch when Rahul was caught by Carey off Stark for 77. Partnership of 201, a record in Australia. So here we go. Cummins once more. Around the wicket goes in and forward. Washington Sundar plays stoutly out on the offside. First ball after lunch. Adakal was caught low by Smith at second, slip off Hazelwood for 25. And then there were 2 check wickets, you'd have to say. Pant had a mad moment against Lyon, charged down to a wide ball, missed it by a long way, and Carey stumped him for 1. And then Jarrell was adjudged LBW to Cummins. Looked like it may be sliding, but he was given out, and DRS confirmed that it was shaving that leg stump. He made 1. So this partnership has just steadied the ship. Leg slip in place, Cummins over the wicket, and Washington Sundar goes back and pushes away down towards mid-on. We talked about this yesterday, the playing of Washington Sundar ahead of Ashwin and Jadeja. How do you see that going into the final innings and the part that Washington Sundar might play?
I think Washington Sundar it does not have the same kind of variety in the bowling like a Lyon or an Ashwin. He's a very steady bowler, and therefore a pitch like this, where the ball is now starting to grip, will be good for him. But I would have also liked Jadeja to be in the side to bring that left-handed variety.
Around the wicket again. He's tightened up defending, gets a single as it just trickles away slowly towards square leg. 5 for 378.
Everybody now is pretty excited about the prospect of Kohli getting to a half century. He's just 1 run away.
Quiz question for you, Jim.
Now, where you go?
Which wicketkeeper has been stumped the most in tests?
Which wicketkeeper has been stumped? Not the most stumpings.
Yes.
Which wicketkeeper?
Think of an aggressive batsman who've played.
Farek Engineer.
Well, you're not bad. He's number 2. He's number 2. You've done well.
Oh,
Have to go back earlier than...
Come on, Sonny, help me out here.
Earlier than Farouk Engineer.
Earlier?
Yes.
Okay. A slip, a gully, a backward square, and Coley gets a run. He pushes it away through the onside. He races for one, goes back for two, and it's chased back as they collect three. And a good portion of this crowd are celebrating and cheering Virat Kohli's half-century, 52 not out. He raises his bat in acknowledgement of that applause. Oh, and he must be a bit of a relieved fella too.
Yes.
It's been a while since he got some, and he's made an excellent half-century.
It's a terrific half-century. He's assessed the situation so well. Came into bat when everything was made ready for him. It was 275 when he came into bat, so there was no pressure, no tension, nothing. All he had to do was capitalize on the start given by the openers.
Now it's Sundar facing, and he's flicking away hard, wide of mid-on. Runs here. They scuttle for one. They go for two. They'll turn for three. So a 3 and a 3 of Pat Cummins, and India move fairly assertively towards that 400 at 5 for 384. Just on that question, Les Ames.
No, not that early.
Not that early.
Post-war.
Clyde Walcott?
No, although he's in that top 10.
Post-war wicketkeeper, stumped the most number of times.
Imtiaz Ahmad from Pakistan?
No.
Jerry Alexander?
No.
Goodness gracious. A slip and a gully as he bowls again, and forward pushed away down towards mid-off. Australian?
No.
English?
Yes.
Not Godfrey Evans.
Godfrey Evans.
Godfrey Evans, God. He batted for an hour and a half in a test without scoring a run, and he got out stumped more than any other Kiwi. That's unbelievable.
Well, at least at that particular point, hour and a half without scoring a run, he wouldn't have got stumped.
No, that's right. How many times was he stumped?
8 times.
8. Well, thank you for that very bit of information. Thank you, Sonny, for your splendid contribution again. It's the end of the over. 5 for 384. Gee, you're pulling out some ringers today. 52 to Kohli, and Washington Sundar is on 18.
It had relevance, of course, because Punt was stumped by
Yes.
today.
How many times has Punt been stumped? You'll have to look that up. What's the record for an Aussie being stumped?
An Australian player, regardless of whether he's wicket-keeping or not, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be Marsh, probably. Have to be someone who's played for a while. Now, Lyon is toiling away here, unluckily, you'd have to say. But he's been through all this before. He's used to it. He's got 531 test wickets. He's coming into Sundar, who pushes forward, hit on the pad and a peel of sorts. Not all that confident. And runs away on the offside. Darren Lehman's back. He was hardly ever stumped because he hit them. He didn't miss them.
No, I got stumped enough, Jim, to be perfectly honest, yeah. Couldn't stretch these little legs back enough to get into the crease occasionally.
Were you ever stumped like Pant today, though? As Lyon goes in and bowls the ball, hitting the pad again.
Could have been somewhere. Could have been somewhere for sure. But it was entertaining when they knew he was coming. He threw it wide, didn't he? He was, you know.
That was a very good question, and we'll come back to you in a moment. Wait a tick, Lyons bowling to Washington. Sundari goes in, and he's forward pushing away. Marsh?
Alan Border.
But he wasn't a wicket-keeper.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were
No.
Australian.
No,
Australian stumped the most, 9 times.
He was
Alan
stumped 9 times, was he?
Michael Clark, 8.
Okay, right. I'll tell you who was never stumped, and he was a great player. It was Neil Harvey. Never. In goes Lyon. Forward, pushing away on the offside. What did he have? 79 innings, whatever, or test, I can't remember now, but he played a lot. And he played against Tayfield and Laker and Locke, a lot of spinners, and he was never stumped. And if you ever saw him bat, you would have thought he had to be stumped. He dances so fast, so quickly down the wicket. He was brilliant.
He was a great player, was he? I'll tell you who else mightn't have got stumped. Jeffrey boycott.
I wonder if he did. I bet he did. But yes, that's a good point. Don't tell him. How about Gleeson? He said as it goes forward down towards mid-on. When Brian Luckhurst wanted down the pitch, I think I can pick him now, Jeffrey. He said, well, don't tell anybody. I've been picking him for ages.
Out of Gilchrist 4 times.
4, was it? Okay. And Lone bowls, leans forward, taps it back, down the pitch to end the over. So the lead's getting bigger and bigger. 4-3-1 at 5 for 385, and they've now added 64 from being 5 for 331. Good spot.
They're well in front, aren't they?
I think so.
I mean, the hardest thing for them, they'll keep batting while Virat Kohli's there. Definitely, that's not an issue. But if Virat Kohli got out, Australia have now been in the field for a long time. What are we, 118 overs, another hour's worth. You're sort of talking 140, aren't you? It's hard to be sharp as an opening batter. You got Boomer, the best bowler in the world. I'd be more inclined to bowl for sort of half hour. Just my take on it. But if Kohli's still there, they'll want him to make 100 if he possibly can.
They'll keep
and give him the confidence. So they'll bat all day unless something happens to these two, especially Kohli.
They're approaching the 9th hour of the innings. So, well, another hour or so to go. Another 2 hours, really.
That's right. 2 hours still.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is another hour they bat. If Kohli's still there, he's going to be 70 odd, isn't he?
Stark bowls. He's into the attack. Defensive stroke from Washington Sundar out there on the offside. Again, Australia have bowled pretty steadily, fairly economically for a bit, but they get picked off every now and then, and there's a clump of 3s, 4s, and a few 6s.
Yeah, well, today, the first session went for 100.
Yeah.
Roughly. Second session, 84. It's not bad bowling.
Good session for Australia, wasn't it?
Yeah, so you're scoring between 80 and 100 now, a session.
Stark is on his way, and he's bowling a ball that's pushed away on the onside down towards mid-on. And for a single.
Jeffrey Boycott was stumped twice.
Really?
Once in Perth. Stumped Marsh bowled Gleeson.
Gleeson now, well, he didn't pick that one.
And Farouk Engineer stumped him off Bishan Beatty at Edgbaston in 1967.
Lucky. Yes.
There you go.
One interesting thing watching this, I can't recall an innings of this number 5 for 386 where Australia, when the pace bowlers are on, have consistently had 2 slips in the gully, at least, all day. They've never pushed the field back more defensively, despite the situation of the game. Around the wicket, Stark bowls it, and he's on the back foot, chopping away on the offside. I mean, you'd assume with a score of 1 for 200 that you're back to maybe a slip, gully, ring field. Stop and scoring, please. Just stop.
Well, I'm glad they haven't.
Yes, they try to get him out.
Yeah, because the only way to stop the scoring is getting him out. And you want to get off the ground at some stage. And if they did that, then it's cuts by 1,000. What is it? 1,000 cuts. What's it saying?
Death by 1,000.
That's the one I'm after.
That's the one.
They could just keep batting and batting and batting. You've got to try and get wickets. So at least they've tried to do that all day, which I'm pleased with.
Yes. 2 slips into the 4th slip there now as Stark around the wicket, draws him onto the back foot, and he punches away through point. There's a run here. There's not a second as it's chased out there by Lyon. One more to Kohli. Kohli's hit the jackpot of sorts today after a lean run. When did he last score a half century in a test match? It must be a few games ago. He's 53 out of 5 for 387. So that makes the lead 433 for India. Washington Sundar is doing his job as an all-rounder, coming in this important spot in the order. Now it's Stark, who runs in towards him, and he gets a bouncer, which he gets out of the way of as sails over his right shoulder.
He got 70 at Bangalore against New Zealand.
Oh, did he? Right. And he only averaged 15 in the series. The rest were pretty...
There wasn't much else to go with it.
Yeah, okay. In the second innings of that game, obviously, it wouldn't have been in the first.
0-70, 1-17, 4-1.
Right. Yeah, right. And he was ridiculously run out somewhere in all of that.
Yeah,
Ran himself out.
He did run himself to mid-off and mid-on, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mumbai.
Here comes Stark, and back he goes, gets over the bounce, keeps it down, controls it away there on the offside. Completion of the over, 5 for 387. The highlight for India today. Magnificent century from Jaswal, caught by Smith off Marsh for 161, 15 fours and 3 sixes, and he faced 297 balls. And a lot of players have brought up a test century with the 6, but I don't think any of us have ever seen a 6 like that to bring up 100. A kind of uppercut top edge that went over a very fine leg and hit the sausage down there, the Toblerone.
It was a really good shot in the end. I mean, he tried to ramp it. He just got to close the face a bit more than he thought and put it over fine legs somehow. But he had time to do it too. He was going to duck it originally and he just went with it because he changed his mind. And we get down to that again. He just had time today, didn't he? He never looked rushed about what he was doing. He just put his mark in the pitch and said, you know what, I'm here to make a big one, and he did. And that's what you do. Your scores look like this at 5 for 387 when you have players making 160.
Now we've got 2 slips, short leg and a short mid on for Kohli, and Lyon continues this battle. He comes in, Lyon is clipped hard towards point. It's well fielded there by Stark to prevent a run. He did him a few overs ago, one that pitched and turned and went over the leg stump. Alas, more buys against the keeper, but that was a tough one because once it turned, I'm sure he'd been thinking, well, that's out, it's going to knock the leg stump out. Just went over the leg stump. Turned a long way. So every now and then he does something, he bowls, back goes Kohli, and he gets an easy run. There's no one around the corner. And he's down to the non-strikers end on 54, 5 for 388. And Lyon is now in his 32nd over, has a 1 for 65. Hazelwood, unbelievable numbers, 22 overs, 10 maidens, 1 for 28. So Australia have done pretty well for most of the day to stop India advancing rapidly to wherever they may end up. And now we've got the lefty on strike, and there's a bit of manipulation of the field. Slip backward point, a cover, a short cover, or 2 of them. Mid-off's a little deep, mid-on, and the backward square with a short leg. 6-3 offside field, 2 short covers. Line around the wicket, Washington Sundar leans out, pats it quietly to Pat, is under a hat on the offside.
He's looked solid, hasn't he, Washington Sundar, as well. 70 balls, doing a job that just lost those wickets, and they've just consolidated well. They'll start to get moving now, I would think.
Lyon bowls, and he leans out again. So, do you know Simon from Gippsland? No. Do you know? Don't look over here. Do you know him?
No.
Right, and this is what he said. Really enjoying Darren's input, insightful, humble, and humorous. Keep it up, mate.
Oh.
You do know
Thank you, Simon.
You know him well.
I don't know him. Oh, you're saying it's not humorous, Jim. Thanks very much, Skipper.
Very insightful as Washington Sundar pushes away. Okay, who's this joker? Oh, it's Kath, not a joker. She's watching in Bay 140. It strikes me that the batter scores more delays between overs than the bowlers. Why is it the bowling team is held responsible for the over rate? Because they are responsible most of the time as he bowls again. And is pushed away on the offside. As I said to you yesterday, Maria Erasmus at the end of his career said, when asked about the over rate, well, it's simple. Just keep them on the field until they bowl all their overs. But is that true? Who's coming in? Ali Mitchell's going to join you. The lead is 434. What should they do about the over rate? Should they worry about it? Is it an issue, Darren? Wait for the music, son.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket on ABC Radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and the ABC Listen app.
Well, beat that. I'm trying to find Bay 140, Ali. Does anyone know where 140 is in the ground in our box here?
Who's in 140?
Kath.
Ah, okay, the message. Here is Mitchell Stark running in from the members' end. 2 slips in the gully for Kohli on 54. Around the wicket he goes. Kohli is forward. Thud of defensive bat towards mid-off where Cummins is fielding, and there's no run. I don't think I have a solution for slow over rates. I've tried fining the players, docking points, in-game penalties, runs.
Got to hurt
that
him
gonna
some
do
way.
it?
Oh, well, I think actually you just got to be harsher on suspensions if you're going to do it. If you're going to do it properly, so we're in the middle of a big series, and say Australia, just hypothetically 8 down, because we only had 77 the first day, 82, but we did have 17 wickets first day.
And goes Stark to Kohli, again shorter ball, and he's looking to smash it away, but bottom edges it into the ground up to Cummins at mid-off.
So what I'm saying is we want as close to 90 as we can. We want 90, don't we?
Yep.
So 77 first day, I could sort of understand that with 17 wickets. I would have still liked a few more overs than 77. 82 yesterday with only 3 wickets and not hot is not good enough, I would think, from my point of view, from both sides, both bowled. So they finished the test match -6, -7, both down. Well, sorry, skipper, you're out for 2 test matches. In a big series, you watch them run through their overs.
See, that also hurts the fans, though, doesn't it? Here's Stark again, just slightly back of a length. Knocked through mid-wicket. Chase on here for English, the substitute fielder. Back into the shadows. A single taken.
Yes, that's the big sticking point. But what it will do is players will get, the media will be onto them about, you get suspended because you're slow over rate. Well, are you running a good ship? So all of a sudden the captain's not captain anymore. And he wants to be captain, doesn't he?
Can the captain make the bowlers move quicker between overs? I mean,
Well, it is, because the captain could say to the bowler, if you're bowling 5.5 minute overs, you're not playing Test cricket for it. So you can't get wickets, and you only get 70. The fans
it would have sides unravelling, wouldn't it?
Well,
Captains suspended all over the
make
place.
it interesting though, Ellie, wouldn't it? Because you're not getting 90 overs, and you want 90 overs. So I'm just trying to see if I can get it for you.
Stark bounding in, left arm over, sway away from Washington Sundar through to Alex Carey. Yeah.
There's no easy answer.
There's no easy answer.
So the fans are what the game's about, and
They want to always see the
best players play. I get it.
But then that doesn't always happen now because of bowler rotation anyway, because of so much cricket and so many formats, you could argue.
Yeah, and we're talking about the captain normally, aren't we, that controls it, but bowlers have a big say. Batters get the change too much. Do they need drinks breaks these days? When they have a wicket, they have drinks breaks. DRS takes a lot of time out of the game as well.
Is that the job of the fourth umpire, to keep an eye on all the wickets, the DRS, to keep an eye on the timings like that? Stark in outside the off stump, scoots through low to Carey. Stark looks after it, and Washington didn't offer a shot. 5 for 389 and the lead 435.
And fourth umpire has that play, and well, every time we review, there's another minute or so you have wickets, you can't. Let's just get really low for our listeners, but not straight. That's the only thing. If you're in the Australian point of view, none of those have gone from the stumps. Not yet, anyway. It's still only day 3. It might in day 4 keep a bit lower at the stumps.
Well, we had a shot clock at the T20 Men's World Cup, didn't we, in June? What's wrong with a shot clock in Test cricket between deliveries? Because then that's for batter and bowler. They've got to be ready. Stark moves in, and an elaborate shouldering of arms from Sundar through to Carey with real carry and zip. End of the over. 435 is the lead, with Washington on 20 and Kohli on 55. Would you advocate for a shot clock?
Anything that makes the overs get better. And it's not as though there are lots of boundaries and runs. Like yesterday, there was only 209 runs for 3 wickets. So there was 19 maidens yesterday. Rick will have to double check my math for me, but I'm going 82 overs, only 3 wickets, 19 maidens. That means a couple of overs has just been gone through quite quickly. You should be able to get through 90.
Well, I'd love to be able to analyse and work out to what extent is it bowlers being slow between deliveries within an over, or the changeover between overs, because that's where you could easily have a clock in Test cricket, couldn't you? The ball is dead, end of the over. You've got a certain amount of time before the bowler's got to be ready to bowl and the batter ready to face. Start of a new one, and it's Lyon here, flicked momentarily aerially, safe into the mid-wicket region. Cummins scampers after it, and there's no run.
There's got to be some way. I mean, there's lots of solutions. It's the ones, fines don't work because players get paid that much. You know, they get paid really well, and they deserve to get paid well. I'm not saying they don't. So fines, they're not worried about that.
Here is Lyon over the wicket, a short straight mid-on, hammered beyond short leg out towards the deep, and one taken, looking to swing Nathan Lyon out of the park. 5 for 390.
There'll be an argument for something like overrates, you know. There's so many other little things that come into it. They're getting value for money, 17 wickets, 200 runs, enthralling day one, wasn't it?
That's where I think at least you could start with having the clock between overs, because there's no delays there's no DRS, there's no wickets to take into account. When there's drinks, and that's taken into account. But yeah, just between overs, make that happen quickly. A little bit of width chopped away behind point. Finds the fielder and there's no run. Larger patrolling that region.
So what's the punishment there? If the shot clock happens, what happens?
Or if it runs out before... Oh, right, okay. Fielding penalty? I mean, there's no fielding restrictions in Test cricket. What about just taking a fielder off? Here goes Lyon in, width again, chopped away towards quadrant. Backward points. What do you think? Take a player off the field if you're slow getting from one end of the ground to the other? Is the bowling side switching between overs?
I don't know.
Answers and suggestions on the text.
Yes.
0467 920 222. Let's throw it out to the listeners because they're way more sensible and imaginative than we are. We've got a match to focus on as Lyon's around the wicket, forward presses Sundar back up the pitch and Lyon picks up. There's no run.
Well, last bit on that before our listeners will get us the answer we need. You'd have to have an in-run game penalty. There's something affects the game that makes you actually warrant running between overs to get to the start of the
from
next
one end
over.
to the other.
Yeah.
It's possible. Even on a hot day and a long day. Short leg in, 2 catches in the cover region here for Sundar's forward, and he presses. One of those is Cummins. He comes forward, plays a bit of keepy-uppy, toe. It's the end of the over. I mean, there's all sorts of... just watching what happens here, end of the over, the helmet comes off from short leg, that's tossed away to the keeper. Carey will go and place that at the far end. A couple of substitutes are coming on. There's a physio coming on as well here to offer a little bit of something or other. Looks like maybe contact lens solution. Sundar or Kohli. And Sundar also is having a little bit of a towel down and wiping his face.
And that takes time. We had Mitchell Stark in the head, so we had the concussion protocols going, so that's all right. And well, there's another point of you can just keep playing till 90 are bowled. You watch how quick people bowl their overs in because they don't want to.
No one wants to be here at 7 o'clock. But then again, also is that slightly unfair on spectators who are trying to arrange transport home, and they might have trains to catch, and everyone knows what the close of play is on a Test match. I'm just trying to think of everybody, keep everybody happy.
You're too sensible, Ali.
The lead's 436. New over, Stark. Kohli is ready to face. He's on 56. 2 slips in the gully around the wicket. Stark full, driven through extra cover. He's found the gap, has Kohli, and the ball's racing away towards the rope, and it will get there. 4 runs for Kohli. He brought up his half-century to a most almighty roar from the Indian contingent here at Perth Stadium, because this was only his second 50 this calendar year, 70 that he scored in the second innings of the first Test against New Zealand. The 2 centuries in the last 5 years it's been spoken about. Both of those were in 2023. It's not as if those 2 centuries were a long, long time ago. He'd gone through the long, long run of form without hundreds, then he got a couple, but then, of course, there's been another gap. He's on 60 now. Stark in, he's defending. Out towards Labuschagne in the covers, and there's no run. Rick?
There was 50 seconds then between the end of the last over and Mitchell Stark starting his run-up. If you do that 90 times, that's 75 minutes in a day of changing innings, which is a lot of time, isn't it? Hour and a quarter.
In play, isn't it? So...
Shorten the lunch break. The players wouldn't like that either, would they? To allow for more time in the day. Begin the afternoon session 10 minutes earlier than you would do to try and get more overs in?
They have 20 and 20.
Right, maybe again the fans wouldn't like that either. In goes Stark, full, driven outside the off stump once more, squarer this time. Labuschagne after it from cover, out into the deep. He'll catch up with the ball as it slows, and Coley comes back for a second.
Corporates wouldn't, for a start.
Well, you've got to think of the finances of the game too. The lead's 440, 5 for 396. Already getting some suggestions in here. Matt, he's in section 146. Hello, Matt. Ban on pace bowling until the over 8 has been caught up. That already happens in terms of bad light, doesn't it? So that's already an element of the game. So that's just extending something which is already in place, you can say.
I like it, Matt, but then I'll just produce dust bowls. So
there's always a counter-argument.
Yeah. I like it, though. Great thinking, great start. Anyway, this is the problem here for Australia. They don't want to be batting tonight now, do they? 4:42, the shadows are starting to creep across.
Coley waits here, Stark's in full. He's tempted to drive this one out towards gully into the ground. Hard thud of ball on bat though. I mean, thinking of time, can we detect a plan, a shifting gear from Coley at any point that will come if the plan is to have a go at bowling tonight? And he's got less than 40 runs for 100 needed now.
Yeah, and it's only the last couple of overs he tried to slog sweep Nathan Lyon last over. He's had 3 big cover drives off Mitchell Stark this over. Maybe there is a shift, maybe. That's,
Again, between overs, a little message comes out. That takes a bit of time.
Yeah.
And indeed, 2 members of the support staff did come out during that change of ends. Stark in again, and he allows this to go by. Coley, shouldering of arms, taking stride forward and outside the off stump. Liam asks again, over rate. Do we take into account a left-hand, right-hand combination of batter, so there's a change of field every time there's a single? Question for the 4th umpires keeping an eye on timings, isn't it? Well, that wouldn't make a difference if the shot clock, if you like, was in operation for the change of ends.
Yeah, we've had that for 150 years, haven't we? So it's not a big issue, left-right-handers. And
yeah, plenty of other teams have managed to get 90 overs in a day in different eras. With that, Stark in again, honing in straighter, and Coley drawn forward defensively to block out the last ball of the over. The lead remains 442. India into bat Australia into submission, out of the game because they're in record test match run-chasing territory now. No team has ever chased this many to win a test match. It's going to be about Australia batting out 2 days, 2 and a bit days, depending on what happens in the remainder of this final session on day 3.
Well, we'll know in about 45 minutes, won't we? At 5 o'clock, they'll either be saying we want to bowl for 40 minutes or we're just batting the whole day. So in 45 minutes, 10 overs, if Coley gets moving, he won't be far off. 100 really is it's a couple of big overs and you're almost there. So, but if they just keep batting as I think they're just going to say, look, the weather's and the forecast is beautiful the next few days. I think it's 26 and 27. There's no panic about not getting your overs in. I'm more talking about when's the worst time to bat for Australia. That's if I'm looking at the game itself.
And they're tired after the day in the field today and the time in the field yesterday. The dispiriting bowling without taking a wicket yesterday for that opening partnership. It's painful if you're just thinking about it. You're exhausted. Around the wicket line, forward is Sundar. Line picks up off his own bowling. Slip and short leg in place. Again, catcher stationed on the offside for the off-spinner to the left-hander. Cover, and a shorter extra cover. Mid-on is back, got points, and we've got Khawaja on the 45. Slip and short leg, Lyon moves in, so nice forward, and he defends. There's another good suggestion here about over rates and penalties, and that is that if you've got that timer for the change of overs, then if you're not ready to go, then the first ball of the next over is a free hit. Quite like that, David from Tasmania. Thank you very much. And of course, though, you might always get the argument as to, is it the bowling, well, that'd be a judgment. It's the bowling side ready to go, is the batter not ready, for whatever reason? Are they scratching at the crease, marking a guard?
Bowlers wouldn't like that, but I don't mind it. I don't mind it. There's no ways of thinking, speeding up the game.
We've got a silly point in now as well, so Lyon's called for a second helmet. Silly point, short leg. Forced The back foot past Silly Point down towards wideish long off. McSweeney picks up. And another one is taken. 4:43 the lead, 5 for 397. Coley on 62 faces up. So again, here is the switch around of field, full of right-hand, left-hand combination as we've got out here right now. 046792022 to reach us on the SMS. And at ABC Sport, the grandstand on social media.
Got them going, didn't we?
There's a few suggestions coming in. See, everyone's got ideas for this.
That's good.
Line is in conversation. See, it's the thinking up of the plans. He's talking to his captain, and they're trying to figure out how they're going to get Virat Kohli out. And so this is the pause, and a bit of a Mexican waves going around the crowd. So that's how the crowd entertain themselves when there's delays in play. And Cummins now walking to this position, a very short straight mid-on. Kohli forward, Lyon one-handed in his follow-through. And a little look back towards Washington Sundar, who was starting to back up at the non-striker's end. So 3 around the bat with short leg and 2 slips at the moment. And then Cummins right on the edge of the pitch. Mexican wave swings round beneath us as Lyon moves in. Right arm over here to Kohli's going back, fixes it along the ground past Travis Head at short leg. Scampers quickly for one. One is all it'll be. In the deep, Mitch Marsh comes forward and fields it backwards square leg. And another single ticks around. 444. The lead keeps going. India closing in on the 400 mark in the second innings. If you missed any of the action earlier, well, Jaiswal reached his 100, passed 150, out for 161. Fell to a bit of a trap. He couldn't believe it when he got out. Mitch Marsh was the bowler, and he slashed the ball straight to Steve Smith, fractionally behind square. Forward this time comes Washington Sundar, easing the single down towards mid-off. End of the over. From line on come 3 members of the support staff with various drinks and so on for the Aussies. 5 for 399. Lead 445. Kohli on 63, Washington on 22. So India had a little period, didn't they, Darren Lehman, in the middle of that middle session, where they went from 2 for 313, got the wicket of Jaiswal, Australia did, and then India lost 3 wickets for 8 runs, and found themselves 5 for 321, at which point Washington Sundar joined Virat Kohli, and they've now put on 78 between them. Just really pushed Australia right out of the equation.
Yeah, they have now, haven't they? And Australia still try things. The bowls were toiled pretty hard, to be fair to them today, but that moment there was the only chance to get back into the game for Australia. They needed to go bang, bang again and get to the tail, because if they got Kohli and Washington out, the rest will probably play shots, and Australia will probably be batting by now. But they're not, and really it's just time for Australia. They actually don't want to bat. They don't want to bat today, Australia. They actually, if I'm Australia, I'm going, well, you know what? We're now in the realms of they're batting for as long as they can. We don't want to be batting tonight.
And they'll also be aware of Kohli and this potential for 100. So if they can even just dry up the runs and stretch out his innings, it's going to be a brave Bumrah who calls India in. As round the wicket comes Marsh. Oh, there's a single. Washington Sundar very late to set off. Kohli was calling for it, but then a fumble in the field means that he's through, and in fact he's run all the way to the sight screen because Sundar just had to get the sprint on from a very delayed start. Brings up the 400 for India. 5 down, 5 for 400. The lead 446 now. How much of a chance could that have been? It was Labuschagne with the fumble. He's normally very quick to swoop and throw.
Well, the energy's still there for Labuschagne. That's one thing he does do. He loves his fielding. And I can't complain about any of that today from the Australian team. They've worked pretty hard. So it's a case of just haven't got enough. And India have bowled well, batted well, to be fair. There hasn't been enough chances created. Sometimes happens in the game. The wicket is certainly flattening out for the listeners. So there's no reason Australia can't bat 150 overs at the moment, I wouldn't have thought.
Kohli on 63, Marsh into him, tucking it off the hip. And takes a single down into the shadows at fine leg. Here's another comment about over. It's an overthrow here, and they're going through for one overthrow. They'll come back for another 2. It's the second time there's been overthrows from the Australians.
That's very unlike the Australian team. They're getting tired, and that's what says to me we should be bowling, because they're just, you can see it now, they're just feeling it. And what, wouldn't you? 125 overs in, non-stop. You only had, how many overs did we bat for, Rick, in our first innings? Because we would have bowled about 40 as well, 45 in the first innings.
I reckon I've got up 50.
51.2.
So you're talking...
Sundar facing up here. One slip in the gully. Marsh moves in back of a length. Through to Carey it goes. No shot offered.
So you're talking 50 over, 175, 180 overs in the field with the bowlers already. Not much time off for the keepers or the bowler. Alex Carey batted, he was in quite early, and the bowlers batted most of the innings at the back end. So all of a sudden you're talking, they've been there, they're tired. Batters have to be getting tired because they're running around as well.
Yep.
If I'm tired and I'm lethargic facing Boomer, I'm in trouble, I would think.
And one of your openers is on debut. He's never played a test match before. Honing it on off stump. Defence solid again from Washington Sundar. Tell you what, Biff, there are so many messages coming in about over rates.
Well, we got the right one, didn't we?
So one here saying the time lost is not between overs, it is between balls, and because if you watch the bowlers, they watch the replay of their last delivery on the big screen instead of bowling the next ball. So we either need to speed up the replays on the big screen or scrap the replay. See if that makes a difference. Marsh moves in here to Washington, defends up towards mid-off, fielded by Stark, and there's no run. Penalty suggestion, if you had a clock between overs. Here's the run penalty suggestion. If the bowling team aren't ready, then 5 runs are added to the score, and if it's batters who are determined not to be ready, then you get 5 runs taken off. Greg from Gympie putting that one forward.
Lovely spot, Gympie, north of Noosa there.
A warm old day here in Perth as Marsh is in, around the wicket again, on the drive this time, forward of points and out into the deep, chase back for Travis Head. They come back for 2. Turn again, and Sundar is about half a pitch length ahead of Kohli as they run between the wickets there. 406 and the lead 452 as we're 25 past 4 local time. It's the end of the over, which means a change in commentary here as well. Thanks for all your suggestions on the SMS. Keep them coming. Clint Wilden might well carry on the conversation with the lead 452 and Kohli on 66. Clint is coming in and he'll be alongside Glenn McGrath.
Your home of cricket. This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
And India just keep on keeping on this pair. Partnership now with 85 between Kohli and Sundar. Sundar on 26, Kohli on 66, 5 for 406, a lead of 452. Clint Wilden with you, Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, ABC Radio, ABC Sports Digital and the ABC Listen app. This is the first test of the 5-test series to decide the Border Gavaskar Trophy, and it is stating the absolute obvious that the Australians are in a major hole at the moment. Glenn McGrath.
G'day, Clint. G'day, listeners. Without a doubt, there was a bit of a hope there. They've got 3 or 4 wickets quickly there before tea, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And now these two have put on a good partnership for India.
Line to Sundar, who cuts backward of point. It won't quite go to the boundary rope again. It stops itself before Mitchell Marsh can get there to do the fielding, but they'll run 3. And Virat Kohli looks absolutely puffed.
He's not happy running 3s. No. He likes the boundaries. Singles or boundaries.
Who could blame him?
He's run a lot of 3s out there.
About 3 in the last over, 3 threes.
We were watching him run the last before he came on air, and wasn't quite lapped, but Sundar was right with him, and you could just tell Virat was like, no, that'll do. We're okay.
Didn't want to run 4?
No.
Well, I remember the old Adelaide Oval. You could nearly run 5, but not for Virat.
Kohli waits. This will be a well-judged single down through mid-wicket. He can stroll his way down to the non-strikers end to move to 67. Can change in the field from left-handed to the right-hand. Sunda pauses for a moment. They bring short leg in. The left-hander glances around the field. There's plenty of space in the deep on the onside out towards the city end of the ground. There's also a short straight mid-off, and Sunda defends back down the pitch to Lyon, who does the fielding. Steve Smith, as usual, is in there at first slip.
Yeah, a little bit more in this pitch now for Nathan Lyon. We've seen a couple just bite, turn and bounce. He's only got the one wicket beside his name. Rishabh Pant came down the pitch and was looked pretty ordinary in the end. But Washington Sunda there, he'll be taking note for when he bowls in the second innings.
Here is Sunda forward defending straight back to Lyon. Did make the point before that 3 wickets fell when we were on the roof. And they hasn't been...
You want to go back up?
No.
Imagine if you were hanging from the roof.
No.
Get Australia more wickets.
No, I don't want to be hanging from the roof.
You can do it up there, I think.
That would be okay for you. Line bowls. Oh, having a wild swing and missing and bowling him. Sunda's gone. He went down on the one knee, tried to hoik it over mid-wicket. Line strikes. And they get the wicket they needed to break this partnership. It was worth 89 runs. 6 wickets down, 6 for 410. Sunda bowled by Line. He's on his way. It was a wild swing and the ball crashing in to the top of the bail between middle and leg. He's delighted, Nathan Lyon. That's the end of Washington Sunda. Out for 29 from 94 balls. Bowled by Lyon. India 6 for 410.
Well, you're right with what you said there, Clint. Australia needed that. They needed something. But where did that come from? Washington Sunda, he's been playing straight and looking good, then all out of nowhere. Dirty slogger across the line. Ball's gone straight on, straight in the middle stump. Not sure who's more surprised, the Australians or Washington Sunda. He's pretty disappointed with that shot.
He defended so stoutly and so patiently, and then all of a sudden it was like the premeditated hoik. I'm going after this one. Big stride forward, down onto one knee. Completely missed the delivery from Lyon. He missed, Lyon hit. Sunda goes. You could see, just watch the replay, the front-on replay for a moment, the disbelief from Sunda as if to go, what was I thinking?
He was shocked, wasn't he? That look on his face, like, what have I just done? I think everyone on the ground said that. It seemed to come from nowhere. Well, that's the 6th wicket down. I reckon this bloke will be pretty ready to go when he gets out there.
Am I ready? Boom, boom. I like it. Well played from you. He does, of course, stride out to the crease after what was a terrific knock on debut. Top scorer in that first innings. Very handy. 41 from 59 deliveries. Nathan Lyon has 1 ball to come in this over. They've got 2 slips. Short straight mid-on and a short leg. And ready. Oh, lovely shot. Pull shot backward of square. Went after Lyon straight away. Might go to the rope. It's Marsh who'll come around to do the fielding. Deep backward square. He's able to fire it back as they take 2 runs to end Lyon's over. And a wicket coming from it, as well as 6 runs. So India 6 for 410 now. They lead by 456. Kohli 67.
Nathan Lyon still standing up there thinking, what was that first shot from? They're just ready there. You know, we were saying, he was well and truly ready to go. He didn't muck around, did he? Come out there and first shot, he's gone for the half slog sweep behind square and gets off the mark with a 2.
1 ball, 2 runs.
I wonder if that's a sign
of what they're going to do and how they're approaching this.
Because what do we got? There's still an hour 20 left today. Whether they go hard and have a 50 minutes at it.
Well, that is the question. Do they make the Aussies come out and bowl again tomorrow, or do they have a go at them tonight? Mitch Marsh to start another over, and he's away to Kohli. He pushes out through point for a single.
I would suggest not.
No?
Because, Rat Coley's been shy of runs for the last 24 months. He hasn't been anywhere near the form that we expect from him. He would love 100. To start the Test series over here with 100 under his belt, I think that would do the world of confidence for him.
And knowing what he means to India and the 1.5 billion who cheer on his every move, there's no way while he's out in the middle, I'll be staggered, century or otherwise, if there's any declaration while Kohli gets a chance to bat. He waits at the non-striker's end as Marsh bowls and getting it past Nitish Kumar Reddy through to the keeper. So Virat is currently on 68.
They only lead by 459 though.
They do have...
No one's ever chased it down in a fourth inning, so...
Ever. They've got 2 and a bit days to get the...
There it is. No ball.
Oh. Now, you bring this up.
I was talking about this outside before.
I was just keeping an ear on... I'd call it not a meeting of the fast bowlers cartel, but perhaps a little... a side chat from a couple of esteemed members, yourself included, as Marsh bowls to Kumar Reddy, who plays it into the ground just outside off stump, and it bounces away safely, no run. And there was quite a discussion about the no balls versus something that I would suggest maybe could be a little bit more important. Can you fill us in?
Yeah, so Mark Taylor was out there having conversation too, and I said to Tubb, and Damien Fleming was there, I said, why is it so important that we never miss a no ball in this game now? We can't miss one, no matter what happens, but a clear edge behind that's given not out. Oh, that's okay if we miss those.
Marsh bowls and Fleming onto the offside.
So what?
No run.
So what's more important? One meaningless no ball that we have to get every one of them, or a clear edge caught behind, given not out, no referrals left. Oh, that's okay. We'll let that one slide because that's not that big, really, is it? Could change the whole game. But so I don't know. I'd like to, if we're about getting every decision right, clear decisions like that, I think there should be a way. I know they've got the DRS and everything else.
Marsh away from his bowls. Big stride down the pitch by Kumar Reddy, and he punches it out through mid-wicket. They'll take one and come back for a second. Stark does the fielding. Settle for 2. Moment ago, a little misfield from Pat Cummins, the reason for the oohs and the ahs around the ground. He put his right hand down to field it, just bounced away from him. There was no extra run. They thought about it for a moment, the Indian bats, but Cummins was able to regather and made sure that it remained.
Maybe we can put it out to our listeners. What's more important, that we miss a no ball or that we miss a caught behind? in the state of the game.
An official reason for why it's Marsh bowls again and played straight back past the bowler by Kumar Reddy, a dot ball. Stark again from mid-on to do the fielding.
Is it because batsmen make too many rules in this game?
That was certainly the suggestion from outside.
From the fast bowling cartel. Yeah, not that we have any bias or anything out there.
No, I can understand that.
But it's just curious that now we do not miss a single no ball. And I know bowlers shouldn't be bowling anyway, and if you could, it's a clear cut. And we're talking a millimetre sometimes.
2 slips and a goalie. Marsh over the wicket bowling and hit up in the air. That is a great shot from Kumar Reddy. That's gone a long way. Deep backward square for 6. He has crunched that. He's gone after Marsh and sent it over the boundary rope. 6 for 422. Whacking it away.
7th ball of the inning, of the over.
And that was because of the no ball. That is a costly no ball too. So, Kumar is 10, Kohli is 68, 6 for 422. It is a lead of 468, and that is some way, if you're Kumar Reddy, to go across and have a break for refreshments with a 6 like that. You're listening to Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Drinks are on the field.
The dusk wind picked up.
Then there was... What the hell? The hair in the back of my neck went
I
up.
got really scared.
So unexplained.
Absolutely terrified. The secret UFO files.
We need to declassify them.
Honestly, I'm nervous about how this is going to go. This isn't an alien story. It's a human story. I'm Danielle O'Neill. This is Uncropped. Search for Expanse on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of Test cricket on ABC Radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and the ABC Listen app. Your home of cricket.
So it's drinks on the field here. India 6 for 422 in their second inning. They lead by 468. Let's find out what's happening in the Sheffield Shield between SA and WA. Day 2, Aaron Bryans.
Clint, a fair bit of carnage here. So WA dismissed for 373, and in response, South Australia 4 for 43. Henry Hunt's on 29, Harry Nielsen on 2. We've had 3 golden ducks. So Connor McInerney, Daniel Drew, and Jake Lehman all out on their first balls. 2 of those came off the bowling of Jai Richardson, who's playing his first Sheffield Shield game in over a year. Was on a hat trick at that point, but while celebrating the wicket of Daniel Drew, appeared to hurt his shoulder while high-fiving his teammates. Had to be escorted off the ground with the trainer. We didn't see him for about 20 minutes or so. He's back out there now and then picked up his third wicket. Tom Kelly edging the third slip, departing for 10. So Richardson's got figures of 3 for 9, but his shoulder heavily kind of strapped, and South Australia panicking right now after dismissing WA for 373. They are 4 for 43 on the second day here at the Adelaide Oval.
Thank you, Aaron. Meanwhile, at the Gabba, day 1, the other day-night shield match between Queensland and Victoria. Victoria was all out a short time ago for 186, while earlier the SCG Tasmania got the stumps 4 for 251 on the opening day against New South Wales. And of course, we've also got coverage happening at the WBBL, the final regular season game between the Heat and the Sixers. The Heat can still grab first place and hosting rights for the final, which is next Sunday. Full coverage of tonight's game getting underway very shortly on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the WBBL button. As always, this here at Perth Stadium, it's the first test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy 5-test series. It's day 3. They're just breaking from drinks in this final session. 6 for 422. India lead of 468. Rick Finlay has some disturbing news.
I'm afraid so, Clint. Of the 240 series that Australia have played, 134 of which they've won, they've only won 4, having lost the first test. Against England 1997, West Indies 68-69.
Hang on, hold his line. He's in to start another over. And it's Coley on strike. He gets right behind the delivery, no run.
And against England in 1936-37, in fact, they lost the first 2 and won the next 3. And way back in 1901-02 was the first time that happened. So only 4 out of 240.
So when was the most recent again, Rick?
1997 in England.
Coley surrounded, slip and a short leg. He flicks it away, but can't get it past a deep gully. There's a shy at the stumps from Kawaja, but Coley wasn't going anywhere. Backing up was being done on Atish Kumar, who was sent back, and he's safely home.
So, Rick, you're saying it's been done before?
There's a chance.
There's a chance. So
you're telling me there's a chance.
But when you think when India won their first series over here, they lost the first test and came back. So maybe it's what we need to do to win the series here.
Line bowls. Coley flicks it through mid-wicket, just casually, and then moseys down towards the non-strikers.
Instead of saying for us to win, it's for Australia to win. I'll get it right. Because we're non-biased, Uppo.
Absolutely, we are. We're for the game.
We want to see good cricket with Australia just winning. But
Australia, of course, could win this test.
Well,
never say never.
Never say never. There's the one thing in Australia's favour, there's still a long time to go in this test match. If they can knock India over here and bat the next 2 days, they'll win.
Line bowls, punched away out onto the offside.
So you've got to have a positive attitude.
I'm enjoying the positive attitude. I'm enjoying people disagreeing and agreeing. We've got people on both sides on the SMS for your thoughts about why are no balls more important than edges? Why do we immediately worry about a no ball and not necessarily an edge? A lot of you sending us a text message through. Line bowling, slashing at this. Get it as fine as he wanted. Wide third in Kawaja will come around to mean it's just a single. So Kumar Reddy goes to 11.
I know how to sort both of them out. 1, don't bowl no balls.
Yep.
And 2, if you edge it, walk. Brian Lara always walked. Adam Gilchrist always walked.
So these,
gentleman's game.
These are the texts. BJ of Hindmarsh Irons says, stop whinging, Glenn. Just stay behind the line.
Exactly.
One unfurls. Coley forward drops it away out towards point and immediately sets off for a single.
BJ's happy with edge caught behind. Not out.
I'm not sure. Chris, probably not. Chris in Eastwood. I'm with Glenn.
Yeah, good man, Chris.
Cricket traditions are great, but out should be outs. There's more texts to come, but I'm going to jump out of here with lines over finishing. We'll see what else we've got. 6 for 425 India. They lead by 471. I'm out of here. Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Jim Maxwell to join you.
Grandstand Cricket.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listener.
Anyone could see the road that they walk on is crazy to go. It's always summer, they never get cold, they never get hungry, they never get old.
Okay, here we go. Pitching up and turned away on the onside. Working it off his pads for a single. And the score moves to 6 for 426. Mitch Marsh is bowling here at the Northern, the members' end. Reddy is 11, Kohli 70. And India have put on 254 today to lead by a mere 472. Still so much time potentially left in this game. Just a slip and a fourth slip. Marsh runs in and it's short off the back foot, goes Reddy with a hammering stroke out to deep point. Out there in the sunshine, looking at the setting sun. And Australia working, toiling hard as they have all day. They're coming up for their 10th hour out in the middle, and you suspect India will keep batting unless they get dismissed this evening. We've got just over an hour of play to go. Now Marsh, with his dicky ankle, runs in and bowls it to Kohli. Kohli goes flicking away to the onside. It comes off the pad, I think. We'll wait for the umpire to signal as it went rolling away behind square.
Waiting for the timer to tick down because they have half appealed.
Oh, what's that? They're going for an LBW. I saw him do the signal for a DRS. Is that right?
I think you are right.
I'm sorry. Wasn't that going down leg? My eyes deceive me. Well, someone thought there was a chance of LB, and the umpire has gone upstairs. The batsmen are standing mid-pitch, and
I think they've still got 3 left. We'll just burn one in the hope that it's
time wasting.
I don't know. It seems no one's really overly excited.
That came from nowhere, didn't it? Now let's have a look. That's clearly going down leg, isn't it?
No, it hit him in the leg.
Okay, roll it through.
Yeah, I think
clearly a gap between bat and ball.
There's no edge.
When ready, please.
It's spearing towards the leg side, surely. And we're going to go through all the bizzo here.
Hit him in line and missing by a foot.
Missing. Go back to Chris.
Oh, what a surprise. It's missing by 2 stumps.
Chris, you're on screen.
Now it's going to be a leg by. Look out. Here we go, leg by. How many Xavier trousers now?
51 now.
51. Whoa. Now, Marsh goes in, ready. Swing, slots, wide of mid-on. Drags it out to the boundary. He was waiting for that. He's now moving into a proper net session here, Mr. Reddy. And he hit a 6 earlier on, a drop kick over deep backward square. And now he's tugged the ball away for a mighty 4.
Maybe the ploy was to annoy him and get him to play a rash shot, but he picked that one off just short of a length, and you'd have to say it's nearly a bit of a slog over mid-on.
He's got an eye, this fella. Marsh bowls, he charges again and hits it wide of mid-off. And it's going out towards the boundary for a 4. Wow. Is that a sign of declaration?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, Kohli's on 70. He would dearly love to get his 100, but Dinesh Reddy's come out and he's playing his shots.
I think Bumrah wants to bowl with the shadows on the pitch in the last half hour. He's hard enough to see anyway, but with the shadows, as we saw the other night. This is interesting. Marsh bowls again and he pulls this away hard. Wide of mid-on, it's going out towards the boundary again. It's being chased by Stark. Can he get to it? He can't. 4 more. 3 fours from Marsh after a DRS was turned down, which looked to be very optimistic. And that races us to 6 for 4, 3, 6. A lead of 482. Reddy is 20 off 12 balls. Cop that, fellas.
Well, that third one he hit in the air between mid-wicket. And it wasn't too far away, but he's picked up his third 4 and a third boundary in a row.
Marsh 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 66. Yep, it's 6 for 4, 40. Yeah, 6 for 4, 40. And Nathan Lyon, who's been bowling for a long time, how many overs is he chalking up in this spell down at the jail end there, Rick? He came on there, 16th, 17th, 18th. 18th, is it? 18th over. He runs up now, a little trot in, and he's driven by Coley in the air, drags it down the ground for 6. Yeah, straight 6. Hit by Coley, back over the bowler's head. 6 for 4, 4, 6. Declaration time, is that what we're thinking here? Coley's 76. Was he going to let him get 100 first?
Well, maybe the message's come out. Brad, if you want your 100, you better get it quickly.
21 off the last 7 balls.
Right. Hold on to your tickets and all of that at the moment with this attack on the Australian bowling. Lyon bowls to Coley's walking across and he's beaten and the bails are ripped off. There's a double play. Is that out? Caught behind? Stumped? I'll have a go both ways. No luck either way.
Why are they booing?
I think they're booing the appeal. Don't you?
Well,
the crowd.
No comment.
There's so many in the crowd. You can just see them on the fringes all the way around with India's momentum here.
Yeah.
They're caught up in the surge of passion. Lyon bowls Coley's back and he plays the ball down on the onside to short mid-on. There's a long on, a long off, a deep cover and a deep mid-wicket. And there's Coley kind of on the rampage. You're just not too sure. He's just waiting. It's like the old ball selection, waiting for the right ball to whack. So Lyon trots up and Coley swings and sweeps and hits it hard out in front of square towards the man out there, and they collect a run. And Coley moves along to 77. Reddy's 24. 6 for 447. 37 added in this partnership. 24 of them to Reddy. And Reddy is looking as fielders disappear everywhere. No bad pad, just a slip. Lyon comes to Reddy. Reddy forward. There's an easy run. He said, well, put the field back. I'll push down to mid-off for a run.
Yeah, no, if they are thinking about declaring here and they want Brett to get his 100, Reddy doesn't need to be the one taking all the risks and hitting the boundaries. He need to push singles and get Brett Coley back on strike.
494 in front. Is 500 a number that Jasprit Bumrah is thinking about, or is it a matter of time? He wants to have 6 to 7 overs at the Australians tonight. We're about 10 to 5 local time. Lyon bowls now and back and over and down the pitch it goes from Coley's bat to end the over. So Lyon has taken a bit of tap in that over with the 6-spin struck. He has 37 overs, 5 maidens, 2-4-86, and the lead 4-9-4. Glenn McGrath's off it away. The shadows just creeping across the square a little bit now. I mean, it's the ideal time to be bowling with a new ball. Any time if Bumrah's bowling. And is that going to happen? Darren Lehman slipped into the chair. And let's see what he thinks. Are we heading for a declaration?
Well, Coley playing that shot last over, yes. If he wants 100, he's got to get it quick. If he gets close, I don't think they'll declare on him.
Right.
They've got to now. Well, you might need the expertise of a lawmaker amongst us. Would that be Rick or yourself in the game laws of cricket?
What are you thinking of?
Do they have to declare at 5:09, for example?
Yeah.
Because you need to have started the other innings not in the you have to start the second innings within the scheduled start time, not the extra half hour.
I see. Well, good point. Now it's Labuschagne bowling a bouncer of sorts. It's missed by Carey. Couldn't take it cleanly. And there's almost a run out of the bowler's end. He had to scamper to get there. And it's a bye. It's another sundry. 52 of them in the innings now.
Really?
Yeah. 52.
I'm a bit worried about Carey. Has he done something with his finger with one of those bounces off Cummins earlier on the day that went up? Went for 4 byes over his hand and he took his glove off. But it's just got the feel of, okay, we've got to take it on. We want to bowl for half hour. We're 500 in front. And they want to bowl with the shade across the pitch.
4 men deep on the onside. Labuschagne bowls short and he tucks it away. Between a lot of them, out to the boundary. It's heading away as it knocked back. No, it's 4. That was a good hit. He had a bit of protection there. But Labuschagne's bowling is an invitation to the batsman if he's bowling those shorties. And it's tugged out to the boundary. Another very good shot. Coley, 81. Labuschagne's going to have his wits about him here because although there are men in the deep, the way Coley hits it, it won't matter as we've just seen. If he places it, it'll go for 4. Labuschagne bowls short and wide. Is height all right on that? Yep. Coley thought, nah, there's a sort of fine third man in place on the boundary, a deep point. And there's a mid-off with a gully. And then all these blokes on the onside. Fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. Another one of them. And a wideish mid-on. Labuschagne. He runs in again. Coley pulls it away. There's no one at mid-on. No one at mid-on. And that's an easy 4. That's another pie. Absolute pie. 6 for 453, and Coley's 85.
Chicken and veggie or meat pie?
The lead's 500, Jim.
It is. Thank you, Rick. Well, they're not declaring it now. Not the way Coley's going. He could get 103 hits here.
Well, it does say to me, they've told him at a certain time, get it as quick as you can. And good on him because he's actually playing the team game here. He's not trying to hold up and make sure they want to bowl for as long as they possibly can tonight. So, it's a case of, wow, get as many as you can, as quick as you can. We want to be bowling for, it looks like something like a half hour.
Now there is a mid-on in place. Labuschagne tries again. He charges and he misses. And it goes through to the keeper. Well, at least Labuschagne hit the fuller length that time. And Coley tried to smack it, but he missed out. The lead is 503. It's 6 for 457. 47 added rapidly for this wicket between Reddy and Coley.
Again, hats off Virat Kohli. Not worried about the 100, actually trying to score quickly for his team.
Labuschagne comes up to him and he's on the back foot, hitting it hard out to deep cover. He takes 1 and easy 2 as Mitch Marsh is out there to cover it. That's the end of the over. How many from that luscious Labuschagne over.
11 including the bye.
11 with the bye. Okay. 4.59 on the board.
34 off the last 3 overs.
And Coley doesn't have the strike, but he's 87. And the lead is 505.
And Jim, 505 with the slow outfield. I mean, we're talking pushing up to close to 580, 600. So I don't think Australia, even if they bat really well for 2 days, we've only been averaging roughly 80 a session when batters are in. I don't think they can get them, even if they batted properly for 2 days. So they've got plenty of runs. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
If they bat 3 more overs,
that'll be enough.
That will be enough. And that rule might come into play. Rick, do you know the answer to that one? The laws of the game there where the declaration happens after the scheduled finishing time? Do they finish the overs or do they take stumps?
Just take it on notice, Rick, and we'll worry about it when it happens.
I've just got a feeling you're right, Darren, that you can't declare after the scheduled cessation of play.
Okay. Well, we'll watch. And we've got Lyon coming into bowl to Reddy, and Reddy goes back and pushes for the easiest of singles, mid-off, mid-on, and way back.
And that's our perfect answer of what's going to happen, because he's just trying to get Virat Kohli on strike. Because if that was a T20 game, he would have thought about trying to hit that 20 rows back.
Well, he could be tempted here. He's on 87. It's 460 for the loss of those 6 wickets. Yasval earlier out for 161 and Rahul 77. Australia have kept a check on the scoring for a fair bit of the day, but now with the declaration looming, they've got the foot down. He comes up and bowls, and Kohli plays it easily out there on the offside to Pat Cummins, who's at cover. Dot ball. Kohli's looking around. He's just playing a few shots in the air to rehearse what might happen. He's 87. Line comes up, and Kohli plays a reverse sweep, and he plays it well. It's going down to the boundary for 4. That was a quick swish, change of hands, and it went flying past Smith and down to the boundary. He's 91.
Well, he's gone quickly there. He's signalled the umpire that he's hit that on the way down. You know, have a look at this. He shows the umpire straight away. He wants every run as quick as he can. And he's only a couple of hits away. He'll look to the wide mid-on area or the sweep shot for the extra boundary coming up. He'll try and get one this over and get it really close.
Nathan Lyon in the shadows, comes in, Kohli back, knocks it down behind point, chases off for a run, and the throw is wide from Khawaja. He moves to 92. 6 for 4, 6-5. 5-11 in front. Reddy is 26. He's on strike. And Lyon trying to work the field here and there. Saving 1, saving 4. He has plenty of ones, but he's got the short cover, short mid-wicket to cut that one off. And now point goes back towards third man as Lyon runs up to old Reddy. Reddy back, and he stabs it down behind point now that Khawaja is out. He can take the run. It's all about, as Darren said, getting Kohli on strike. He's 92, and there's 1 ball left in the over. So it might be take the 1 at this point. Just waiting for a moment for the field to settle. There's movement here and there, but Lyon is down there as that shadow hits the pitch now. Lyon goes into Kohli. Kohli swings with his bottom hand and reefs it away down towards long on and gets a single. And he moves to 93. So it's 6 for 4, 6, 7, 5-13 in front. Declaration is imminent. We'll see. Clint Wilden is coming in to join Darren Lemming.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And the ABC Listener.
The stadium would be echoed in front of television sets all around the world. Every time Virat Kohli scores another run, Darren Lehmann, the roar. It's a guttural sound. The whole stadium shakes. They're willing him on. The Indian fans, indeed cricket lovers right around the world. Virat Kohli has the bat just resting on his right shoulder as he assesses what's in front of him. A long glance around onto the leg side as Marnus Labuschagne has a bit of a chat again. And he's going to bowl leg spin from that runner. So he's dispensed with the medium pace bounces, but I would imagine, yes, this is going to be spin from Labuschagne.
Well, I prefer this. He's going to bowl around the wicket into a little bit of the foot marks.
He's into Kohli, who attempts to pull and can't get any bat on it. Ball down leg side. Carey knocks it to the ground and throws it back to Labuschagne. Could he buy them a wicket here? Little pause. No ball. A no ball from Marnus Labuschagne bowling spin.
It's happening everywhere, isn't it? Everything's happening today.
Kohli waiting again, gets right behind it, clips it off the hip. Pass backwards square into the deep for a single. So he moves to be 94 now. 6 for 469, a lead of 515. There's plenty of space through the covers for Kumar Reddy if he wants to go that way and hit into the sunshine as Labuschagne around the wicket, down onto one knee, attempted sweep, missed it through to Carey, had the bails off in a flash, but Kumar Reddy was well back, never left his ground.
High review for a stumping. Check the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. If you can have a look at best side on angle, please.
It can only be that Carey thinks maybe the back foot has risen up off the deck. His foot is planted.
Okay, foot is clearly grounded. We can go to the big screen with my decision, please.
Well done.
Easy one, wasn't it?
Umpire Illingworth didn't mess around straight away. No. Don't need to look at any more than that. Labuschagne to Kumar Reddy, attempting to pull, got wrapped on the pads, squirted out backward of square. Carey dashes out from behind the stumps, starts the fielding, no run.
This is delaying it. They've just got to try and delay the 100 Australia to get through the day.
Just build pressure.
You don't want to be batting. Really, you don't want to be batting now. And I think the umpire will be talking about negative bowling. So he's deliberate. So next time he's going to call it a wide.
There you go. Great call, Darren Lehmann. Well called. Labuschagne again, bowls, and this is clubbed up into the air. That's gone all the way over long on for 6. Nitish Kumar Reddy said, I'll be positive, and went bang and crash. Another 6. 33 now to his name, 6 for 475.
Well, is the IPL option for this bloke tonight, or is he already been retained? Because if he's been retained, it's a great retain.
Labuschagne goes down leg side. Kumar Reddy stepped back and hits it again out in the direction of cow corner. Didn't quite get to the timing of that. Stark can come around to do the fielding about 20 metres in from the boundary rope. But nonetheless, the runs were there. He was happy enough to take them. Come back for a couple. Still Virat Kohli down at the non-strikers end, waiting on 94.
Well, it's 4, 6 or out. I don't think he'll take a one because you want Virat Kohli on strike. Virat's 94, so he's one hit away, but it might take him a couple overs. You know.
Fielders are on the deep, on the onside. There's a deep square, cow corner.
He might walk right across his stumps and sweep it, or reverse it and take the risk there.
Also long on, right on the boundary. Shane bowls at his down leg side once more. Kimo Reddy's able to step across to it, plays it out towards square leg. He wanted to. There was no way that Coley was going to run on that. No chance of burning anyone out there. He got the single. He'll keep the strike though. Coley seemed to be happy enough with that. He's on 94. Tish Kimo Reddy moves to be 36. 6 for 478. The lead is 524. Line coming back on, figures of 2 for 94 from 38 overs.
And that's 300 runs for the day.
That's better, isn't it? 300 runs for the day. And that's been really on the back of the last little... How many runs in the last 8 overs? So since these two have come together, really. Rick?
72.
72. Yeah, in how many overs? Sorry. That'll be the...
72 and 8 overs.
Oh, in 8 overs. Sorry. Oh, wow, that's good going.
Yeah.
There we go.
They're not mucking around.
They're not mucking around, are they?
Tish Kimo Reddy came out and said, I'm going after this. Here we go.
I thought he's been there more than 8 overs, and then I look up and he's 36 off 22 balls. Not even 4 overs he's been there.
Partnership 68 from 45. He's line in again to Kimo Reddy, who plays it defensively down the ground. That will bring Coley onto strike. I'll take a single. McSweeney fielding it long on.
Well, this is right now where the shadows are on the pitch. It couldn't be any better dream for Boomer to be bowling. So we've got 41 minutes left in the day. They would want him to get it this over if he possibly could, because it gives them a nice little tricky half hour, about 4 overs at Boomer.
Well, Nathan Lyons decided he's going to stroll across to Pat Cummins. What are they plotting here? Going to make a change. Smith remains standing there at first slip. There's no one else in genuine catching position around the wicket. There's a mid-wicket. Short, fine leg. Line bowls to Coley, and it goes through and hits Carey on the toe. Coley went across, and it's definitely wrapped Carey on something there. He was down low. It's kept very low and hit him on the foot. Gee, that did stay low. Vira. He's ready again, so too is Line. Coley back and plays defensively onto the offside, just dropping it into the ground, and he'll go for a stroll as the ball's hit out towards Cummins, who's fielding there at cover. So one more to Coley's total. He's 95. 6 for 480. The lead, for what it's worth, is 526. It'll be a record chase if the Australians are to maintain their unbeaten record at this ground. Line to Kimo Reddy. Tried to just jam down on it. It's actually just got him on the pads and fallen in front of him, and Line gets a little bit of a wry smile with that and gets the ball back from Carey.
Tell you what's interesting now is, I guess that time he wants to be bowling, doesn't he? Does he declare on him? He wouldn't dare.
Line bowls and gets it past the bat of Kimo Reddy and through to Carey, who took the stumps off and then shook the hand for a moment after he did so. Suggestion maybe he's hurt his hand the way he's been today. Comfortable for a moment. There is no way in the world Boomer is declaring while Coley's out there. No way in the world.
Well, if he does, he's a stronger man than you and I.
He's the bravest man on the planet, in a cricketing sense.
Declaration now would take the time into extra time.
That's right.
So they can't declare, is that what you're saying?
We'll soon find out.
Line bowls. And already drops it onto the onside. That's the over. And so that will mean that Coley will be back on strike. The two batters mosey down the middle of the pitch to have a chat to each other as we wait to see what will the Australians do here. Coley on 95. 6 for 480.
Well, to be fair, Coley did everything right to get there. Now he's sort of taking his time. He's got to try and hit a boundary. They need as many overs as they can if they're going to declare. Otherwise, there's a bit of banter going on between Coley and Lyon.
Cool as you like, Coley. Still with the bat. Just draped nonchalantly across the right shoulder. Continues to stare out onto the onside. There's plenty of fielders protecting the boundary. Can go over the top of them if he wants to. But there's a fielder at a long leg, deep square, cow corner, and long on. And Pat Cummins is going across the mid-wicket. There's plenty of protection on the onside. Labuschagne bowls to Coley, who tried to flick it away, fine down leg side, and missed through to the keeper again, who has the stumps off in a flash, and it's called as a wide. He did get told.
He got told. That's fine. And look, to our listeners, he's got 6 on the leg side, 4 on the boundary.
Labuschagne misses at the stumps. Coley can drop it out towards square leg. There's space there, and Cummins has to come from mid-wicket to do the fielding. I'll take one more. 96 now, Coley. 6 for 482.
Needs to get another single here. Get Coley back on strike. Get a single quickly.
16 months since Virat Kohli scored a century. That against the West Indies. Labuschagne bowls to Kumo Reddy, who was stepping a long way down leg side from his stumps, and he just punches it down to a wide, long off where Smith does the fielding. One more to the total.
That's taken the mickey, that, I'm afraid, because he stepped away and he could have hit that through cover for 4, and he deliberately hit it to take it long off for 1.
You could set up a mini farm in the space out through covers. Here's Coley waiting and sweeping Labuschagne. Will that go to the boundary for 4? Desperate diving stop, not good enough. Virat Kohli, King Kohli reigns again. His 30th Test century. His 7th in this nation. His first in 16 months. Now it's official. And the crowd rises. And Kohli takes helmet off, holds bat and helmet to the sky, leans back, looks to the heavens, kisses his bats, and goes down to give his teammate a big hug. And they've said we're done.
What an innings that was. 100, well played Virat Kohli, played for the team, got to his 100, did everything right. They get the bowl for about 25 minutes now, and it's going to be danger time for Australia. But my God, that was a good 100 from Virat Kohli on the back of Jazwal's 161. He's taken plenty of applause from the crowd, as he should. One of the greats of the game.
His first century since July last year against the West Indies in Port of Spain. The one before that in Ahmedabad against the Australians. He paused midway off the pitch to again just take in the adulation of the Perth crowd. 1.5 billion people or so around the world would have been riding every moment with him for the last half an hour or so. And again, thanks his teammates and his supporters. And he'll have a chat with the television broadcasters downstairs. We'll bring you that when we can. But Virat Kohli, 100 from 143 balls. It was a top-notch knock. He loves this ground, a century maker here back in 2018. Under real pressure again, he has done so in 2024. Here's the card for you, the Indian innings. They resumed this morning without loss and coming together. None for 172. Rahul was the first to go for 77, a 201-run stand. The 6th highest opening partnership by overseas batters in the Australian. Listen to this for a moment. Even with the desperation of stadiums to just blare music in the background, the joy of the fans as Kohli made his way down into the dressing rooms couldn't be missed. Century for him. Now, the other batters for India, Paddock put on 25, so Rahul was the first out for 77. Caught Carey from the bowling of Stark. Paddock added 25. Caught Smith from the bowling of Hazelwood. It was 2 for 275. Jaiswal had a knock that will be long remembered. Maybe a coming-of-age century, a bit like what Sachin Tendulkar did here back in 91-92, again at the Wacker, and his 100 before that in Sydney. Yashesvi Jaiswal put on 161 from 297 balls, 15 fours and 3 sixes before he smashed one to backward point. From the bowling of Marsh, it was caught by Smith, 3 for 313. Rishabh Pant added 1, stumped by Carey from the bowling of Lyon, 4 for 320, and then another wicket fell quickly, a mini collapse, 5 for 321 when Drew Durrell was out for 1, LBW to Cummins. Washington Sundar put on 29 as the breeze really does pick up again here in the front of the broadcast box. He was out for 29, was 6 for 410 when he departed. And then from that point onwards, I'll get Lance, if you can pass your scorecard across to us, Lance. Just have a little run through the rest of the records. Here they come. Thank you very much. Coley will go through in a moment. Where was that? Punt, stump, Carey bowled Lyon for 1. Jarrell, as I mentioned, for 1. Sundar was bowled by Lyon for 29. And then Coley unbeaten on 100 from 143 balls, 2 sixes and 8 fours. Nitish Kumar Reddy was unbeaten on 38 from 27 deliveries. The bowling figures for you in just a moment, but let's get the thoughts of Darren Lehman. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport.
Well, it was just one of those days, wasn't it, for Australia? Nothing really, they toiled hard, to be fair to the Australian bowlers. They toiled really hard all day, but just outclassed by Jaiswal and then Coley. Even Rahul didn't go on with it today, but played well. Paddock with his 25. I'll tell you who's been really impressive, Nitish Reddy. He whacked him from the first innings for 41, then came and played real team knock, 38 quickly off of about 28 balls, or 22 balls, sorry, 38 off 22, and really got their innings just kick-started. They end up with close to 130 for the session off 25 overs. So they've scored enough runs today to set up the game as they want it. Now it's a challenge for their bowlers to make Australia play early. Not a nice time to be an Australian batsman, especially if you're on debut, Nathan McSweeney. If he gets through this, it'll do him the world of good. If they get through unscathed, they'll have a night watch from padded up. So India are thinking if they can get one, they can get the night watch in. Even if the night watch survives, you think you're going to pick him up early in the morning, and then it's a case of how they handle Bumrah. They're going to have to handle Bumrah pretty well tomorrow and tonight. If they get through tonight, it'll give them a chance to actually get it into the 5th day. If they get in the 5th day, then it's not going to be a bad scenario for Australia, because India would have had to bowl a lot. And if you get in the 5th day, it means you've had a couple of big partnerships. So you might not be as bad off as you might be, 4 for 250. And all of a sudden, there's a little bit of hope there. So that'll be the challenge for the Australians over the next 98 overs. So say, they might get 8 in tonight, will they? They'll only get probably 6, maybe 7 if they're lucky, if they get 6 or 7. And then you've got 90 overs tomorrow. So 97 overs, I'd hope Australia would be saying, right, let's get to 4 or 5 for 250 somehow. Less wickets the better. 2 would be ideal. And then you just never know on the last day. That'll be the challenge. India, on the other hand, will be trying to make him play. They'll be looking to get one of the openers in, the night watchman in if they possibly can, which normally is Nathan Lyon, I think. And if that's the case, they'll be happy with that. 1 down would be an ideal scenario with a night watchman in. 2 down with 2 batters out would be a great scenario for them. So it's all to play for the Aussies tonight. Nerve-wracking times for Khawaja and obviously young McSweeney, but one that you have to do as an opener.
So, India declaring their innings closed. 6 declared for 487, a lead of 533, repeating. Kohli unbeaten on 100. He brought up the century, and they said that will do. 143 balls, 8 fours and 2 sixes. And Kumar Reddy unbeaten on 38, 27 balls, 3 fours and 2 sixes. The bowling figures, they look like this. Nathan Lyon, 39 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 96. Stark, 26 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 111. Cummins, 25 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 86. Marsh, 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 65. Labuschagne, 6.3 overs, no maidens, none for 38. And Head, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 26. Let's have a listen to Virat Kohli as he made his way off the ground, speaking to the host broadcasters, Adam Gilchrist.
You didn't even know you had to delay your reaction. Tell us how meaningful is that? We could see what it meant and the gesture to your wife up in the stand.
Yeah, look, I mean, Anushka has been right by my side through thick and thin. So she knows everything that goes on behind the scenes when I'm in the room, what goes on in the head when you don't play as well, or you make a few mistakes when you're getting yourself in. So I just wanted to contribute to the team's cause. I'm not a guy who wants to hang around just for the sake of it. I take pride in performing for my country, and just feels amazing. And the fact that she's here makes it even more special.
All right, mate. Thank you very much for that quick word. Go and join your teammates. Congratulations.
So there he is, Virat Kohli speaking with Adam Gilchrist downstairs. The Australians very shortly will be heading out to try to somehow do something about this massive target they are chasing. India with a lead of 533, declaring their innings shut again. 6 declared for 487. Kohli unbeaten on 100. This, again, worth reminding you all, a 30th Test century and what is his 7th in this nation. Kumar Reddy also unbeaten on 38. Nathan McSweeney is leading the Australians out. Usman Khawaja behind him. India also making their way out into the middle. So let me hand you back to the voice of summer as it gets a little bit cooler here in the West. Jim Maxwell, Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Well, this is a tantalising prospect. There are 2 full days, around 160, 70, 80 overs potentially. And that means Australia have to score at a rate of around 3 and over, Glenn, to win the game. And it gives India, of course, plenty of time to take 10 wickets. So, come on, let's have your most optimistic reflection from a man who was talking about 5-0.
No, it's still a chance, Jim. Still a chance. Very distant one, and they'd have to break all the records by a long, long way. So, but you've got to always have it in the back of your mind. It's not over till that last ball, last wicket's taken, last run scored. So, first goal is get through tonight, no wickets down. Then start again tomorrow, and just keep batting. If they can bat long, bat well tomorrow. You never know, but it's a massive, massive ask. But if they think they're gone, if they think they're no chance, this game's already over. So they have to keep hanging in there and just take it sort of a session at a time. Get through tonight first.
India declared it 6 for 487, and a thrilling finale to the declaration with Virat Kohli reaching his 30th Test century. So Australia need 534 to win the game, and India 10 wickets. Jasprit Brumma, he's got the ball, he's running in, he's bowling, and it's left alone outside the off stump as it's passing through McSweeney, who's out there with Australia having to face maybe 6 overs, 5-6 overs. It's pushing 5:30 or just before that, and we're due to go through until 10-6. But we've got the shadows across the square, which can make batting even more difficult than facing Bumrah in broad daylight. But here he is in from this northern end. He bowls, and it's left alone again outside the line of the off stump. Good pace from Bumrah, firing it in. But not his quickest.
It looked quicker than that. 129.9.
I thought it was a lot quicker, but perhaps the fact that it was not full length, and he's only bowled 2 balls, but it looks sharp.
Yeah, I'll see what Bumrah does on this pitch. Anything in the air, then you can see how the Australians really bowled.
Three slips in the gully. He's on his way. He's running in. And he's bowling again just outside the off stump. A flick and a miss from McSweeney. That's the thing.